Welcome to Mythical Dreams, where ancient legends soothe your mind and guide you to peaceful sleep. Before we begin, share where you're from and what time it is. If you enjoy stories of gods and legends, don't forget to subscribe. Now, settle in and relax as we embark on a journey through Greek mythology, beginning with Zeus, the king of the gods. Let the gentle whispers of the past carry you away to a world of divine power and mortal wonder. In the realm of ancient Greece, where gods and mortals intertwined, a tale of cosmic significance was about to unfold. Zeus, the future king of the gods, was not born to rule the heavens. His beginnings were as humble as any child's, yet his destiny would rise higher than the greatest mountain, more powerful than the deepest storm. In the deep caverns of the earth, there existed a world hidden from mortal eyes, a world of gods and beings whose power could change the very course of time. It was here that Zeus was born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, in an age when the Titans held dominion over all creation. But Cronus, the ruler of the Titans, lived in constant fear. He had heard a prophecy, a whisper of fate, that one of his children would rise up to overthrow him. Determined to maintain his power, Cronus devised a terrible solution. Each time Rhea gave birth, he would swallow the newborn whole, trapping them within his own body. As you listen to this tale, allow the tension in your body to release. Let your muscles relax, one by one, as if sinking into the soft embrace of a cloud. Breathe deeply and slowly, in time with the gentle rhythm of the rain outside. Rhea, heartbroken and desperate, could not bear to lose another child. When Zeus was born, she wrapped a stone in swaddling clothes and presented it to Cronus, who swallowed it without a second thought. Meanwhile, the infant Zeus was spirited away to the island of Crete, where he was raised in secret by nymphs and protected by the Curetes, young warriors who would clash their weapons to mask the cries of the baby god. In the safety of a cave on Mount Ida, Zeus grew strong and wise. He was nurtured by the milk of the goat Amalthea and the honey of sacred bees. As the years passed, Zeus matured into a powerful young god, unaware of his true heritage, but destined for greatness. Close your eyes now, if you haven't already, and picture the lush, green slopes of Mount Ida. Feel the cool, fresh air of the mountainside filling your lungs. Let the peacefulness of this hidden sanctuary wash over you, carrying away any lingering thoughts or worries. When Zeus reached adulthood, he learned of his true identity and the fate of his siblings. Filled with righteous anger and a sense of duty, he knew the time had come to confront his father and free his brothers and sisters. But how could one young god hope to defeat the mighty Cronus? Zeus devised a clever plan. He enlisted the help of Medes, the Titaness of wisdom, who prepared a powerful emetic potion. Disguising himself as Cronus's cupbearer, Zeus served the potion to his unsuspecting father. The effect was immediate and violent. Cronus began to retch and heave, disgorging the stone and Zeus's siblings in reverse order of their swallowing. As you continue to relax, imagine the relief and joy of Zeus's siblings as they were freed from their dark prison. Let that feeling of release spread through your own body, loosening any remaining tension and allowing you to sink deeper into comfort. Now united, Zeus and his siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, prepared for the great battle that would decide the fate of the cosmos. But they were not alone in their fight. Zeus descended into the depths of Tartarus, the darkest pit of the underworld, to free the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, monstrous children of Gaia, whom Cronus had imprisoned. Grateful for their release, the Cyclopes gifted Zeus with his iconic thunderbolts, forged in the fires of the earth's core. To Poseidon, they gave a mighty trident, and to Hades, a helm of invisibility. Armed with these powerful weapons, and allied with these formidable beings, Zeus and his siblings were ready to challenge the Titans. The war that followed, known as the Titanomachy, raged for 10 long years. It was a battle of cosmic proportions, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Mountains were uprooted, seas boiled, and the sky itself seemed to crack under the force of the conflict. As you listen, let the epic scale of this battle fade into the background of your mind. Focus, instead, on the steady sound of the rain, its gentle patter, a soothing counterpoint to the turmoil of the story. Allow each raindrop to wash away your cares, leaving you in a state of deep, peaceful relaxation. Zeus proved to be a brilliant strategist and a powerful warrior. His thunderbolts struck fear into the hearts of the Titans, while the Hecatoncheires hurled entire mountains as if they were pebbles. Slowly, but surely, the tide of battle turned in favor of the young gods. Finally, after a decade of conflict, Zeus and his allies emerged victorious. The defeated Titans were bound and cast into Tartarus, with the Hecatoncheires as their guards. Cronus, once the mighty ruler of all, was dethroned and banished, his reign ended by the very sun he had tried to prevent. With the Titans defeated, Zeus and his brothers drew lots to divide the world among themselves. Zeus won the sky and the air, becoming the ruler of Mount Olympus and king of the gods. Poseidon received dominion over the seas and waters, while Hades was given the underworld and all its riches. As you contemplate this new order, feel yourself becoming one with the world around you. The weight of your body sinking into your bed, the softness of your pillow, the warmth of your blankets. All of these sensations blend together, creating a cocoon of comfort and safety. Zeus, now the king of the gods, ascended to Mount Olympus. It was there, atop the highest peak in all the world, that he would rule with wisdom and justice, watching over both mortals and immortals alike. He established the divine council, inviting not only his siblings, but also his children and other deities to be part of the pantheon of Olympian gods. Under Zeus's rule, a new age of order and civilization began. He became known as the protector of justice, the upholder of oaths, and the guardian of hospitality. His thunderbolt, gifted by the Cyclops, became both a symbol of his power and a tool of his justice, striking down those who defied divine law. Yet Zeus was not a perfect ruler. Like the storm clouds he commanded, his moods could be unpredictable. He could be both merciful and wrathful, wise and impulsive. His reign was marked by both great acts of kindness and moments of divine retribution. As our tale of Zeus's rise to power comes to a close, allow yourself to drift further into a state of peaceful relaxation. The epic struggles and cosmic battles fade away, leaving you with a sense of resolution and calm. The world is at peace, the natural order restored, and you are safe in the knowledge that even the greatest challenges can be overcome. Zeus's journey from hidden child to king of the gods teaches us that destiny, no matter how long delayed, will always find its way. In your own life, as you face challenges or uncertainty, remember that within you lies the potential for greatness, just as it did in Zeus. Now, as you continue to relax, let the gentle rain outside be a reminder of Zeus's domain, the sky, and all its wonders. Each raindrop is a small blessing, nourishing the earth and cleansing the air. Allow this soothing sound to carry you deeper into tranquility, closer to the realm of peaceful sleep. As you lay here tonight, take a moment to reflect on the wisdom of Zeus. His reign was not one of tyranny or fear, but one of understanding, strength, and guidance. In your own life, may you find the balance that Zeus sought to create in the cosmos, a harmony between power and responsibility, justice and mercy. Let the story of Zeus inspire you to face your own challenges with courage and wisdom. Like the king of the gods, you too have the strength within you to overcome obstacles and rise to great heights. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the knowledge that you are capable of shaping your own destiny, just as Zeus shaped the fate of the world. And so, with the rise of Zeus complete and a new era of divine rule established, we bring our tale to a close. Allow the peace of Olympus to settle over you, as soothing as the rain outside your window. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let yourself be carried away to the realm of dreams, where gods and mortals alike find rest and renewal. Zeus, now the undisputed king of the gods, ruled from his golden throne atop Mount Olympus. His reign was marked by both wisdom and folly, justice and capriciousness. The thunderbolt, his symbol of power, became both a tool of justice and an instrument of his often tempestuous moods. As the ruler of the gods, Zeus took on many responsibilities. He became the protector of justice, the enforcer of oaths, and the guardian of hospitality. Mortals and immortals alike would call upon him to settle disputes and punish wrongdoers. Yet, Zeus was not infallible. His power often led him to act on impulse, particularly when it came to matters of the heart. Zeus's first marriage was to the Titaness Medes, known for her wisdom and cunning. However, a prophecy foretold that Medes would bear a child more powerful than its father. Fearing for his rule, Zeus took drastic action. He swallowed Medes whole, absorbing her wisdom into himself. But the story didn't end there. Soon after, Zeus began to suffer from terrible headaches. The pain grew so intense that he begged Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire, to split open his skull. When Hephaestus obliged, out sprang Athena, fully grown and armored, a daughter born from thought itself. This miraculous birth only added to Zeus's reputation for power and mystery. Zeus's most famous and enduring marriage was to Hera, the goddess of marriage and childbirth. Their union was tumultuous, to say the least. While Zeus valued Hera as his queen and confidant, he was notorious for his many affairs with both goddesses and mortal women. These dalliances often resulted in the birth of demigods and heroes, further expanding Zeus's influence across the mortal world. Hera, understandably, was not pleased with her husband's infidelity. Her jealousy and wrath became legendary, often directed not at Zeus himself, but at his lovers and offspring. This complex dynamic between Zeus and Hera came to symbolize the often turbulent nature of marriage and power. As you rest and listen to these tales, imagine the grand halls of Olympus, where gods and goddesses gather. The air shimmers with divine energy, and the distant rumble of thunder reminds all of Zeus's watchful presence. Let the grandeur and drama of Mount Olympus fade into the background of your mind, a soothing reminder of the timeless nature of these myths. Among Zeus's many children were some of the most renowned gods and goddesses of the Greek pantheon. Apollo and Artemis, the twin archers, were born to Zeus and Leto. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, was his son by the mortal princess Semele. Hermes, the swift-footed messenger god, was born to Zeus and Maia. Each of these divine offspring represented different aspects of life and nature, extending Zeus's influence into every corner of the world. But it wasn't just immortal children that Zeus fathered. Many of the greatest heroes of Greek mythology claimed Zeus as their father. Perseus, the slayer of Medusa, was born of Zeus and the mortal princess Danae. Heracles, known for his 12 labors and incredible strength, was the son of Zeus and another mortal woman, Alcmene. These demigod heroes served as a bridge between the divine and mortal realms, often acting as agents of Zeus's will on earth. Zeus's rule wasn't always peaceful. He faced challenges from both gods and mortals alike. One of the most famous was the attempt by Hera, Poseidon, and Athena to overthrow him. They managed to chain Zeus to his bed, but their plot was foiled by the 100-handed giant Briareus, who came to Zeus's aid. This event served as a reminder that even the king of the gods could be vulnerable, and that loyalty and alliances were crucial in maintaining power. Despite these challenges, Zeus remained the unquestioned ruler of Olympus. His name was invoked in oaths. His will was sought in matters of state and justice, and his power was respected and feared by all. Temples were built in his honor across the Greek world, with the most famous being the great statue of Zeus at Olympia, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. As we delve deeper into the realm of sleep, let the complexities of Zeus's reign wash over you like a gentle rain. Imagine the weight of responsibility on the shoulders of the king of the gods, balanced by the immense power at his command. Feel the tension between order and chaos, justice and passion that characterized Zeus's rule. Zeus was not just a god of the sky and thunder, but also of law, order, and fate. The Moirai, or fates, who controlled the thread of life for every mortal, were said to be subordinate to Zeus in some traditions. This connection to fate added another layer to Zeus's complex character. He was both the enforcer of destiny and, at times, one who sought to change it. One of the most intriguing aspects of Zeus's reign was his relationship with mortals. While he could be capricious and sometimes cruel, Zeus also showed great interest in human affairs. He was known to disguise himself as a mortal to test the hospitality and righteousness of humans. Those who showed kindness to strangers were rewarded, while those who were cruel or inhospitable faced his wrath. This interaction with mortals was not always benign. Zeus's affairs with mortal women often brought tragedy upon them, as they faced the wrath of Hera or the dangerous consequences of bearing divine children. Yet, these unions also produced many of the great heroes and leaders of Greek mythology, shaping the course of human history in the mythic world. As you continue to relax and drift towards sleep, consider the duality of Zeus's nature. He was a god of justice who sometimes acted unjustly, a protector of oaths who broke his marriage vows, a being of immense power who could also show great wisdom and restraint. In this complexity, we see reflected the multifaceted nature of power and leadership. Let the rumble of distant thunder in your mind transform into the soothing patter of rain. Imagine this rain as Zeus's gentler aspect, nourishing the earth and bringing life, rather than the destructive lightning of his wrath. Allow this calming rain to wash away your thoughts and cares, guiding you towards peaceful slumber. In the end, Zeus's reign teaches us about the nature of power and responsibility. It reminds us that even the mightiest beings have flaws, and that true strength often lies in wisdom, justice, and the ability to learn from one's mistakes. As you drift off to sleep, carry with you the timeless lessons of Zeus's rule, letting them inspire you in your own life's journey. And so, as our tale of Zeus draws to close, let the epic scale of these myths fade into the background of your mind. Allow the distant echoes of Mount Olympus to lull you, into a deep, restful sleep, where you too might commune with the gods in your dreams. Rest easy, knowing that the timeless stories of Zeus and the Olympians will be here to guide you through another night whenever you need them. In the vast realm of Greek mythology, few gods commanded as much respect and fear as Poseidon, lord of the seas. His domain stretched across the endless oceans, from the gentle lapping waves of coastal shores to the unfathomable depths of the darkest trenches. Poseidon was not merely a god of water, but a force of nature embodied, capable of both serene calm and tempestuous fury. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Poseidon was swallowed by his father along with his siblings, only to be later freed by his younger brother Zeus. After the defeat of the Titans, the world was divided among the three brothers. Zeus took the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon claimed the seas as his domain. With his mighty trident in hand, a gift from the Cyclopes, Poseidon established his reign over all bodies of water and the creatures within them. Imagine, if you will, the vastness of Poseidon's underwater kingdom. Beneath the surface of the blue waters, hidden in the deep caverns of the ocean, Poseidon ruled with a wisdom older than time itself. His golden palace, nestled in the depths of the Aegean Sea, was a marvel of divine craftsmanship. Its walls adorned with pearls and coral, its floors paved with the finest abalone shells. As you drift deeper into relaxation, picture the sea god's majestic court. Surrounding him were an array of sea nymphs, mermaids, and other mythical marine creatures, all paying homage to their powerful ruler. The Nereids, daughters of the sea god Nereus, attended to Poseidon's needs, while his wife Amphitrite, a sea goddess in her own right, sat beside him on a throne of polished nacre. Poseidon's power extended far beyond the confines of his underwater realm. He was known as the Earthshaker, capable of causing earthquakes with a strike of his trident. Sailors and fishermen would offer prayers and sacrifices to Poseidon before embarking on voyages, hoping to curry favor with the temperamental god and ensure safe passage across his domain. The sea god's mood was as changeable as the ocean itself. At times, he could be benevolent, blessing ships with favorable winds and calm seas. In these moments, the ocean would be a serene expanse of blue, gently rocking those who traversed it like a mother cradling her child. Let the rhythmic sound of waves wash over you now, carrying away any lingering tension in your body. However, when angered, Poseidon's wrath was terrible to behold. He could summon monstrous waves that towered over the tallest ships, whip the sea into a frenzy of white-capped fury, and create whirlpools that could drag entire fleets to their doom. His storms were feared by even the bravest of sailors, who knew that their fates rested in the hands of this capricious deity. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself on a peaceful shore, the gentle lapping of waves a soothing lullaby. Feel the soft sand beneath you, warm and comforting. rhythmic sound of the tide mirrors the steady beating of your heart. Each breath you take in sync with the ebb and flow of the ocean. Poseidon's influence extended beyond the sea, for he was also associated with horses. Legend has it that he created these majestic animals from the crests of waves, gifting them to mankind. In many myths, Poseidon is depicted riding a chariot pulled by hippocampi, magnificent creatures with the front quarters of a horse and the tail of a fish. The sea god's family was as vast and complex as his oceanic domain. With his wife Amphitrite, he fathered Triton, a merman who announced his father's approach by blowing on a conch shell. But Poseidon, like many Greek gods, had numerous affairs with both goddesses and mortal women, resulting in a multitude of children, some heroic, others monstrous. One of Poseidon's most famous offspring was the Cyclops Polyphemus, encountered by Odysseus in Homer's Odyssey. Another was Theseus, the great hero of Athens who slew the Minotaur. These tales of Poseidon's children spread far and wide, adding to the god's legendary status and the respect accorded to him by mortals and immortals alike. As we delve deeper into the mythology surrounding Poseidon, let the ebb and flow of these ancient stories carry you gently towards sleep. Allow your mind to drift like a leaf on the surface of a calm sea, each thought passing by like a gentle wave. One of the most well-known myths involving Poseidon is his contest with Athena for the patronage of Athens. Both deities desired to be the patron god of the great city, and they agreed to let the people choose based on the gifts they would offer. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, causing a spring to burst forth. However, the water was salty and not particularly useful to the people. Athena, on the other hand, offered an olive tree, symbolizing peace and prosperity. The people chose Athena's gift, and she became the patron goddess of Athens. Poseidon, angered by this rejection, was said to have flooded the Attic plain in retaliation. This myth serves as a reminder of the god's powerful emotions and the consequences of incurring his wrath. Despite this setback, Poseidon remained one of the most widely worshipped deities in the Greek world. Coastal cities often built temples in his honor, and the famous Isthmian Games were held in his name near Corinth. These games, second only to the Olympics in importance, featured athletic and musical competitions, all in celebration of the mighty sea god. As you continue to relax, imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean. The water stretches as far as the eye can see, a canvas of deep blue meeting the horizon. The salty breeze caresses your face, carrying with it the timeless whispers of Poseidon's realm. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more at peace, more in tune with the rhythms of the sea. Poseidon's role in Greek mythology extended beyond his dominion over the seas. He played significant parts in many heroic tales. In the story of Perseus, it was Poseidon who had fathered the winged horse Pegasus. born from the blood of Medusa when Perseus beheaded her. Pegasus would later become a crucial ally to the hero Bellerophon. In the tale of the Trojan War, Poseidon initially supported the Greeks, but his favor wavered when they failed to honor him properly. His changing allegiances reflected the unpredictable nature of the sea itself, a reminder of the respect and caution with which mortals needed to approach both the god and his domain. As we near the end of our exploration of Poseidon's realm, let the weight of the world slip away from you. Imagine yourself floating effortlessly on the surface of a calm, warm sea. The water supports you completely, cradling you in its embrace. All tension melts away, dissolved by the soothing touch of the waves. The legacy of Poseidon endures far beyond the realms of ancient Greece. His influence can be seen in countless works of art, literature, and popular culture. The image of the powerful, bearded god wielding his trident has become an enduring symbol of the sea's majesty and might. In many ways, Poseidon represents the dual nature of the ocean itself, a source of life, sustenance, and wonder, but also a realm of danger and unpredictability. His myths remind us of the respect we must hold for the natural world and the delicate balance between harnessing nature's power and being at its mercy. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the wisdom of Poseidon's tales. Like the sea, life can be both calm and turbulent. But just as sailors learn to navigate the waves, so too can we learn to navigate the challenges we face. And always remember that even in the darkest depths, Titan Tales, may Poseidon grant you peaceful dreams tonight, filled with the gentle lapping of waves and the soothing whispers of the sea. Allow the rhythms of the ocean to guide you into a deep, restful sleep, where the cares of the world dissolve like sea foam on the shore. Good night, and may you awake refreshed, carrying the tranquility of Poseidon's realm with you into the new day. As we continue our journey through the realm of Greek mythology, let us delve deeper into the stories surrounding Poseidon, the mighty god of the seas. His legends are as vast and varied as the oceans he commands, filled with tales of both wonder and terror. One of the most famous myths involving Poseidon is his contest with Athena for the patronage of Athens. Long ago, when the city was still unnamed, both Poseidon and Athena desired to be its patron deity. The king of the city, Cecrops, decided that whichever god could provide the most useful gift to the city would become its patron. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and a spring burst forth. However, the water was salty and not particularly useful to the people. Athena, on the other hand, planted an olive tree which provided food, oil, and wood. The people chose Athena's gift, and she became the patron goddess of the city, which was named Athens in her honor. Poseidon, in his anger, flooded the Attic plain. This myth serves as a reminder of the god's dual nature, capable of both creation and destruction. It also highlights the importance of wisdom and practicality over raw power, a common theme in Greek mythology. As you listen to these tales, allow the gentle sound of rain to wash over you, much like the waves of Poseidon's domain. Let each droplet carry you deeper into a state of relaxation, your body becoming as fluid and peaceful as the calm seas. Another fascinating myth involving Poseidon is the story of his son, Polyphemus, the Cyclops. This tale intertwines with the epic journey of Odysseus, showcasing the far-reaching influence of the sea god's lineage. Polyphemus was a giant, one-eyed shepherd who lived on an island. When Odysseus and his crew landed on this island during their long voyage home from Troy, they entered Polyphemus' cave in search of supplies. The Cyclops, returning home, trapped them inside and began to devour the men. Odysseus, clever as always, devised a plan. He got Polyphemus drunk on strong wine, and then, with the help of his remaining men, blinded the Cyclops with a sharpened wooden stake. They escaped by clinging to the undersides of Polyphemus' sheep as he let them out to graze. Enraged and in pain, Polyphemus called out to his father, Poseidon, for revenge. It was this plea that set in motion the many trials and tribulations that Odysseus would face on his journey home, as Poseidon's wrath followed him across the seas. This myth not only illustrates the power of Poseidon's influence, but also serves as a cautionary tale about the consequences of hubris and the importance of respecting the gods. As you ponder these ancient lessons, feel the weight of your body sinking deeper into your resting place, much like Odysseus' ship sinking into the embrace of the sea. Let us now turn to a lesser-known, but equally intriguing myth about Poseidon, the tale of his love for Pelops. This story showcases a gentler side of the sea god, one of love and redemption. Pelops was a mortal prince, son of Tantalus. His father, in an act of hubris, decided to test the omniscience of the gods by serving them a feast made from Pelops' own flesh. The gods, realizing this horrific act, refused to eat except for Demeter, who, distracted by grief over her missing daughter, absent-mindedly ate a piece of Pelops' shoulder. The gods punished Tantalus severely for this crime and decided to resurrect Pelops. It was Poseidon who took on this task, carefully reassembling the young man's body and replacing the eaten shoulder with one made of ivory. In the process, Poseidon fell in love with the beautiful youth. Poseidon took Pelops to Olympus, making him his cupbearer and companion. He taught Pelops many things, including the art of chariot racing. When it was time for Pelops to return to the mortal world, Poseidon gifted him with a magnificent chariot pulled by swift, immortal horses. This myth reveals a compassionate side of Poseidon, showing that even the most powerful and temperamental of gods could be moved by love and beauty. It also demonstrates the potential for mortals to find favor with the gods, a recurring theme in Greek mythology that offered hope and aspiration to the ancient Greeks. As you listen, imagine the gentle rocking of Poseidon's chariot, lulling you into an ever deeper state of tranquility. Let the rhythm of the story wash over you like waves on a shore, each word carrying you further into the realm of peaceful slumber. Another significant myth involving Poseidon is the creation of the first horse. According to legend, Poseidon was competing with Athena to become the patron deity of a newly founded city in Attica. To impress the citizens, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, and from the earth sprang the first horse. The horse, with its strength, speed, and beauty, was indeed a magnificent gift. However, the people ultimately chose Athena's gift of the olive tree, valuing its versatility and symbolism of peace over the horse's potential for war. Despite losing this contest, Poseidon's creation of the horse remained one of his most celebrated acts. He became known as the god of horses, often depicted in art and literature writing. A chariot pulled by hippocampi mythical creatures, with the front bodies of horses and the tails of fish. This myth beautifully illustrates the complex nature of Poseidon's domain. While primarily the god of the sea, his influence extended to the earth as well, particularly in relation to horses. The connection between horses and the sea might seem strange to us today, but to the ancient Greeks, the rolling waves of the ocean might have resembled the flowing manes of galloping horses. As you contemplate this image, allow your thoughts to flow as freely as the ocean waves, as smoothly as a horse's gait. Let each breath carry you deeper into relaxation, your mind and body in perfect harmony, like Poseidon's realms of sea and earth. One final myth we'll explore tonight is the tale of Poseidon and Medusa. While Medusa is often associated with Athena, her story actually begins with Poseidon. Medusa was once a beautiful maiden and a priestess in Athena's temple. Her beauty caught the eye of Poseidon, who, overcome with desire, lay with her in Athena's temple. Athena, enraged by this desecration of her sacred space, punished Medusa by transforming her into a gorgon, a terrifying creature with snakes for hair, whose gaze could turn any living thing to stone. This myth is often seen as a tragic tale of an innocent woman caught between the desires and jealousies of the gods. However, some versions of the myth suggest that Poseidon's union with Medusa was consensual, and that Athena's punishment was an act of protection rather than revenge. By making Medusa so fearsome that no man would dare approach her, Athena ensured that she would never again be at the mercy of the gods' capricious desires. This story, like many in Greek mythology, resists simple interpretations. It speaks to the complex relationships between gods and mortals, the often harsh consequences of divine attention, and the multifaceted nature of the gods themselves. As we conclude our exploration of Poseidon's myths and legends, let the complexities of these ancient stories fade away. Allow your mind to settle, like sediment sinking to the ocean floor. Feel the gentle weight of sleep approaching, as inevitable and welcoming as the tide coming into shore. Remember, just as Poseidon's realm encompasses both the tumultuous surface of the sea and the quiet depths below, so too does your mind have its active and restful states. As you drift towards sleep, imagine descending into the peaceful, silent depths of Poseidon's kingdom, where all is calm and still. May Poseidon grant you safe passage through the night, and may your dreams be as vast and wondrous as the oceans he commands. Sleep well, and may you awaken refreshed, like the world after a cleansing rain. In the depths of the earth, far beyond the reach of mortal eyes, lies a realm shrouded in mystery and whispered about in hushed tones. This is the domain of Hades, Lord of the underworld. As we delve into the story of this enigmatic god, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. Hades, unlike his brothers Zeus and Poseidon, did not seek the bright realms of sky or sea. Instead, he claimed the shadowy underworld as his kingdom. But do not mistake darkness for evil, for Hades was not a malevolent god, but rather a just and impartial ruler of the dead. Born to the titans Cronus and Rhea, Hades was swallowed by his father, along with his siblings. When Zeus freed them, Hades joined the fight against the titans, wielding a helmet of invisibility gifted by the Cyclops. This helm would become one of his most iconic possessions, allowing him to move unseen between the world of the living and the dead. After the Titanomachy, when the world was divided among the three brothers, Hades drew the lot of the underworld. Some might view this as a cruel twist of fate, but Hades accepted his role with solemn dignity. He understood that his realm was as vital to the balance of the cosmos as the heavens or the seas. Imagine, if you will, the underworld not as a place of torment, but as a vast, echoing cavern, illuminated by the soft glow of precious gems embedded in its walls. Rivers of various hues flow through this subterranean landscape. The fiery Phlegethon, the wailing Cocytus, the forgetful Lethe, and the hate-filled Styx. At the center of this realm stands the palace of Hades, a structure of dark obsidian and gleaming onyx. Here, the Lord of the Dead sits upon his ebony throne, passing judgment on the souls of the departed. His decisions are fair and unbiased, for death comes to all, regardless of their station in life. As you listen, let the tension in your body slowly dissipate. Imagine yourself drifting down a calm, dark river, all your earthly concerns washing away with each gentle ripple. The weight of the world above no longer burdens you here in this place of eternal rest. Hades was often depicted as a stern and somber god. But this was a reflection of the gravity of his duties rather than cruelty. He ensured that the souls in his care found their proper place, be it in the blissful Elysian fields, the neutral asphodel meadows, or the punishing depths of Tartarus. Unlike the other Olympians, Hades rarely left his domain or interfered in the affairs of mortals. This isolation led to many misconceptions about his nature. He became feared and often vilified, with few mortals daring to speak his name aloud, instead referring to him as the rich one or the hospitable. Yet Hades was not without compassion. He granted the gift of precious metals and gems to mortals, the wealth hidden beneath the earth. In this way, he was also known as a god of wealth, for all the riches of the world ultimately fell under his purview. As we delve deeper into the story of Hades, allow yourself to sink further into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body melting into your bed, as though you too are descending into the peaceful depths of the earth. Here, in this space between wakefulness and sleep, you are safe and protected, just as the souls in Hades' care. One of the most famous tales involving Hades is the story of Persephone's abduction. While often portrayed as a violent kidnapping, some versions of the myth suggest a more nuanced event. Hades, who rarely left his realm, was struck by Persephone's beauty and wished for a companion to share his lonely existence. With Zeus's tacit approval, Hades brought Persephone to the underworld. This act would have far-reaching consequences, not only for the gods, but for the entire world. We'll explore this tale in more depth in our next segment. But for now, let's consider the complexity of Hades' character that this story reveals. Despite his fearsome reputation, Hades was capable of love and longing. He desired companionship, much like any mortal or god. This humanizing aspect reminds us that even the most intimidating figures have depths we may not immediately perceive. In your own life, you may encounter situations or people that seem frightening or unapproachable at first. Like the mortals who feared to speak Hades' name, you might shy away from these challenges. But remember, beneath the surface, there may be unexpected richness and complexity waiting to be discovered. Hades' realm was also home to Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guarded the gates of the underworld. This fearsome beast ensured that the dead remained in their designated places, and the living did not enter unbidden. Yet, even this terrifying creature was not without its gentler side, as we'll see in future tales. As the guardian of the boundary between life and death, Hades played a crucial role in maintaining the natural order. Without death, life would lose its meaning and its preciousness. In this way, Hades' realm served as a necessary counterbalance to the world above. Let this thought bring you comfort as you drift closer to sleep. Just as day must give way to night, wakefulness must yield to slumber. Allow yourself to embrace the restful darkness, knowing that it is as essential as the light of day. In some traditions, Hades was seen not just as a god of death, but as a god of renewal and hidden potential. The seeds buried in the earth, seemingly lifeless, eventually sprout and bring forth new growth. Similarly, the challenges and deaths we face in life often lead to unexpected rebirth and transformation. As you lie here, breathing deeply and slowly, consider what hidden potential might be germinating within you. What seeds of change are quietly taking root in the dark, fertile soil of your subconscious? Trust in this process, just as the ancient Greeks trusted in the wisdom and justice of Hades. Among Hades' most prized possessions was his helmet of invisibility. This powerful artifact allowed him to move unseen in both the world above and his own realm. It serves as a potent symbol of the unseen forces that shape our lives, the hidden currents that guide us even when we're unaware. Perhaps there are invisible forces guiding you now, leading you gently towards the restorative embrace of sleep. You need not see or understand these forces to benefit from them. Simply allow yourself to be carried along, trusting in the natural flow of rest and renewal. In some versions of the myths, Hades is said to hold the keys to the underworld. This image of him as a keeper of keys suggests his role as a guardian of secrets and hidden knowledge. What locked doors within your own psyche might benefit from gentle exploration? What mysteries lie waiting to be unlocked in the depths of your dreams? As we near the end of this segment, imagine yourself standing before the gates of sleep. Hades, in his role as the keeper of hidden realms, stands ready to unlock the door to restful slumber. You need only accept his invitation to step through, leaving behind the cares and concerns of the waking world. Remember, in the realm of Hades, all are equal. The worries that loom so large in the light of day diminish in the equalizing darkness of night. Here, in this space between waking and sleeping, you too can find respite from the judgments and pressures of the world above. As we transition to our next tale, carry with you the wisdom of Hades. Embrace the restorative power of rest, the potential for renewal that lies in the dark, and the equality that comes with surrendering to the natural rhythms of life and death, wakefulness and sleep. Allow yourself to drift now, peaceful and untroubled, into the welcoming arms of night. In the depths of the underworld, where shadows dance and whispers echo through cavernous halls, there lived a god whose name struck fear into the hearts of mortals and immortals alike. Hades, lord of the dead, ruled his dark domain with an iron fist, yet his heart yearned for something more. This is the tale of how love bloomed in the most unlikely of places, and how the changing of seasons came to be. Long ago, in the early days of the world, when the Olympian gods had just claimed their thrones, Hades found himself isolated in his subterranean kingdom. while his brothers Zeus and Poseidon reveled in the company of nymphs and mortals above. Hades remained alone, surrounded only by the shades of the deceased and the eerie silence of the underworld. It was during one of his rare visits to the world above that Hades first laid eyes on Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest. Persephone was gathering flowers in a meadow, her laughter echoing through the air like the sweetest melody. Her beauty and vitality stood in stark contrast to the gloom of Hades' realm. And in that moment, the Lord of the Dead felt his heart stir with an unfamiliar emotion. Overcome by desire and loneliness, Hades devised a plan to make Persephone his queen. He approached Zeus, his brother and king of the gods, and sought permission to take Persephone as his wife. Zeus, knowing the delicate balance of power among the gods, gave his tacit approval, though he warned Hades of Demeter's fierce love for her daughter. And so, on a warm spring day, as Persephone reached for a particularly beautiful narcissus flower, the earth suddenly split open beneath her feet. From the chasm emerged Hades in his ebony chariot, drawn by 4 midnight black steeds. Before Persephone could cry out, Hades swept her into his arms and plunged back into the depths of the earth, the ground ceiling shut behind them. As you listen to this tale, imagine the contrast between the sunlit meadow and the shadowy underworld. Let the darkness around you become a comforting blanket, enveloping you in its peaceful embrace. Feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, just as Persephone sank into the earth. In the underworld, Hades presented Persephone with gifts of unimaginable splendor. Jewels that glittered like starlight, gowns woven from the finest shadows, and a crown befitting a queen of the dead. Yet, despite these offerings, Persephone's heart remained heavy with longing for the world above, for the warmth of the sun and the embrace of her mother. Meanwhile, in the world above, Demeter searched frantically for her missing daughter. Her grief was so profound that she neglected her duties as goddess of the harvest. Crops withered, leaves fell from trees, and a chill crept across the land. For the first time, the world experienced the barren season we now know as winter. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision the world above changing. Picture golden leaves falling gently to the ground, a cool breeze caressing your skin. Let this imagery guide you towards a state of peaceful slumber. In the underworld, time passed differently. Persephone, though initially resistant to Hades' advances, found herself drawn to the quiet strength of the underworld god. She discovered hidden beauty in the asphodel meadows, where the shades of heroes dwelt, and marveled at the glittering banks of the 5 rivers that flowed through Hades' realm. Hades, for his part, showed Persephone a gentleness that few would have believed him capable of. He listened to her stories of the world above, and in time shared with her the responsibilities of ruling the underworld. Slowly, a bond began to form between them, a love born of shared solitude and mutual understanding. Yet Persephone could not forget her mother or the world she had left behind. Her sadness manifested in the withering pomegranate trees that grew in Hades' gardens, their fruit turning from vibrant red to a dull, lifeless hue. Allow yourself to feel the weight of Persephone's melancholy, like a soft, heavy blanket settling over you. Let it anchor you deeper into relaxation, your body becoming heavier and more at peace with each breath. As the world above continued to suffer under Demeter's neglect, Zeus realized he must intervene. He sent Hermes, the messenger god, to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's return. Hades, though loath to part with his queen, knew he could not keep her against her will and the decree of Zeus. However, fate had one last twist in store. Before leaving the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds from Hades' garden. By the ancient laws that governed gods and mortals alike, this meant she was bound to the underworld for 6 months of each year. A compromise was reached. Persephone would spend half the year in the world above with her mother, and half the year below as queen of the underworld. And so, the cycle of seasons was born. When Persephone returns to her mother, Demeter rejoices, and the world blooms in spring and summer. When she descends to reign beside Hades, Demeter mourns, and autumn and winter cloak the land. As you continue to relax, imagine the world changing around you with each breath. Inhale and feel the warmth of spring and summer spreading through your body. Exhale and let the cool, restful energy of autumn and winter wash over you. Allow this rhythm to lull you deeper into tranquility. In time, Persephone grew to love both of her homes and the roles she played in each. In the world above, she was the maiden of spring, bringing life and renewal to the land. In the underworld, she was the queen of the dead, compassionate yet unyielding, a perfect balance to Hades' stern rule. Hades, once feared and shunned by the other gods, found a new respect among his peers. His love for Persephone had softened his harsh edges, and the stability of the underworld under their joint rule brought a new equilibrium to the cosmic order. This tale of Hades and Persephone reminds us that even in the darkest places, love can bloom. It teaches us that change, though sometimes painful, can lead to growth and new beginnings. As you drift towards sleep, reflect on the balance in your own life, the interplay of light and dark, joy and sorrow, activity and rest. Let the rhythm of the seasons guide you into a deep, restful slumber. Imagine yourself in Persephone's place, descending into the peaceful darkness of the underworld, knowing that you will emerge renewed when the time is right. Allow your body to sink deeper into your resting place, as heavy and still as the quiet earth in winter. And so, as the cycle of seasons continues eternally, let your own cycles of wakefulness and sleep flow naturally. Embrace the restful darkness, knowing that, like Persephone, you will return to the light refreshed and renewed. May Hypnos, god of sleep, brother to Hades himself, grant you peaceful dreams in the realm between realms. As we conclude this tale, remember that in the grand tapestry of existence, every thread has its purpose. The darkness of Hades' realm gives meaning to the light of the world above. The chill of winter makes us appreciate the warmth of summer. And in the balance between these forces, we find the beauty of life itself. Close your eyes now, and let the gentle rain sounds around you become the soft patter of pomegranate seeds falling in Hades' garden. Allow yourself to drift off into the realm of dreams, where perhaps you too will walk in the asphodel meadows, or gather flowers in Persephone's spring fields. Sleep now, and may the gods grant you sweet repose. In the realm of the gods, high atop Mount Olympus, there reigned a queen whose power and influence rivaled even that of mighty Zeus himself. This was Hera, the goddess of marriage, family, and childbirth. Her story is one of strength, jealousy, and unwavering determination. Hera was born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, swallowed by her father like her siblings, and later rescued by Zeus. But unlike her brothers and sisters, Hera's destiny was intertwined with that of the king of the gods in a way that would shape the course of divine and mortal history alike. Zeus, ever the pursuer of beauty, was instantly captivated by Hera's grace and majesty. He courted her relentlessly, but Hera, known for her wisdom and discernment, resisted his advances. She knew of Zeus's reputation and was wary of becoming just another conquest. In his desperation to win her affection, Zeus transformed himself into a bedraggled cuckoo bird and created a fierce storm. Hera, feeling pity for the poor creature, held it to her breast to warm it. At that moment, Zeus revealed his true form, and in the surprise of the moment, Hera agreed to become his wife. Their wedding was a grand affair, celebrated by all the gods of Olympus. The earth itself rejoiced, producing golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides as a wedding gift. These apples became symbols of discord and desire in many later myths, their golden shine a reflection of the complex nature of divine marriage. As queen of the gods, Hera took her role seriously. She became the patroness of marriage and childbirth, blessing unions and protecting mothers and their children. Her sacred animals were the cow, symbolizing her nurturing nature, and the peacock, representing her regal beauty and watchful eyes. Hera's realm extended beyond just marriage and family. She was also associated with the sky and stars, sharing this domain with Zeus. The Milky Way, it was said, was formed from drops of milk from Hera's breast as she nursed Heracles, a moment of divine nurture that left its mark on the very fabric of the cosmos. But Hera's life was not without its struggles. Zeus's infidelities were a constant source of pain and anger for her. Unlike mortal wives who might have been powerless against such betrayals, Hera was a force to be reckoned with. She often turned her wrath not just on Zeus's lovers, but on the children born of these unions. One of the most famous targets of Hera's jealousy was Heracles, Zeus's son by the mortal woman Alcmene. Hera persecuted Heracles throughout his life, sending serpents to kill him in his crib, and later driving him temporarily mad, causing him to kill his own wife and children. These trials, however, only served to prove Heracles' strength, and ultimately led to his apotheosis and reconciliation with Hera. Despite her fearsome reputation, Hera was not without compassion. She played a crucial role in the story of Jason and the Argonauts, protecting the hero and his companions on their quest for the Golden Fleece. Her support was instrumental in Jason's success, showing that Hera could be a powerful ally when she chose to be. Hera's complexity is perhaps best exemplified in the judgment of Paris. When the Trojan prince was asked to choose the fairest among Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each goddess offered him a bribe. Hera's offer was political power, revealing her understanding of mortal ambitions and her own association with sovereignty. In art and literature, Hera is often depicted as a beautiful, regal woman wearing a crown and holding a royal scepter. Sometimes she is shown with a pomegranate, a symbol of fertility and marriage. Her statue at Argos, crafted by the sculptor Polycletus, was considered one of the greatest masterpieces of classical art. Hera's influence extended far beyond Olympus. Many cities in ancient Greece claimed her as their patron, with grand temples erected in her honor. The Temple of Hera at Olympia was one of the oldest and most important religious sites in ancient Greece, predating even the famous statue of Zeus. As you listen to the tale of Hera, imagine the weight of the crown she bears. Feel the cool metal against your brow, the responsibility it represents settling over you like a comforting blanket. Let the tensions of your own life melt away as you consider the divine queen's eternal vigilance. In many ways, Hera represents the ideal of womanhood in ancient Greek culture, beautiful, dignified, and fiercely protective of her family. Yet she is also a warning against the consuming nature of jealousy and the pain of betrayal. Her story reminds us of the complexity of love and the power of forgiveness. One of the most poignant aspects of Hera's myth is her relationship with Io, one of Zeus's mortal lovers. Zeus had transformed Io into a cow to hide her from Hera's wrath. But Hera, suspecting the deception, asked for the cow as a gift. She then set the 100-eyed giant Argus to guard Io, keeping her from Zeus. In your mind's eye, picture Io in her bovine form, her large, sorrowful eyes reflecting her human consciousness trapped within. Feel the cool grass beneath your own body, the gentle breeze rustling through your hair. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation as the story unfolds. Zeus, unable to bear Io's suffering, sent Hermes to rescue her. The clever god lulled Argus to sleep with his music and then slew him. In memory of her faithful servant, Hera placed Argus's eyes on the tail of the peacock, her sacred bird. This tale shows not only Hera's determination, but also her capacity for honoring loyalty. Hera's influence extended to the realm of heroes as well. She played a significant role in the tale of the Argonauts, protecting Jason and his crew on their quest for the Golden Fleece. Her aid was crucial in helping the heroes navigate the treacherous clashing rocks and in facing other perils of their journey. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself aboard the Argo, the legendary ship of Jason and his companions. Feel the gentle rocking of the waves, the salt spray on your face. Hera's protective presence surrounds you, a comforting warmth against the chill of the sea air. In the famous story of the Trojan War, Hera sided with the Greeks against the Trojans. Her motivation was complex, partly due to her anger at Paris for choosing Aphrodite in the famous judgment, and partly due to her long-standing grudge against the Trojan royal family, who were descended from Zeus's lover Electra. Hera's actions in the war showcased her cunning and determination. In one instance, she seduced Zeus to distract him, allowing Poseidon to aid the Greeks while Zeus slept. This episode demonstrates Hera's willingness to use all tools at her disposal, even manipulating her own husband to achieve her goals. As we delve deeper into the complexities of Hera's character, allow the tensions in your body to release. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more and more relaxed. The weight of your own concerns fades away as you immerse yourself in the timeless tales of the gods. Despite her often tumultuous relationship with Zeus, Hera remained a crucial part of the Olympian power structure. She was one of the few who could influence Zeus's decisions, and her anger was feared by gods and mortals alike. Yet, she was also capable of great kindness, particularly to those who honored her and respected the sanctity of marriage. One of the most touching stories involving Hera is that of Cleobis and Biton. These two brothers, out of love for their mother, a priestess of Hera, yoked themselves to her cart and pulled it to Hera's temple when the oxen could not be found. Moved by their devotion, Hera granted the brothers the greatest gift she could bestow, a peaceful death in their sleep. As you listen, feel the deep love between mother and sons, the strength of familial bonds that Hera cherished. Let this warmth spread through your body, from the crown of your head to the tips of your toes, enveloping you in a cocoon of comfort and peace. Hera's worship was widespread in the ancient world. Her temples were places of great beauty and sanctity. The Temple of Hera at Olympia, known as the Herion, was one of the oldest and most revered sanctuaries in Greece. Here, every 4 years, women would compete in foot races in honor of the goddess, showcasing her association with both athletics and femininity. In your mind, picture the ancient temple, its columns reaching toward the sky. The scent of incense fills the air, mingling with the fragrance of flowers offered to the goddess. The sound of chanting and the rustle of ceremonial robes creates a soothing backdrop, lulling you deeper into a state of tranquil relaxation. As we near the end of our tale, remember that Hera, for all her power and majesty, represented aspects of life that are deeply human. The desire for loyalty, the pain of betrayal, the fierce protection of family. Her story reminds us that even immortals grapple with emotions and challenges that we ourselves face. In your own life, you may sometimes feel like Hera, striving to maintain order in the face of chaos, protecting what you hold dear, navigating the complex waters of relationships. Take comfort in knowing that these struggles are as old as time itself, part of the eternal human experience. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the image of Hera regal, powerful, complex. Let her strength infuse your dreams, her perseverance inspire your spirit. And may you find, like the Queen of the Gods, the power to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring, secure in your own divine nature. As we continue our journey through the realm of the Olympian gods, we turn our attention to Hera, the Queen of the gods and the guardian of marriage. Hera's story is one of power, jealousy, and unwavering devotion to the sanctity of matrimony. Hera, daughter of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, was both sister and wife to Zeus. Their union was not one of initial love, but rather of cunning and persistence on Zeus's part. The young goddess had refused Zeus's advances, valuing her independence and purity. But Zeus, ever the trickster, transformed himself into a bedraggled cuckoo bird during a storm. Hera, feeling pity for the creature, held it to her breast to warm it. At that moment, Zeus revealed his true form and seduced her. Hera, overcome with shame, agreed to marry him to preserve her honor. Their wedding was a grand affair, celebrated by all the gods of Olympus. The earth itself rejoiced, producing golden apples in the garden of the Hesperides as a wedding gift. These apples would later become symbols of discord, but on that day, they represented the promise of a fruitful union. As the Queen of Olympus, Hera embodied regal grace and authority. She was often depicted seated on a throne, holding a pomegranate, a symbol of fertility and death, in one hand, and a scepter topped with a cuckoo in the other, a constant reminder of Zeus's trickery. Her sacred animals were the cow, symbolizing her role as a maternal figure, and the peacock, whose tail feathers were said to be adorned with the 100 eyes of Argus, her faithful servant. Hera's domain extended beyond just being Zeus's consort. She was the protector of women, particularly in marriage and childbirth. Greek women would pray to Hera for a good husband and for protection during the dangerous process of childbirth. In this role, Hera was seen as a nurturing mother figure, a stark contrast to her often vengeful nature in myths. Indeed, many of the myths surrounding Hera revolve around her jealousy and vengeance against Zeus's many lovers and illegitimate children. One of the most famous of these tales is her persecution of Heracles, Zeus's mortal son by Alcmene. From the moment of his birth, Hera sought to destroy him. She sent 2 serpents to kill him in his crib, but the infant Heracles strangled them with his bare hands. As Heracles grew into a man, Hera's hatred only intensified. She drove him mad, causing him to kill his own wife and children. As penance for this deed, Heracles was compelled to perform his famous 12 labors. Yet, with each task he completed, growing ever stronger and more famous, Hera's frustration grew. Her attempts to thwart him only served to increase his glory. Another target of Hera's wrath was Io, a priestess of Hera whom Zeus had seduced. To protect Io from Hera's jealousy, Zeus transformed her into a beautiful white heifer. Hera, suspicious of this sudden appearance of a lovely cow, demanded it as a gift from Zeus. Unable to refuse without raising further suspicion, Zeus complied. Hera then set the 100-eyed giant Argus to guard Io, preventing her from escaping or being rescued by Zeus. Zeus eventually sent Hermes to rescue Io, but Hera's vengeance was not finished. She sent a gadfly to torment Io, driving her to wander the earth in madness. Io's journey took her across vast distances, giving names to geographical features like the Ionian Sea and the Bosphorus, which means ox ford in Greek. Despite her often harsh treatment of Zeus's lovers and offspring, Hera's actions were rooted in her deep commitment to the sanctity of marriage. In her mind, she was not only defending her own honor, but also upholding the very institution she was sworn to protect. This duality in Hera's nature, nurturing protector, and vengeful wife reflects the complex nature of marriage itself, with its potential for both great love and deep hurt. Hera's influence extended beyond the realm of gods and into the affairs of mortals. She played a significant role in the Trojan War, siding with the Greeks against the Trojans. Her motivation was rooted in an old slight. At the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, Eris, the goddess of discord, had tossed a golden apple inscribed for the fairest among the guests. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed the apple, and Paris of Troy was chosen to judge between them. Each goddess attempted to bribe Paris. Hera offered him power over all of Asia. Athena promised him wisdom and skill in war. But Aphrodite offered him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris chose Aphrodite, earning the eternal enmity of Hera and Athena. This decision would ultimately lead to the decade-long Trojan War, showcasing how Hera's influence could shape the course of mortal history. Despite her fearsome reputation, Hera was also known for acts of kindness and protection, particularly towards heroes who showed her proper respect. She aided the Argonauts on their quest for the Golden Fleece, helping them navigate through treacherous waters. and overcome seemingly impossible obstacles. This demonstrates that while Hera could be a terrifying enemy, she could also be a powerful ally to those who honored her. One of the most poignant stories about Hera involves her relationship with Hephaestus, her son with Zeus. According to some myths, Hera was so disgusted by Hephaestus's deformed appearance at birth that she cast him from Olympus. The infant god fell for a day and a night before landing in the sea, where he was raised by Thetis and Eurynome. Years later, Hephaestus returned to Olympus, trapping Hera in a magical throne he had crafted. He only released her after being promised Aphrodite's hand in marriage. This myth, while harsh, showcases the complex relationships within the divine family. It also highlights Hephaestus's skill as a craftsman, which would later earn him Hera's respect and reconciliation. In some versions of the myth, Hera eventually came to deeply regret her treatment of Hephaestus, showcasing her capacity for growth and change. As a goddess of marriage, Hera was also associated with renewal and rebirth. In some traditions, she was said to bathe yearly in the spring of Canathus near Nauplia, restoring her virginity. This ritual symbolized the cyclical nature of marriage, the potential for renewal and fresh starts within a long-term commitment. Hera's worship was widespread throughout the ancient Greek world. Her most famous sanctuary was the Heraion of Samos, one of the largest temples in the ancient world. The temple was said to be built on the site where Hera was born, and it housed a colossal statue of the goddess. Festivals in her honor, called Heria, were celebrated in many Greek cities, featuring athletic competitions for women. In art, Hera was typically depicted as a beautiful, regal woman in the prime of life. She often wore a crown or diadem, symbolizing her status as queen of the gods. Her expression was usually serious, reflecting her role as a protector of order and justice. In some depictions, she holds a pomegranate, symbolizing fertility and death, the full cycle of life over which she held sway. As we reflect on Hera's myths and attributes, we can see how she embodies the complexities of marriage and family life. She represents both the ideal of marital fidelity and the reality of jealousy and conflict within relationships. Her stories remind us that even in the realm of the gods, relationships require work, forgiveness, and the ability to grow and change. In your own life, as you drift towards sleep, consider the lessons from Hera's myths. Perhaps there are relationships in your life that could benefit from renewal, or situations where you've allowed jealousy to cloud your judgment. Remember that, like Hera, we all have the capacity for both great love and fierce protection of what we hold dear. Let the complexities of Hera's nature remind you that no person or relationship is perfect, but that growth and change are always possible. As you relax deeper into comfort, imagine Hera's regal presence watching over you, protecting the bonds of love and family that enrich your life. Allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash away any lingering tensions, just as Hera washed away her cares in the spring of Canathus. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more at peace, more connected to the timeless wisdom embodied by Hera, queen of the gods and guardian of life's most precious bonds. In the realm of the Olympian gods, few deities commanded as much respect and admiration as Athena, the goddess of wisdom, war strategy, and crafts. Her birth was unlike any other, a testament to the extraordinary nature of her being and the power she would come to wield. Our story begins with Zeus, the king of the gods, who had swallowed his first wife, Medes, while she was pregnant. This drastic action was taken due to a prophecy that foretold that Medes would bear children more powerful than their father. Zeus, ever wary of threats to his rule, decided to take no chances. As time passed, Zeus began to experience an unbearable headache. The pain grew so intense that it felt as if his skull would split open. In his agony, he called upon Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire, to help him find relief. Hephaestus, known for his skill with tools and his innovative mind, approached the suffering Zeus with his mighty axe. With precision and strength, he struck Zeus's head, cleaving it open. But instead of bringing forth blood or injury, something miraculous occurred. From the split in Zeus's skull emerged a fully grown and fully armored Athena. She sprang forth with a mighty war cry, her eyes gleaming with intelligence, and her armor shining brilliantly. The sight was so awe-inspiring that it is said the sun halted its journey across the sky, and the earth itself trembled. Athena stood before the assembled gods, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, her helmet adorned with a plume that seemed to touch the heavens. The gods were struck silent by her majestic appearance and the power that radiated from her very being. This extraordinary birth marked Athena as unique among the gods. She was born not as a helpless infant, but as a fully formed deity, armed and ready for the responsibilities that awaited her. This miraculous entry into the world foreshadowed the greatness that Athena would achieve, and the pivotal role she would play in the pantheon of Greek gods. As you listen to this tale, imagine the wonder of such a birth. Feel the anticipation building as Zeus's pain grows, and then let yourself be filled with awe at the moment of Athena's emergence. Allow the power of this mythical event to wash over you, bringing a sense of wonder and relaxation to your mind and body. Athena quickly proved herself to be a goddess of many talents. Her wisdom was unparalleled, her strategic mind sharp as the point of her spear. She became known as a patron of heroes, guiding them with her counsel and protecting them with her strength. Unlike Ares, the god of war who reveled in bloodshed and violence, Athena represented the more noble aspects of conflict. She was the goddess of justified warfare, of strategy and skill rather than brute force. Her approach to battle was cerebral, emphasizing the importance of intellect over mere physical might. But Athena's domains extended far beyond the realm of war. She was also the goddess of wisdom and knowledge, revered by scholars and philosophers. Her gift of the olive tree to the city of Athens, which would become her namesake, symbolized peace and prosperity. This duality in her nature, the warrior and the nurturer, made her a complex and deeply respected deity. Athena was also the patroness of crafts, particularly weaving and metalwork. She was said to have taught humans these skills, fostering civilization and the arts. Her own creations were said to be of unparalleled beauty and intricacy, a testament to her mastery over both the practical and the aesthetic. As you contemplate Athena's many attributes, let your mind wander through the tapestry of her skills and domains. Imagine the delicate threads of a weaver's loom intertwining with the strong, gleaming metal of a finely crafted sword. Let these images soothe you, reminding you of the balance between strength and gentleness, wisdom and skill. One of the most famous myths involving Athena is her contest with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods desired to be the patron deity of this great city, and they agreed to let the citizens decide based on the gifts they would offer. Poseidon struck the ground with his trident, causing a spring of salt water to burst forth. While impressive, the water was not particularly useful to the people. Athena, on the other hand, offered an olive tree. This gift symbolized peace, prosperity, and sustenance. The people of Athens chose Athena's gift, and she became the city's patron goddess. This myth illustrates Athena's wisdom and her understanding of human needs. While Poseidon's display of power was grand, Athena's gift was practical and beneficial to the people. It shows her as a goddess who truly cared for the welfare of mortals, not just for displays of divine might. As you listen, picture the ancient city of Athens, its marble buildings gleaming in the Mediterranean sun. Imagine the olive tree, its silver-green leaves rustling in the breeze, standing as a symbol of Athena's benevolence. Let this peaceful image settle in your mind, bringing a sense of tranquility and rest. Athena's wisdom often manifested in her role as a guide and protector of heroes. She was known to offer counsel and aid to many legendary figures in Greek mythology. Perhaps most famously, she was a steadfast ally to Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca. Throughout Odysseus's long journey home after the Trojan War, Athena watched over him. She protected him from dangers, offered guidance in times of confusion, and even disguised herself to interact with him directly. Her support was crucial in helping Odysseus overcome the many obstacles he faced. This relationship between Athena and Odysseus highlights her appreciation for human ingenuity and perseverance. Odysseus, known for his cunning and resourcefulness, embodied many of the qualities that Athena herself represented. Their partnership in the Odyssey is a testament to the power of wisdom and strategy in overcoming life's challenges. As you reflect on Athena's role as a divine guide, consider the challenges in your own life. Like Odysseus, you too have the potential for cleverness and resilience. Let Athena's wisdom inspire you, knowing that with patience and ingenuity, you can navigate your own odyssey through life's trials. Another fascinating aspect of Athena's character is her eternal virginity. Unlike many other goddesses who were often involved in romantic entanglements, Athena remained chaste. This was not seen as a weakness, but rather as a source of power and independence. Athena's virginity symbolized her self-sufficiency and her freedom from the often chaotic and emotional aspects of love and desire that affected other gods and goddesses. It allowed her to focus entirely on her roles as a strategist, craftswoman, and protector of cities and heroes. This aspect of Athena's nature offers an interesting perspective on power and autonomy. In a pantheon where many stories revolve around romantic pursuits and their consequences, Athena stands apart, defined by her intellect and skills rather than by her relationships. As you ponder this facet of Athena's character, let it remind you of the strength found in self-reliance and the power of a focused mind. Allow yourself to feel a sense of calm independence, free from external pressures or expectations. Athena's wisdom was not just theoretical. It had practical applications that benefited humanity. She was credited with teaching humans many useful skills and crafts. Beyond weaving and metalwork, she was said to have introduced the plow to agriculture, advancing human civilization significantly. The goddess was also associated with mathematics and strategy games, particularly chess. These connections further emphasize her role as a deity of intellect and strategic thinking. In many ways, Athena represented the best of human potential, the ability to use our minds to create, to solve problems, and to build civilizations. As you listen, imagine the first plow breaking the earth, preparing the ground for bountiful crops. Picture a chessboard, its pieces standing ready for a battle of minds. Let these images of human progress and intellectual challenge gently engage your mind, even as your body relaxes more deeply. One of Athena's most recognizable symbols was the owl. This bird, known for its keen night vision and silent flight, perfectly embodied Athena's qualities of wisdom and strategic acumen. The owl became so closely associated with Athena that the sight of one was often taken as a good omen, particularly before battles. Envision an owl perched on a branch, its large eyes observing the world with quiet intelligence. Like Athena, it watches and understands, seeing clearly even in the darkness. Let the calm, wise presence of the owl settle over you, bringing a sense of peace and clarity. As we near the end of our tale about Athena, let's reflect on the enduring impact of her myths. The stories of Athena have inspired countless generations, encouraging the pursuit of knowledge, the value of strategy over brute force, and the importance of wisdom in leadership. In our modern world, we can still see echoes of Athena's influence. Her image adorns universities and libraries, symbols of the knowledge and wisdom she represents. The olive branch, her gift to humanity, remains a universal symbol of peace. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the wisdom of Athena. Remember that, like her, you possess the power of intellect and creativity. In times of challenge, you can draw upon your inner resources of wisdom and strategy. Let Athena's stories remind you of the strength found in knowledge, the power of a well-crafted plan, and the importance of balancing different aspects of your nature. As you relax, imagine Athena's protective presence watching over you, guarding your dreams with her wise and watchful gaze. May the wisdom of Athena guide you to peaceful slumber, where your mind can rest and rejuvenate. Allow the calm of night to envelop you, like Athena's aegis shield, protecting you as you journey into the realm of dreams. Sleep well, embraced by the timeless wisdom of the goddess Athena. As the mists of time part, we turn our gaze to the shining city of Athens, where the goddess Athena reigns as patron and protector. Her story is one of wisdom, strategy, and the power of the mind over brute force. Athena's connection to Athens began with a contest, a divine competition that would shape the destiny of the great city. In those ancient days, when the city was young and its future uncertain, both Athena and Poseidon vied for the honor of becoming its patron deity. Picture, if you will, the Acropolis, that great rocky hill rising above the plain of Attica. It was here that the contest would take place, with the gods of Olympus and the mortal citizens of Athens gathered to witness the event. The air was thick with anticipation, the fate of the city hanging in the balance. Poseidon, mighty god of the seas, struck first. With his powerful trident, he smote the hard rock of the Acropolis. The ground trembled, and from the spot where his trident had struck, a spring of salt water burst forth. It was an impressive display of his power over water, a gift he believed would bring naval supremacy to the city. But Athena, ever the strategist, had a different approach. She knelt gently and planted something in the soil. From that spot, an olive tree began to grow with supernatural speed. Its branches spread, leaves unfurled, and ripe olives appeared before the astonished onlookers. The king of Athens, Cecrops, was tasked with judging the contest. He considered carefully. Poseidon's spring offered the promise of naval power, but the water was salty and undrinkable. Athena's olive tree, on the other hand, offered food, oil, and wood resources that could sustain and enrich the city for generations to come. In the end, Cecrops declared Athena the winner. Her gift was deemed more useful, more sustainable, and more in line with the needs of the growing city. And so, Athens took its name from Athena, and she became its patron goddess. As you rest and listen, imagine the warmth of Athena's olive tree, its leaves rustling gently in a Mediterranean breeze. Let the peace of that ancient hilltop wash over you, carrying away the cares of the day. Athena's patronage of Athens was not a passive role. She took an active interest in the city's development and welfare. Under her guidance, Athens flourished as a center of art, philosophy, and democracy. The goddess of wisdom inspired the great thinkers and artists who would make Athens the cultural capital of the ancient world. One of the most enduring symbols of Athena's protection over Athens was the great statue of Athena Parthenos, housed in the Parthenon atop the Acropolis. This colossal statue, crafted by the renowned sculptor Phidias, stood nearly 40 feet tall. Made of gold and ivory, it depicted Athena in her full glory, holding Nike, the goddess of victory, in her right hand and a shield in her left. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision this magnificent statue. The light catching on the gold, the serene expression on Athena's face, the sense of protection and wisdom emanating from her presence. Let that feeling of divine protection envelop you, bringing a deep sense of peace and security. Athena's influence extended beyond the realms of wisdom and strategy. She was also a goddess of crafts, particularly weaving. This association is beautifully illustrated in the myth of Arachne, a mortal woman who dared to challenge Athena to a weaving contest. Arachne was a talented weaver, proud of her skills to the point of hubris. She boasted that her abilities surpassed even those of Athena herself. The goddess, hearing of this claim, decided to put Arachne to the test. Disguised as an old woman, Athena appeared to Arachne and warned her against such pride. But Arachne was unmoved, insisting that she would gladly compete against Athena herself. At this, the goddess revealed her true form and accepted the challenge. The contest began, with both Athena and Arachne working their looms with incredible skill. Athena wove a tapestry depicting the gods in their glory and the consequences of human pride. Arachne, in her arrogance, created a work that showed the gods in compromising situations. When the tapestries were complete, even Athena had to admit that Arachne's work was flawless. But the mortal's choice of subject matter enraged the goddess. In her anger, Athena destroyed Arachne's tapestry and struck the woman with her weaving tool. Overcome with shame and remorse, Arachne tried to hang herself. Athena, feeling a mix of pity and continued anger, transformed Arachne into a spider, doomed to weave for all eternity. As you listen to this tale, feel the tension leaving your body. Like a tangled thread being gently unraveled, let each worry and care fall away. The rhythm of weaving over, under, can guide your breathing into a calm, steady pattern. This myth, like many in Greek tradition, serves as a cautionary tale against hubris, or excessive pride. It reminds us of the importance of respecting the gods and recognizing our own limitations. Yet, it also speaks to Athena's complex nature, her appreciation for skill, and her capacity for both wrath and mercy. Athena's role as a protector extended beyond Athens to individual heroes as well. She was known for aiding those who used wit and wisdom in their quests. Perhaps her most famous protege was Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca. Throughout his long journey home after the Trojan War, Odysseus faced countless challenges. Athena was often there to guide him, appearing in various disguises to offer advice or direct assistance. She admired Odysseus for his intelligence and resourcefulness, qualities she valued highly. In one instance, when Odysseus was shipwrecked on the island of the Phaeacians, Athena appeared to him in the form of a young girl. She guided him to the palace of King Alcinous and Queen Arete, where he would find help to continue his journey home. As you rest, imagine Athena's guiding presence in your own life, like a gentle hand on your shoulder, steering you towards wisdom and understanding. Let that comforting thought envelop you, bringing a sense of safety and direction. Athena's wisdom was not just practical, but often prophetic. In Athens, she was associated with the sacred olive tree that grew on the Acropolis, believed to be the very one she had gifted to the city. This tree was seen as a symbol of the city's vitality and connection to the goddess. During the Persian invasion of 480 BCE, the Athenians were forced to abandon their city. The Persians burned the Acropolis, and with it, Athena's sacred olive tree. However, when the Athenians returned, they found a shoot growing from the charred stump. This was taken as a sign from Athena that Athens would recover and flourish once again. Let this image of renewal and resilience settle in your mind. Like the olive tree, you too have the strength to overcome challenges and grow anew. Feel that inner strength spreading through your body, bringing a deep sense of calm and confidence. Athena's influence on Athens extended to its political life as well. She was associated with the concept of democracy, which flourished in Athens. The goddess of wisdom was seen as a patron of reasoned debate and just governance. In the Athenian court system, when the judges' votes were evenly split in a case, the tie was broken in favor of the defendant. This was known as the judgment of Athena, referring to her decisive vote in the mythical trial of Orestes, where she cast the tie-breaking vote for mercy and acquittal. As you drift towards sleep, let the fairness and wisdom of Athena's judgment wash over you. Release any lingering doubts or self-judgments. In this moment, grant yourself the mercy and understanding that Athena extended to Orestes. The owl, often seen perched on Athena's shoulder, became a symbol of the goddess and of Athens itself. Known for its ability to see in the dark, the owl represented Athena's piercing insight and her ability to see truth in all situations. Imagine an owl's soft, downy feathers. Feel that softness enveloping you, bringing comfort and a sense of deep, restful quiet. The owl's wide, knowing eyes watch over you, keeping vigil as you sink deeper into relaxation. As patron of Athens, Athena inspired the creation of some of the ancient world's greatest works of art and architecture. The Parthenon, with its graceful columns and perfect proportions, was built in her honor. This temple, which still stands today, is a testament to the enduring influence of Athena and the culture she fostered. Picture the Parthenon bathed in the golden light of a setting sun, its marble columns glowing warmly, shadows lengthening across its steps. Feel the peace of that twilight hour settling over you, wrapping you in tranquility. Athena's gift of the olive tree to Athens had far-reaching consequences. Olive cultivation became a cornerstone of Athenian economy and culture. The olive branch became a symbol of peace, and olive oil was used not only for food, but also as fuel for lamps, bringing light to the city Athena protected. As we conclude our exploration of Athena's role as patron of Athens, let the peace and wisdom she represents fill your mind. Like oil smoothing troubled waters, feel any remaining tension or restlessness being gently smoothed away. Remember, just as Athena guided and protected Athens, allowing it to grow into a beacon of civilization, so too does she watch over those who seek wisdom and understanding. As you drift into sleep, know that you carry within you the potential for growth, creativity, and insight that Athena championed. May your dreams be blessed with Athena's wisdom, and may you wake renewed, ready to face life's challenges with a clear mind and a courageous heart. Sleep well, and may the goddess of wisdom watch over your slumber. As the golden rays of dawn break over Mount Olympus, we turn our attention to one of the most radiant figures in Greek mythology, Apollo, the god of light and music. His story is one of brilliance, both literal and figurative, illuminating the ancient world with his presence. Apollo was born on the floating island of Delos, alongside his twin sister Artemis. Their mother, Leto, had been pursued relentlessly by the jealous Hera, wife of Zeus. But on this small, wandering isle, Leto finally found refuge and brought her divine children into the world. From the moment of his birth, Apollo was destined for greatness. It is said that within days of entering the world, he slew the great serpent Python, which had tormented his mother during her pregnancy. This act of vengeance and protection would set the tone for Apollo's role among the gods, a force of order, reason, and purification. As you listen to the tale of Apollo, allow the warmth of his light to wash over you, soothing your mind and body. Imagine the gentle glow of sunlight caressing your skin, melting away any tension or worry. Let each breath draw you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Apollo's domain was vast and varied. As the god of light, he was often associated with the sun, though it was Helios who actually drove the sun chariot across the sky. Apollo's light was more metaphorical, the light of truth, prophecy, and knowledge. He was the patron of poetry and music, the arts that illuminate the soul and bring beauty to the world. Picture, if you will, Apollo with his golden lyre, a gift from Hermes. His music was said to be so beautiful that it could charm the birds from the trees and the fish from the sea. When he played, even the gods on Olympus would fall silent, entranced by the celestial melodies. As you imagine this divine music, feel your own breathing slowing, becoming as steady and soothing as Apollo's rhythm. But Apollo was not just a god of beauty and harmony. He was also a powerful warrior, armed with a silver bow that never missed its mark. His arrows could bring swift death or healing, depending on his will. This duality in Apollo's nature reflects the complex balance of life itself, the interplay of light and shadow, of creation and destruction. As the god of prophecy, Apollo was the patron of the famous oracle at Delphi. Pilgrims would travel from far and wide to seek guidance from the Pythia, Apollo's priestess. The oracle's cryptic messages were believed to be the words of Apollo himself, offering glimpses into the future and the will of the gods. Allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation as we explore the wisdom of Apollo. Like the oracle's prophecies, sometimes the answers we seek are not immediately clear. But in the quiet moments, when we allow our minds to still, clarity can emerge like the sun breaking through clouds. Apollo's love life was as varied and complex as his many domains. He pursued both men and women with equal passion, though his affections often ended in tragedy. Perhaps the most famous of Apollo's loves was Daphne, a nymph who fled from his advances. As Apollo chased her, Daphne prayed to her father, the river god Peneus, to save her. In answer to her plea, Peneus transformed Daphne into a laurel tree. Heartbroken, but moved by Daphne's beauty, even in her new form, Apollo declared the laurel his sacred tree. He fashioned a wreath from its leaves, which became a symbol of victory and honor in ancient Greece. This tale reminds us that even in loss, we can find meaning and create something beautiful. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself as that laurel tree. Feel your roots sinking deep into the earth, drawing strength and stability. Your branches reach towards the sky, basking in Apollo's warm light. With each breath, you become more grounded, more at peace. Apollo's role as a healer was equally significant. He was the father of Asclepius, the god of medicine, and was often called upon to cure diseases and end plagues. In times of illness, ancient Greeks would offer prayers and sacrifices to Apollo, seeking his divine intervention. This healing aspect of Apollo reminds us of the body's natural ability to restore itself. As you lie here, allow Apollo's healing energy to flow through you, soothing any aches or tensions. With each breath, visualize a warm, golden light spreading through your body, bringing comfort and renewal. Among Apollo's many epithets was Alexikakos, meaning averter of evil. He was seen as a protector, a force that could ward off harm and purify that which was tainted. In this role, Apollo represents the power of light to dispel darkness, of knowledge to overcome ignorance. As we delve deeper into the night, let Apollo's protective presence envelop you. Imagine a shield of golden light surrounding you, keeping you safe and warm. In this cocoon of divine protection, you can fully relax, knowing that you are guarded as you journey towards sleep. Apollo's influence extended to the realm of law and order as well. He was seen as a guardian of oaths and a patron of legal institutions. His temple at Delphi often served as a place where disputes between city-states were settled, with Apollo's wisdom guiding the proceedings. This aspect of Apollo reminds us of the importance of balance and fairness in our lives. As you continue to relax, release any worries about conflicts or decisions. Trust that, like Apollo's justice, the right path will become clear in time. One of the most famous stories about Apollo involves his son, Phaethon. The young man begged his father to let him drive the sun chariot for a day, to prove he was truly Apollo's son. Despite his misgivings, Apollo agreed. But Phaethon lost control of the powerful horses, nearly setting the earth ablaze before Zeus struck him down with a thunderbolt to save the world. This tale serves as a reminder of the importance of knowing our limits and respecting the natural order. As you drift closer to sleep, let go of any need to prove yourself or take on more than you can handle. Like the steady path of the sun across the sky, trust in the rhythm of your own life's journey. Apollo's worship was widespread throughout the ancient world. His most famous sanctuary was at Delphi, but he had temples and shrines in nearly every Greek city. The Pythian Games, second only to the Olympics in importance, were held in his honor every 4 years at Delphi. As our tale of Apollo draws to a close, imagine yourself at one of these ancient festivals. The air is filled with the sweet scent of laurel and the sound of lyres. The warmth of the sun caresses your skin, and a sense of divine presence surrounds you. Let this peaceful scene be the last image in your mind as you drift off to sleep. Apollo, in all his radiant glory, represents the highest aspirations of humanity, the pursuit of truth, beauty, and harmony. His light continues to shine through the ages, illuminating our path and inspiring us to reach for the divine within ourselves. As you settle into the embrace of sleep, carry with you the gifts of Apollo, the light of knowledge, the beauty of music, the power of healing. May your dreams be filled with golden sunlight and celestial melodies, guiding you towards a new day full of possibility and wonder. Sleep now, dear listener, under Apollo's watchful gaze. Like his oracle at Delphi, may your unconscious mind reveal hidden truths and wisdom. And when you wake, may you rise refreshed and renewed, ready to face the world with the brilliance of Apollo himself. Apollo, the radiant god of light, music, and prophecy, was not only a master of the arts, but also the keeper of one of the most revered oracles in all of ancient Greece. His sanctuary at Delphi, nestled in the slopes of Mount Parnassus, was a place where mortals and immortals alike sought guidance and glimpses of the future. The story of Apollo's connection to Delphi begins long before his birth, in a time when the earth was young and the Titans still ruled. In those days, the site was sacred to Gaia, the primordial goddess of the earth. She had appointed a great serpent, Python, to guard the navel of the world, the omphalos stone that marked the center of the earth. When Apollo was born to Zeus and Leto on the island of Delos, he grew quickly, as gods do. Within days of his birth, he was already a young man, golden-haired and strong. His first quest was to seek out Python and slay the serpent, claiming the sacred site of Delphi for himself. Imagine, if you will, the young god Apollo, his silver bow in hand, making his way through the rugged landscape of Greece. The sun, his celestial counterpart, shone brightly above him, as if lighting his path. As he approached Delphi, the air grew thick with anticipation, the very rocks seeming to whisper of the momentous confrontation to come. Python, sensing the approach of the young god, emerged from its lair. The massive serpent's scales glinted in the sunlight, its eyes glowing with an otherworldly intelligence. It reared up, towering over Apollo, its mouth opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. But Apollo, young as he was, stood his ground. With a calm that belied his years, he nocked an arrow to his bow. The air itself seemed to hold its breath as Apollo took aim. In one fluid motion, he let the arrow fly. It streaked through the air, a silver bolt of divine judgment, and struck Python true. The battle that followed was fierce, but brief. Python, for all its size and strength, was no match for the determined young god. With each arrow that found its mark, the serpent's movements grew slower, its attacks weaker. Finally, with a great, shuddering sigh, Python fell, its massive body coming to rest at the foot of Mount Parnassus. As you listen to this tale, let the tension in your body release, much as Python released its hold on life. Feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, knowing that even the mightiest of foes can be overcome. With Python defeated, Apollo claimed Delphi as his own. But the young god knew that such a sacred site required more than just his presence. He established the Oracle of Delphi, a place where the veil between the mortal world and the divine realm was thin, where prophecies could be spoken and the future glimpsed. The oracle quickly became renowned throughout the Greek world. Kings and commoners alike would make the arduous journey to Delphi, seeking answers to their most pressing questions. The Pythia, the high priestess of the temple, would enter a trance-like state, channeling Apollo's divine wisdom to answer these queries. Imagine the great temple of Apollo at Delphi, its white marble columns reaching towards the sky. The air is heavy with the scent of incense, and the sound of gentle chanting fills the air. As you picture this scene, feel your own breathing slow, matching the rhythm of the ancient chants. The process of receiving a prophecy was a solemn and mysterious one. The Pythia would sit upon a tripod seat over a chasm in the earth. From this opening, intoxicating vapors would rise, sending the Pythia into an altered state of consciousness. In this state, she would utter cryptic phrases and riddles, which the priests of Apollo would then interpret for the supplicants. These prophecies were often ambiguous, leaving room for multiple interpretations. It was said that Apollo, in his wisdom, understood that the future was not a fixed path, but a river with many branches. The gods' answers were designed to guide, not to dictate, allowing mortals to exercise their free will while still benefiting from divine insight. As you ponder the mysteries of prophecy and fate, allow your mind to drift, much like the Pythia in her trance. Let go of your need to know the future, and instead sink into the peaceful certainty of the present moment. One of the most famous prophecies given at Delphi was to Oedipus, the ill-fated king of Thebes. When he came to the oracle seeking knowledge of his parentage, he was told that he was destined to kill his father and marry his mother. In his attempt to avoid this fate, Oedipus unwittingly fulfilled it, demonstrating the complex nature of prophecy and free will. Another notable visitor to the oracle was Alexander the Great. Before his conquest of Persia, Alexander came to Delphi seeking a prophecy about his campaign. However, he arrived on a day when the oracle was closed. Impatient, Alexander attempted to drag the Pythia to the temple. She cried out, "You are invincible, my son." Alexander declared that this was all the answer he needed, and set off on his world-changing campaign. As these tales of prophecy and destiny wash over you, feel the weight of your own worries and concerns lifting. Like the supplicants leaving Delphi, you too can let go of your need to control the future, finding peace in the present moment. The Oracle of Delphi was not just a place of prophecy, but also a center of knowledge and culture. The temple complex housed countless offerings from grateful supplicants, including statues, treasuries, and monuments. The famous maxim, "Know thyself," was inscribed on the temple, a reminder of the importance of self-knowledge and introspection. Every 4 years, Delphi hosted the Pythian Games, second only to the Olympics in importance. These games included not only athletic contests, but also competitions in music, poetry, and drama, reflecting Apollo's role as patron of the arts. The winners were crowned with a wreath of bay laurel, sacred to Apollo. As you imagine the bustling activity of the Pythian Games, let your own thoughts slow and settle. Like the competitors focusing solely on their event, allow yourself to focus only on the sound of my voice and the gentle rhythm of your breath. The influence of the Delphic oracle extended far beyond the religious sphere. It played a crucial role in Greek colonization, advising cities on where to establish new colonies. It mediated disputes between city-states and offered guidance on matters of law and governance. In many ways, Delphi served as the spiritual and cultural heart of the ancient Greek world. However, as with all things, the power and influence of the Delphic oracle eventually waned. The rise of rational philosophy and later Christianity challenged the oracle's authority. The Roman Emperor Theodosius finally closed the oracle in 391 CE, marking the end of a tradition that had endured for over 1,000 years. Yet even today, the legacy of Apollo's oracle at Delphi lives on. It reminds us of humanity's eternal quest for knowledge and guidance, our desire to understand the mysteries of the universe and our place within it. It speaks to our need for wisdom and our capacity for interpretation and choice. As our tale of Apollo and the oracle of Delphi comes to a close, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. Like the supplicants of old, leaving the temple with newfound peace and clarity, you too can let go of your questions and concerns. Feel the gentle weight of sleep beginning to settle over you, as comforting as Apollo's golden rays. Your breathing is slow and steady, your body heavy and relaxed. The mysteries of the future can wait for another day. For now, Tea-Titan Tailies. And as you hover on the edge of sleep, remember that like Apollo's oracle, you too possess inner wisdom. Trust in your ability to navigate life's challenges, knowing that the answers you seek often lie within. Let this thought comfort you as you drift off into a peaceful, restful sleep. In the moonlit forests of ancient Greece, where shadows dance between silver-kissed leaves, there dwells a goddess both fierce and graceful. Artemis, the divine huntress, patron of the wild places and protector of the young. As we delve into her story, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you deeper into relaxation, each drop a whisper of nature's timeless lore. Artemis, twin sister to Apollo, was born to Zeus and Leto on the island of Delos. Even as a child, she knew her calling, asking her father for a bow and arrows, a pack of hounds, and the company of nymphs. Zeus, amused and proud of his daughter's spirit, granted her wishes, and so began the reign of the maiden goddess of the hunt. Picture, if you will, a forest at twilight. The air is crisp, filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Through the mist glides a figure, tall and lithe, her steps silent on the forest floor. This is Artemis, her silver bow at the ready, her keen eyes scanning the shadows. With each breath you take, imagine drawing in the pure, wild essence of her domain. Artemis was not only a huntress, but a protector of the wilderness and its creatures. She moved through the world with the grace of a deer and the ferocity of a she-wolf guarding her cubs. Her arrows flew true, whether to bring down game or to defend the innocent. In her realm, nature existed in perfect balance, predator and prey alike living under her watchful gaze. As you listen, let the tension in your body melt away, much as the forest relaxes under Artemis's protective watch. Feel the comfort of knowing that even in the darkest night, T-Titan Thales, one of the most famous Thales of Artemis, speaks of her wrath against those who would desecrate her sacred spaces. Actaeon, a young hunter, stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded glade. For the crime of gazing upon her divine form, she transformed him into a stag. His own hounds, not recognizing their master, turned on him and tore him apart. This tale, while tragic, reminds us of the importance of respecting boundaries and the sanctity of nature. As you rest, consider the wild places in your own life, the moments of solitude and reflection that rejuvenate your spirit. Artemis stands as a protector of these precious sanctuaries. Artemis was also known as a protector of young women and children. She watched over them in their most vulnerable moments, guiding them safely through the perils of youth. In your own life, recall those who have protected and guided you, those quiet guardians who stood watch as you grew and flourished. Let the soothing rhythm of the rain outside blend with the steady beat of your heart. Like Artemis moving through her forest, each breath you take is silent, calm, and purposeful. The worries of the day fade away, lost in the vast wilderness of your mind, where Artemis's arrows keep all troubles at bay. Despite her fierce reputation, Artemis was not without compassion. She was known to ease the pain of childbirth and to grant swift, painless deaths to those who were suffering. In this, we see the duality of her nature, both the bringer of death and the protector of new life. As the goddess of the moon, Artemis's silver light touches all things gently. Imagine that soft, cool radiance washing over you now, soothing any lingering tension, smoothing away the rough edges of your thoughts. Each exhale carries away your cares. Each inhale fills you with the tranquil energy of a moonlit forest. Artemis was often accompanied by her loyal companions, the hunters of Artemis. These were young women who had sworn off the company of men to roam the wilderness with their goddess. They were granted eternal youth and great skill in archery, free to live wild and unfettered lives under Artemis's protection. In your mind's eye, see these hunters moving through the misty woods, their steps as light as falling leaves, their laughter as melodious as birdsong. They represent the freedom found in nature, the joy of living in harmony with the wild world. As you lie here, feel that same sense of freedom washing over you, releasing you from the constraints of daily life. One of the most poignant stories of Artemis tells of her relationship with Orion, the great hunter. Some say he was the only man Artemis ever loved, a kindred spirit who shared her passion for the hunt. Yet their story ended in tragedy, with Orion's death either by Artemis's own hand through trickery, or by the sting of a scorpion sent by Apollo. In her grief, Artemis placed Orion among the stars, where he shines to this day as one of the most recognizable constellations in the night sky. This tale reminds us that even the gods are not immune to loss and sorrow, but also that love can create beauty that endures beyond death. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine looking up at that starry sky, seeing Orion's belt twinkling above. The night is Artemis's domain, and under her watchful eyes, all is safe and peaceful. Let that sense of security envelop you, knowing that the goddess of the hunt stands guard over your dreams. Artemis's sacred animal was the deer, a creature of grace and gentleness, yet also of swiftness and survival. Like the deer, you too can find balance between strength and softness, between action and rest. As you lie here, feel your body becoming as light and agile as a deer, ready to bound effortlessly into the realm of dreams. The cypress tree was also sacred to Artemis, its evergreen nature a symbol of eternal life and resilience. Visualize yourself resting beneath a mighty cypress, its branches spreading wide above you, offering protection and peace. With each breath, draw in the tree's strength, letting it ground you even as your mind begins to drift. In many ways, Artemis represents the untamed spirit within us all, that part of our nature that longs for freedom, for connection with the wild world. As you prepare for sleep, honor that spirit. Let go of the constraints and expectations of the waking world, and allow your mind to roam free through moonlit forests and over starlit mountains. Remember, too, that Artemis is a protector of transitions. She watches over those in liminal spaces, children becoming adults, the dying passing into death, the waking world giving way to dreams. As you hover on the threshold of sleep, know that Artemis stands guard, ensuring your safe passage into the realm of rest. The rain continues to fall outside, a gentle lullaby from the natural world. Each drop is a reminder of Artemis's presence, of the cycles of nature that continue whether we're awake or asleep. Let the sound merge with your breathing, creating a cocoon of tranquility around you. As our tale of Artemis draws to a close, carry with you the gifts she offers, strength tempered with compassion, freedom balanced with responsibility, and the deep, abiding peace of the wilderness. May your dreams be blessed with her protection, and may you wake renewed, ready to face the world with the courage of a hunter and the grace of a deer. And so, dear listener, as you drift into sleep, know that Artemis watches over you. Her silver arrows keep nightmares at bay. Her hounds guard the borders of your dreams, and the moon's gentle light guides you safely through the night. Rest easy, for in Artemis's realm, all is well, and the dawn will come in its own perfect time. As the moon rises over the ancient forests of Greece, we turn our attention to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt and protector of wildlife. Her story is one of fierce independence, unwavering dedication, and a deep connection to the natural world. Artemis, twin sister to Apollo, was born on the island of Delos. From the moment of her birth, she knew her calling. As a young goddess, she approached her father, Zeus, with a list of wishes. She asked for eternal maidenhood, a bow and arrow like her brothers, a hunting tunic, and the company of nymphs to assist her in the wild. Zeus, amused and impressed by his daughter's clarity of purpose, granted her wishes. And so, Artemis became the maiden huntress, roaming the wilderness with her band of nymphs, protecting the creatures of the forest and mountains. Picture, if you will, the goddess moving silently through the moonlit woods. Her steps are light, leaving no trace on the forest floor. Her silver bow gleams in the soft light, an extension of her very being. The animals of the forest do not flee from her presence, for they recognize in her a protector, a guardian of their realm. Artemis's domain was not limited to the hunt alone. She was also the protector of young animals and children, watching over them with the same fierce dedication she showed to her beloved wilderness. In her role as guardian of the wild, Artemis embodied both the nurturing aspects of nature and its untamed ferocity. One of the most famous tales of Artemis's protective nature involves the hunter Actaeon. While hunting in the forest, Actaeon stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded pool. Outraged at this invasion of her privacy, Artemis transformed Actaeon into a stag. In a cruel twist of fate, Actaeon's own hunting dogs, unable to recognize their master, turned on him and tore him apart. This story, while harsh, illustrates the goddess's unwavering commitment to protecting the sanctity of the wild and the consequences of disrespecting its boundaries. It serves as a reminder of the power and mystery of nature, demanding respect from those who venture into its domain. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to imagine the cool, crisp air of the forest. Feel the soft earth beneath your feet. Hear the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Let the peace of Artemis's domain wash over you, carrying away the stresses and worries of the day. Artemis was not only a protector of wildlife, but also a guardian of women, particularly during childbirth. She was often called upon to ease the pains of labor and ensure safe deliveries. This dual role as both fierce huntress and gentle protector speaks to the complexity of her character and the multifaceted nature of the divine feminine in Greek mythology. One of the most poignant stories of Artemis's protective nature involves her devotion to her mother, Leto. When Leto was pregnant with Artemis and Apollo, she was pursued relentlessly by the jealous Hera, Zeus's wife. No land would offer Leto sanctuary for fear of Hera's wrath. Finally, the floating island of Delos agreed to shelter her. Artemis, born first, immediately assisted in the delivery of her twin brother, Apollo. This experience is said to have inspired her role as a protector of women in childbirth. From her very first moments, Artemis demonstrated her capacity for nurturing and protection. As we delve deeper into the realm of Artemis, let the gentle sound of rainfall outside soothe your mind. Imagine yourself in a peaceful glade, protected by the watchful gaze of the goddess. The soft patter of raindrops on leaves creates a natural lullaby, inviting you to relax further into this mythical world. Artemis's role as protector of wildlife extended to all creatures, but she held a special affinity for certain animals. The deer, in particular, was sacred to her. In many depictions, Artemis is shown with a deer by her side or drawing her chariot. The grace, speed, and gentleness of these creatures perfectly embodied the spirit of the goddess. Bears, too, were under Artemis's protection. Young girls who served in her temples were often called arctoi, or little bears. This connection to bears symbolized the wild, untamed aspect of nature that Artemis represented. As guardian of the wilderness, Artemis was also associated with boundaries and transitions. She protected the liminal spaces between the wild and the civilized world. Travelers would often leave offerings at shrines to Artemis at the edges of cities, asking for her protection as they ventured into the unknown. In your own life, you might find comfort in thinking of Artemis when facing transitions or entering new, unfamiliar territories. Like the goddess watching over the boundaries of the wild, you too have the strength to navigate the unknown paths before you. One of the most famous sanctuaries dedicated to Artemis was the Temple of Artemis at Ephesus, considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. This magnificent structure stood as a testament to the goddess's importance in the ancient Greek world. The temple was a place of worship, but also a sanctuary for those seeking asylum, further emphasizing Artemis's role as a protector. As you continue to relax and drift towards sleep, imagine the cool, smooth stones of this ancient temple. Feel the sense of peace and safety that permeated this sacred space. Let that feeling of divine protection envelop you, soothing away any lingering tensions. Artemis's bow, her most iconic weapon, was not only an instrument of the hunt, but also a symbol of protection. With her unerring aim, she could strike down any threat to her charges, be they animal or human. Yet, this same bow that could bring swift death could also deliver mercy and swift, painless passing to those at the end of their lives. This duality in Artemis's nature, the power to both protect and end life, reflects the complex cycle of nature itself. In the wilderness she guarded, life and death were intimately intertwined, each giving meaning and purpose to the other. As the guardian of young animals, Artemis ensured the continuation of species and the balance of nature. She watched over the vulnerable, guiding them to adulthood and maintaining the delicate equilibrium of the ecosystem. In this role, she embodied the nurturing aspect of the wild, a counterpoint to her fierce, huntress persona. Allow yourself to be cradled in this balance of nature. Feel the strength and resilience of the wild flowing through you, even as you surrender to the gentle embrace of rest. Like the young animals under Artemis's protection, you too are safe and cared for in this moment. One of the most touching aspects of Artemis's character was her deep loyalty to her followers. Those who dedicated themselves to her service were rewarded with her unwavering protection. The story of Iphigenia, daughter of Agamemnon, illustrates this perfectly. When Agamemnon offended Artemis, she demanded the sacrifice of his daughter, Iphigenia. However, at the last moment, moved by Iphigenia's bravery and innocence, Artemis rescued the girl. She spirited Iphigenia away to Taurus, where she became a priestess in Artemis's temple. This tale showcases the goddess's capacity for mercy and her dedication to those who honor her. As you lie here, allowing the gentle rhythm of the rain to lull you towards sleep, know that you too are under the protection of benevolent forces. Like Artemis watching over her charges, the night stands guard over your rest, ensuring peaceful and rejuvenating slumber. Artemis's role as protector extended beyond the physical realm. She was also seen as a guardian of purity and virtue. Young girls would often be dedicated to Artemis before marriage, symbolizing the transition from maidenhood to womanhood. In this capacity, Artemis oversaw not just the wild spaces of the world, but also the wild, untamed potential of youth. This association with youth and purity did not mean Artemis was naive or weak. On the contrary, she was known for her swift and sometimes harsh punishments of those who violated the sanctity of her realm or her followers. Yet, this fierceness was always in service of protection, maintaining the balance and purity of the natural world. As we near the end of our time with Artemis, take a moment to reflect on the qualities she embodies. The strength to stand alone, the courage to protect the vulnerable, the wisdom to respect the balance of nature. These are qualities we can all aspire to, each in our own way. Let the spirit of Artemis guide you in your dreams. May you run free in moonlit forests, feel the exhilaration of the hunt, and know the deep peace of being in harmony with the natural world. As you drift off to sleep, know that you are protected, cherished, and part of the great, beautiful cycle of life that Artemis watches over. And so, as the moon continues its journey across the night sky, as the rain falls gently outside your window, allow yourself to be embraced by the wild, nurturing spirit of Artemis. May your sleep be deep, your dreams be sweet, and may you wake refreshed, ready to face whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. In the vast expanse of Greek mythology, few figures captivate the imagination quite like Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Her story begins not on the solid ground of Mount Olympus, but in the depths of the sea, where the very essence of beauty was born from the foam of the waves. Long ago, before Aphrodite graced the world with her presence, there was a time of great turmoil among the gods. Cronus, the Titan king, had overthrown his father Uranus in a bid for power. But this act of violence would have unexpected consequences, setting in motion events that would lead to the birth of the most beautiful goddess in all of creation. As Uranus fell from power, his essence, his very being, fell into the sea. The waters churned and foamed, mixing with the divine energy of the fallen god. From this celestial union of sea and sky, something miraculous began to take form. The waves seemed to dance with anticipation, as if nature itself knew that a wonder was about to emerge. Imagine, if you will, the calm surface of the sea suddenly coming alive. The water begins to swirl, creating a vortex of unimaginable beauty. The foam atop the waves starts to glow with an otherworldly light, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. As you visualize this scene, let the tension in your body melt away, much like the sea foam dissolving back into the waves. From the heart of this swirling maelstrom, a figure began to take shape. First, a delicate hand emerged from the foam, followed by an arm of unsurpassed grace. Then, slowly, as if the sea itself was reluctant to let her go, Aphrodite rose from the waves. Her beauty was so radiant, so perfect, that it is said the sun itself paused in its journey across the sky to gaze upon her. Aphrodite's hair, long and flowing, seemed to be spun from the finest gold, catching the light and reflecting it in 1,000 dazzling rays. Her eyes, deep and mysterious as the sea from which she was born, held all the secrets of love and desire. Her skin was as smooth and flawless as the finest pearls, with a glow that seemed to come from within. As Aphrodite stepped onto the shore, flowers bloomed beneath her feet, as if the earth itself was offering her tribute. The gentle breeze carried the scent of roses and jasmine, heralding her arrival to the world. Birds began to sing melodies never before heard, their songs a celebration of beauty and love incarnate. The goddess's first breath filled the air with a warmth that touched every living thing. It was as if love itself had taken physical form, bringing with it the promise of passion, affection, and the deepest of connections between hearts. As you listen, allow yourself to feel that warmth, that sense of love and beauty surrounding you, cradling you in its gentle embrace. But Aphrodite's birth was more than just a moment of beauty. It was a turning point in the cosmic order. With her arrival, a new force entered the world, the power of love, desire, and beauty. This force would shape the fates of gods and mortals alike for eons to come. The other gods, sensing the arrival of this new deity, gathered to witness her emergence. Zeus, the king of the gods, looked upon Aphrodite with wonder and knew at once that she would be a force to be reckoned with. Hera, his queen, felt a mix of admiration and unease, recognizing both the beauty and the potential chaos that Aphrodite represented. Poseidon, lord of the seas, bowed to Aphrodite, acknowledging her as a daughter of his realm. The sea god's trident lowered in respect, causing the waves to gentle their roar, as if the entire ocean was paying homage to its most beautiful creation. Athena, goddess of wisdom, gazed upon Aphrodite with curiosity. She saw in the newborn goddess a power different from her own, not of strategy or skill, but of emotion and attraction. It was a reminder that wisdom and love, though different, were both essential forces in the world. As Aphrodite took her first steps on the shore, the sand beneath her feet turned to tiny pearls, each one a testament to her divine nature. The pearls would become one of her sacred symbols, reminders of her oceanic birth and her unparalleled beauty. With each movement, Aphrodite exuded grace and allure. Her very presence seemed to change the air around her, filling it with a subtle perfume that intoxicated all who breathed it. This was the scent of love itself, sometimes sweet, sometimes heady, always irresistible. As you imagine this scene, let yourself be carried away by the gentle rhythm of the waves that bore Aphrodite. Feel the tension in your body ebb away, like the tide retreating from the shore. Allow the goddess's serene beauty to fill your mind, pushing away any lingering thoughts or worries. The animals of land and sea were drawn to Aphrodite, sensing in her a connection to the very essence of life. Dolphins leapt from the waves in joyous arcs. Seabirds circled overhead in elegant patterns, and even the creatures of the land emerged from forests and glades to catch a glimpse of the newborn goddess. As Aphrodite's feet touched the earth, her power began to spread across the world. In distant lands, lovers' hearts beat in unison, filled with a renewed passion. In quiet glades, flowers burst into bloom, their colors more vibrant than ever before. And in the hearts of all beings, a spark of love kindled, waiting to be fanned into flame. But with great power comes great responsibility, and Aphrodite's birth heralded not only love and beauty, but also the complexities that come with them. Her influence would bring joy and sorrow, ecstasy and heartbreak. For love is a force as unpredictable as the sea from which she emerged. The fates themselves, those weavers of destiny, paused in their eternal work to observe Aphrodite. They knew that her thread would intertwine with countless others, creating patterns of love and desire that would shape the tapestry of existence for all time. As Aphrodite took her place among the gods, the very concept of beauty was forever changed. No longer was it merely a physical attribute, but a force that could move mountains, start wars, and heal the deepest of wounds. In her eyes shone the promise of love's power to transform, to elevate, and to give meaning to life itself. The other gods soon realized that Aphrodite's domain extended far beyond mere physical attraction. She embodied love in all its forms, the passionate love between lovers, the deep bond between friends, the unconditional love of a parent for a child, and even the universal love that connects all living things. As night fell on that first day, Aphrodite's beauty only grew more radiant. In the soft light of the moon, her skin seemed to glow with an inner light, as if she had captured the very essence of starlight within her being. The night birds sang lullabies of love, their melodies carrying the goddess's influence to the sleeping world. Imagine now the peace of that first night, with Aphrodite's calming presence spreading across the land. Let that serenity wash over you, easing away any remaining tension. Feel yourself becoming one with the gentle rhythm of the universe, guided by the goddess of love and beauty. As dawn broke on the first morning of Aphrodite's existence, the world seemed renewed. Colors were more vivid, scents more fragrant, and the very air itself seemed charged with possibility. The goddess's influence had already begun to work its magic, awakening hearts to the power of love and the appreciation of beauty. From that day forward, Aphrodite would play a crucial role in the affairs of gods and mortals alike. Her power to inspire love and desire would shape the course of history, influence the rise and fall of nations, and touch the lives of countless individuals. But for now, in these first moments of her existence, Aphrodite simply was. She stood on the shore, a vision of perfect beauty, the embodiment of love itself. And as the world awakened to her presence, a new chapter in the cosmic story began. One filled with passion, beauty, and the eternal dance of hearts drawn together by the irresistible power of love. As we draw this tale to a close, let the soothing presence of Aphrodite linger in your mind. Allow her gentle influence to guide you towards peaceful slumber, where dreams of love and beauty await. Remember, just as Aphrodite emerged from the sea, you too can emerge each day renewed, carrying within you the potential for love and beauty in all its forms. As we continue our journey through the realm of Greek mythology, let us turn our attention to Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Her tales are as captivating as they are timeless, weaving through the tapestry of human emotion and desire. Aphrodite's power over love was unmatched among the gods. a mere glance or gesture, she could ignite passion in the hearts of mortals and immortals alike. Her beauty was said to be so radiant that it could stop wars and bring peace to the most turbulent of lands. One of the most famous tales of Aphrodite's influence is the story of Paris and Helen. When Paris, a prince of Troy, was tasked with judging a beauty contest between Aphrodite, Hera, and Athena, Aphrodite promised him the love of the most beautiful woman in the world if he chose her. Paris, swayed by this offer, awarded Aphrodite the golden apple of discord. True to her word, Aphrodite led Paris to Helen, the wife of King Menelaus of Sparta. Helen's beauty was renowned throughout Greece, and with Aphrodite's blessing, Paris and Helen fell deeply in love. However, their union came at a great cost, as it sparked the Trojan War, a conflict that would last for 10 years and change the course of history. As you listen to this tale, allow the gentle patter of rain to wash away your thoughts, letting the story of love and consequence drift through your mind like a soft mist. Another famous myth involving Aphrodite is her love affair with Ares, the god of war. Though Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, she found herself drawn to the passionate and impulsive Ares. Their secret meetings were filled with passion and desire, a stark contrast to her marriage with the hardworking but less romantic Hephaestus. However, their affair was not to remain secret for long. Helios, the sun god, witnessed their trysts and informed Hephaestus. Enraged and heartbroken, Hephaestus crafted an invisible net of unbreakable chains. He set this trap around his bed, catching Aphrodite and Ares in a compromising position. Hephaestus then called all the gods to witness his wife's infidelity. While some gods laughed at the sight, others felt sympathy for Hephaestus. This tale reminds us that even the gods were not immune to the complexities of love and relationships. As you contemplate this story, feel the tension in your body release. Let the sound of the rain soothe you, washing away any worries or stress, just as the gods' laughter washed away the tension of that moment. Aphrodite's influence extended beyond romantic love. She was also associated with the love between parent and child, as exemplified in the myth of Pygmalion. Pygmalion was a skilled sculptor who had grown disillusioned with the women of his time. He created a statue of a woman so beautiful and perfect that he fell in love with his own creation. Pygmalion prayed to Aphrodite, asking her to bring the statue to life. Moved by his devotion, Aphrodite granted his wish. The statue, named Galatea, came to life under Pygmalion's touch. This tale speaks to the power of love to bring life and meaning to our creations and aspirations. Imagine, as you drift closer to sleep, the cool touch of marble slowly warming under loving hands. Feel the gentle rhythm of your breath, like the first breaths of Galatea as she awakened to life and love. Another fascinating aspect of Aphrodite's mythology is her relationship with her son, Eros. Known to the Romans as Cupid, Eros was the god of love and desire. Together, mother and son would often meddle in the affairs of both gods and mortals, sometimes bringing joy and other times causing chaos. One such instance was the story of Psyche, a mortal woman whose beauty rivaled that of Aphrodite herself. Jealous of the attention Psyche received, Aphrodite sent Eros to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature he could find. However, Eros accidentally pricked himself with his own arrow and fell in love with Psyche instead. This led to a series of trials for Psyche, as she sought to prove her worth to Aphrodite and be reunited with Eros. Through perseverance, and with the help of various gods and creatures, Psyche eventually succeeded. Moved by her dedication, Zeus granted her immortality, allowing her to be with Eros for eternity. As you listen to this tale of love overcoming all obstacles, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the sound of the rain remind you of the steady, enduring nature of true love. Aphrodite's influence was not limited to matters of the heart. She was also associated with the sea, from which she was born. According to myth, Aphrodite arose from the sea foam created when Cronus cast the severed genitals of Uranus into the ocean. This birth from the sea connected her to the vast, mysterious powers of the ocean. Imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the shore, much like the rain you hear now. Let this rhythm lull you further into a state of peaceful relaxation. The goddess was often depicted riding a large seashell, accompanied by fish, dolphins, and sea birds. These creatures were sacred to her, symbolizing both her connection to the sea and her ability to bring harmony and beauty to the natural world. In some tales, sailors would pray to Aphrodite for safe passage, believing that her influence over the sea could calm storms and guide them safely to shore. This aspect of Aphrodite reminds us that love, like the sea, can be both gentle and powerful, capable of guiding us through life's turbulent waters. As we near the end of our time with Aphrodite, let us reflect on the many facets of love she represents. From the passionate desire between lovers to the tender affection between parent and child. From the creative inspiration of artists to the harmony of nature. Aphrodite's influence touches all aspects of life. Her tales teach us that love, in all its forms, is a powerful force. It can bring joy and pain, create and destroy, unite and divide. Yet, like Aphrodite herself, love remains an eternal presence in our lives, always changing, always renewing. As you drift closer to sleep, carry with you the warmth and comfort of love. Let Aphrodite's gentle influence soothe your mind and heart, guiding you towards peaceful dreams. Remember, just as Aphrodite arose from the sea each day renewed, so too can we arise each morning refreshed, and ready to embrace the love in our lives. Allow the sound of the rain to blend with your breathing, carrying you gently into the realm of Morpheus, where dreams of love and beauty await. In the realm of Olympus, where gods and goddesses reign supreme, there exists a figure known for his swift feet and clever mind. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, was born with an extraordinary destiny. As you settle in and allow the gentle patter of rain to soothe your senses, let us explore the fascinating tale of this multifaceted deity. Hermes came into the world as the son of Zeus and Maia, a nymph of Mount Selene. From the moment of his birth, it was clear that this divine child was unlike any other. Within hours of entering the world, young Hermes displayed a cunning and mischievous nature that would become his hallmark. As the story goes, on the very day of his birth, Hermes snuck away from his mother's cave. With a twinkle in his eye and adventure in his heart, he set out to prove his worth among the gods. His first act was both bold and audacious. He stole a herd of cattle belonging to his half-brother Apollo. Imagine, if you will, this newborn god, barely a day old, cleverly hiding his tracks by making the cattle walk backward and tying brushes to their tails to sweep away their hoofprints. As you picture this scene, feel the tension melt away from your body, allowing the whimsy of the tale to carry you deeper into relaxation. When Apollo discovered the theft and confronted Hermes, the young god's quick wit came to his rescue. He played innocent, using his charm and humor to deflect Apollo's anger. But Zeus, seeing through his son's deception, commanded Hermes to return the cattle. In a stroke of genius that would define his character, Hermes presented Apollo with a gift, a lyre he had crafted from a tortoise shell. The music from this instrument was so beautiful that Apollo's anger dissipated, replaced by wonder and delight. This act of clever reconciliation earned Hermes not only forgiveness, but also respect among the gods. As you listen to this tale of divine mischief and clever solutions, allow your own worries and tensions to fade away. Like Hermes turning a potential conflict into a moment of joy, let the stresses of your day transform into peaceful thoughts, gently guiding you towards tranquility. Hermes' role as the messenger of the gods was a natural fit for his quick and agile nature. Imagine him soaring through the skies, his winged sandals carrying him swiftly across vast distances. With each journey, he bridged the realms of gods and mortals, Olympus and Earth, and even the world of the living and the dead. As the patron god of travelers, Hermes watched over those on journeys, guiding them safely to their destinations. Picture yourself under his protection, your own journey towards peaceful sleep guided by his benevolent presence. With each breath, feel yourself traveling further into a state of deep relaxation. Hermes was also known as the god of commerce and trade. Markets and merchants fell under his domain, and he was often invoked for for good fortune in business dealings. His quick mind and silver tongue made him the ideal patron for those engaged in negotiations and exchanges. As the protector of thieves and tricksters, Hermes embodied the complexity of divine nature. He represented not just mischief for its own sake, but the clever thinking and adaptability often necessary in life. In your own challenges, remember Hermes' resourcefulness, finding creative solutions where others might see only obstacles. One of Hermes' most important roles was as psychopomp, the guide of souls to the underworld. In this capacity, he showed great compassion, gently leading the departed on their final journey. As you lie here, letting go of the day's concerns, imagine Hermes guiding you not to the underworld, but to the realm of peaceful dreams. The caduceus, Hermes' staff entwined with two serpents, became a powerful symbol associated with him. Originally a herald staff, it came to represent Hermes' role as a mediator and peacemaker. In modern times, it has often been mistakenly used as a symbol of medicine, though its true meaning lies in balance and negotiation. As you visualize this iconic staff, let it serve as a focal point for your relaxation. Imagine the two serpents representing the different aspects of your day, the challenges and the triumphs, the tensions and the joys. See them intertwining harmoniously around the staff, finding balance and peace, just as you are finding balance and peace in this moment. Hermes' influence extended far beyond Olympus. He was said to have invented the alphabet, bringing the gift of writing to humanity. This act of sharing knowledge and facilitating communication was typical of Hermes' benevolent nature. As you drift closer to sleep, let your thoughts flow as smoothly as the letters Hermes gifted to the world. In one famous myth, Hermes played a crucial role in the tale of Perseus and Medusa. It was Hermes who lent Perseus his winged sandals, allowing the hero to fly and ultimately defeat the Gorgon. This story illustrates Hermes' willingness to aid both gods and mortals, using his divine gifts to support worthy causes. Reflect on how, like Hermes aiding Perseus, there are often unseen forces supporting you in your own life's challenges. As you relax deeper into comfort, feel a sense of that divine support surrounding you, carrying you gently towards restful sleep. Hermes was also associated with dreams, believed to use his herald's wand to grant restful sleep or to wake people from slumber. In this role, he bridges the world of consciousness and unconsciousness, much as he bridges other realms in his godly duties. Let yourself be guided by Hermes now, crossing the threshold from wakefulness to peaceful sleep. The god's connection to language and communication made him a patron of poets and orators. His eloquence and wit inspired those who worked with words, encouraging creativity and articulate expression. As you listen to these words now, let them weave a tapestry of tranquility in your mind, each syllable a thread of calm and comfort. In some traditions, Hermes was seen as a protector of athletes and sports. His speed and agility made him an ideal patron for those striving for physical excellence. But now, as you lie still and relaxed, allow yourself to embody a different kind of strength. The strength found in complete relaxation and letting go. One of the most touching aspects of Hermes' character was his role as a protector of children. Despite his mischievous nature, he had a genuine care for the young and vulnerable. As you rest here, safe and comfortable, channel that sense of divine protection, knowing that you are watched over and cared for. Hermes' ability to move between worlds made him a complex and fascinating figure in Greek mythology. He represented the fluid nature of boundaries, the power of communication, and the importance of quick thinking and adaptability. As you drift closer to sleep, let these qualities inspire you, reminding you of your own ability to navigate life's complexities with grace and intelligence. As our tale of Hermes draws to a close, imagine the god using his caduceus to gently guide you towards the realm of dreams. Feel the last tendrils of tension leave your body, replaced by a profound sense of peace and relaxation. Like Hermes traversing the skis, let your mind soar free from worries, ready to explore the boundless landscapes of your dreams. Remember, as you journey into sleep, that Hermes watches over travelers of all kinds, even those traveling into the world of dreams. May your rest be deep and rejuvenating, guided by the benevolent spirit of Hermes, messenger of the gods and guardian of peaceful slumber. As we continue our journey through the realms of Greek mythology, we turn our attention to one of the most versatile and cunning of the Olympian gods, Hermes. Known for his quick wit, cleverness, and mischievous nature, Hermes embodies the spirit of a true trickster, yet also serves as a trusted guide for both gods and mortals alike. Hermes, son of Zeus and the nymph Maia, was born in a secluded cave on Mount Serene in Arcadia. From the very moment of his birth, it was clear that this young god was destined for greatness and mischief in equal measure. Legend has it that within hours of his birth, Hermes had already crafted the first lyre and stolen Apollo's prized cattle, showcasing both his creativity and his penchant for trickery. As you settle deeper into comfort, imagine the young Hermes, barely more than an infant, sneaking out of his cradle under the cover of night. His tiny feet, already swift and silent, carry him across the land to where Apollo's cattle graze. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Hermes devises a plan to confuse the sun god. He leads the cattle backward, using branches to sweep away their hoof prints, and even fashions shoes for the animals to wear, further obscuring their trail. This clever ruse demonstrates Hermes' innate ability to think outside the box and outwit even the most perceptive of gods. As you listen to this tale, let the playful spirit of Hermes lift away any lingering worries or stress. Allow your mind to wander freely, much like the young god's cattle, leaving behind any traces of the day's concerns. When Apollo discovers the theft and confronts Hermes, the young god's quick thinking and silver tongue come into play. He feigns innocence, using his infancy as a defense. Yet Apollo, unconvinced, brings the matter before Zeus for judgment. It is in this moment that Hermes truly shines. Rather than cowering before the king of the gods, he presents Apollo with the lyre he had crafted. The beautiful music produced by this new instrument so enchants Apollo that he agrees to trade his cattle for it. This exchange marks the beginning of a friendship between Hermes and Apollo, showcasing Hermes' ability to turn potential conflict into mutual benefit. As you reflect on this, consider how even challenging situations in your own life might lead to unexpected positive outcomes. Let the soothing rhythm of the rain outside blend with the imagined melody of Hermes' lyre, creating a peaceful symphony to ease you further into relaxation. As Hermes grew, so too did his roles and responsibilities among the gods. He became known as the messenger of the gods, able to travel freely between the realms of Olympus, Earth, and even the underworld. His winged sandals and caduceus, a staff entwined with two serpents, became iconic symbols of his swift and diplomatic nature. Hermes' ability to traverse all realms made him a natural psychopomp, a guide for souls making their final journey to the underworld. In this role, Hermes shows a more compassionate side, gently leading departed spirits to their eternal rest. Imagine Hermes moving silently through the misty veil between life and death. His presence brings comfort to lost souls, his gentle guidance a beacon in the darkness. As you picture this scene, allow any tension in your body to dissipate, much like the mist parting before Hermes' path. Beyond his role as a guide for the dead, Hermes also became the patron god of travelers, merchants, and thieves. His quick wit and cleverness made him a natural protector for those who relied on their wits to make their way in the world. One of the most famous tales of Hermes' protective nature involves his son, Pan. Born with the legs and horns of a goat, Pan was initially rejected by his mother. But Hermes, seeing beyond physical appearance, wrapped the infant in warm hare skin and brought him to Olympus. There he presented Pan to the other gods, who were delighted by the unique child. This act of acceptance and love showcases Hermes' ability to see value where others might not, a reminder to look beyond surface appearances in our own lives. As this heartwarming tale settles in your mind, let it inspire feelings of acceptance and self-love. Allow any self-doubt or criticism to melt away, replaced by the warmth of self-acceptance, much like the hare skin that comforted baby Pan. Hermes' role as a trickster god is perhaps best exemplified in the story of his encounter with the monster Argus. Hera had tasked Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard Io, one of Zeus' lovers, whom Hera had transformed into a cow out of jealousy. Zeus, wishing to free Io, sent Hermes to deal with Argus. Rather than engaging in direct conflict, Hermes employed his wit and charm. He approached Argus and began to tell stories, playing soothing music on his pipes. As you listen to this tale, imagine the soft, melodious sound of Hermes' pipes. Let this imaginary music blend with the gentle patter of rain, creating a cocoon of tranquility around you. Feel your eyelids growing heavier with each note, your body sinking deeper into relaxation. Hermes' stories and music were so entrancing that, one by one, Argus' 100 eyes began to close. Even the eyes that were meant to stay awake, while others slept, found themselves unable to resist the gods' soothing influence. When all of Argus' eyes had finally closed in slumber, Hermes struck, ending the giant's life and freeing Io. This tale showcases Hermes' preferred method of overcoming obstacles, not through brute force, but through cunning, creativity, and the power of words. As you continue to relax, consider how Hermes' approach might apply to challenges in your own life. Sometimes, a creative solution or a change in perspective can resolve situations that seem insurmountable. Hermes' influence extended beyond the realm of gods and into the world of mortals. As the patron of commerce and eloquence, he was often invoked by those seeking success in business or persuasive speech. Merchants would leave offerings to Hermes, hoping for his blessing on their ventures. In ancient Greek gymnasiums, Hermes was honored alongside Heracles, representing the balance between mental acuity and physical strength. This dual patronage reminds us of the importance of nurturing both mind and body, a holistic approach to well-being that remains relevant today. As you lie here, feeling the weight of your body against the softness beneath you, take a moment to appreciate the harmony between your physical form and your mind. Let any remaining tension flow out of your muscles, while your thoughts become calm and clear, inspired by Hermes' quick and agile intellect. One of the most significant contributions of Hermes to human culture was his association with language and writing. In some myths, he is credited with the invention of the alphabet, bestowing upon humanity the gift of written communication. This connection to language made Hermes the patron of poets and orators. His influence can be seen in the flowing verses of ancient bards and the persuasive speeches of skilled rhetoricians. Even in modern times, we can feel Hermes' touch in the power of well-chosen words and the magic of storytelling. As you drift closer to sleep, let the power of language wash over you. Imagine each word as a soothing wave, carrying you gently towards peaceful slumber. Like Hermes guiding souls to their rest, these words guide you towards restorative sleep. In conclusion, Hermes stands as one of the most complex and intriguing figures in Greek mythology. A trickster with a heart of gold, a swift messenger, and a compassionate guide, he embodies the power of intellect, creativity, and communication. From his mischievous beginnings to his vital role in maintaining balance between the realms, Hermes teaches us the value of quick thinking, adaptability, and seeing beyond the obvious. His stories remind us that wit and wisdom can often succeed where brute force fails. As you prepare to drift off to sleep, carry with you the spirit of Hermes. May your dreams be filled with clever solutions to any challenges you face, and may you wake refreshed, ready to approach life with the gods' characteristic wit and charm. Let the gentle rain outside be Hermes' lullaby, its steady rhythm carrying you off to the land of dreams. Rest easy, knowing that like the souls guided by Hermes, you too are on a journey to peaceful, rejuvenating sleep. In the pantheon of Olympian gods, few figures inspire as much awe and trepidation as Ares, the god of war. Born to Zeus and Hera, Ares embodied the raw, untamed spirit of battle, a force as unpredictable as it was powerful. Unlike his half-sister Athena, who represented the strategic and disciplined aspects of warfare, Ares reveled in the chaos and bloodshed of combat. Picture, if you will, a figure striding across a battlefield, his very presence igniting the fires of conflict. Ares stood tall and imposing, his muscular form clad in gleaming bronze armor that seemed to absorb the light of the sun. His eyes blazed with an inner fire, reflecting the passion and fury of war itself. In one hand, he wielded a mighty spear, its tip eternally stained with the blood of countless battles. In the other, he carried a shield emblazoned with scenes of glorious combat, a testament to his dominion over the art of war. As you listen to the tale of Ares, allow the tension in your body to slowly release. Imagine the weight of his armor melting away, replaced by a comforting warmth that spreads from your core to your limbs. Let each breath you take be a step further away from the chaos of battle and deeper into a realm of peaceful slumber. Ares was both revered and feared by mortals and gods alike. Warriors would invoke his name before charging into battle, hoping to be imbued with his strength and courage. Yet, even those who worshipped him did so with caution, for Ares was known to be fickle in his favor, often abandoning his devotees in their hour of need if the tide of battle turned against them. Despite his fearsome reputation, Ares was not without vulnerability. In Homer's Iliad, he was famously wounded by the mortal hero Diomedes with the aid of Athena. The mighty god's roar of pain was said to be as loud as 10,000 men, a sound that shook the very foundations of Olympus. This moment serves as a reminder that even the most powerful beings can be humbled, a thought that might bring comfort as you drift closer to sleep. As we delve deeper into the mythology surrounding Ares, Allow your mind to wander through the mists of time. Imagine yourself as a silent observer, watching the tales of the war god unfold before you. With each story, feel yourself becoming more detached from the waking world, gently floating on the currents of ancient lore. One of the most famous myths involving Ares tells of his love affair with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Though Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsmanship, she found herself drawn to Ares' passionate nature. Their liaison was eventually discovered by Helios, the sun god, who informed Hephaestus of his wife's infidelity. In response, Hephaestus crafted an unbreakable, invisible net and caught the lovers in the act. He then called upon the other gods to witness their shame. While some gods laughed at the spectacle, others, like Poseidon, pleaded for Ares' release. This tale serves as a reminder of the complex relationships between the gods, their all too human desires, and the consequences of their actions. As you contemplate this story, feel the weight of judgment and shame lifting from your own shoulders. Allow any lingering guilt or regret to dissolve, replaced by a sense of acceptance and peace. Remember that even the gods were not perfect, and that forgiveness and growth are possible for all beings. Despite his association with the brutality of war, Ares was not without his softer side. He was the father of Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and concord, born from his union with Aphrodite. This paradoxical parentage suggests that even from the chaos of war, peace and harmony can emerge. As you rest, consider how the challenges in your own life might lead to unexpected moments of beauty and tranquility. In some lesser-known myths, Ares is portrayed as a protector of the innocent and a punisher of wrongdoers. One such tale speaks of how he saved his daughter Alcip from being assaulted by Poseidon's son, Halirrhothius. Ares slew Halirrhothius for his crime, demonstrating that his fierce nature could be channeled into a force for justice. This aspect of Ares reminds us that strength and power can be used in defense of the vulnerable. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself surrounded by a protective energy, much like the shield of Ares. Feel safe and secure, knowing that you are guarded against any harm or disturbance as you journey towards sleep. The worship of Ares was not as widespread as that of other Olympian gods, but he held significant importance in Sparta, the warrior city-state of ancient Greece. The Spartans saw in Ares the embodiment of their martial values: courage, strength, and unwavering resolve in the face of adversity. They would often sacrifice dogs to him before battle, believing that the fierce loyalty of these animals would please the god of war. As we speak of sacrifices, let us consider what we might need to let go of in our own lives to find peace. Just as the Spartans offered up their sacrifices, allow yourself to release any thoughts or worries that may be keeping you from rest. With each exhale, imagine these concerns drifting away, leaving you lighter and more at ease. In Roman mythology, Ares was known as Mars, and his role expanded beyond that of a war god. The Romans also associated him with agriculture and guardianship of the state. This evolution of Ares' character teaches us that even the most seemingly unchangeable aspects of ourselves can grow and transform over time. As you lie here, contemplating the dual nature of Ares as both a destroyer and a protector, allow yourself to embrace the complexities within your own being. Accept that you, like the god of war, contain multitudes, the capacity for both conflict and peace, for both passion and calm. In this acceptance, find a deeper sense of relaxation and self-understanding. One of the sacred animals associated with Ares was the dog, valued for its loyalty and fierceness in battle. Another was the vulture, a creature that feeds on the aftermath of war. The woodpecker was also linked to him, symbolizing the persistent, rhythmic nature of conflict. As you continue to drift towards sleep, let the steady sound of the rain outside mimic the woodpecker's rhythm, a soothing, natural lullaby drawing you deeper into relaxation. In the constellation of Ares myths, we find a being of intense emotions and actions. Yet, even this god of tumultuous war had moments of vulnerability, love, and justice. As we conclude our exploration of Ares, remember that within every storm lies the potential for calm. Within every conflict, the seed of resolution. And within you, dear listener, lies the power to navigate the battles of daily life with the strength of Ares and the wisdom to know when to lay down your arms and embrace peace. Allow the complexities of Ares' nature to fade from your mind now, replaced by the simple, comforting rhythm of your own breath. With each inhale, draw in the quiet strength of the war god. With each exhale, release any remaining tension, any lingering thoughts of conflict or strife. You are safe here, protected in this moment of tranquility, free to surrender to the embracing arms of sleep. As our tale of Ares comes to a close, imagine the god of war himself laying down his weapons, removing his heavy armor, and finding rest. Just as he finds peace after battle, so too can you find your own peace now. Let the sound of the rain outside blend with the steady rhythm of your breathing, creating a cocoon of calm around you. In this peaceful state, allow yourself to drift gently into the realm of dreams, where the wars are over and all is at rest. Ares, the god of war, was not merely a deity of bloodshed and violence. His story is one of complexity, filled with both triumphs and defeats that shaped his character and role among the Olympians. Born to Zeus and Hera, Ares embodied the raw, chaotic nature of warfare. His presence on the battlefield was said to inspire both fear and courage in equal measure. With his bronze armor gleaming in the sun and his spear thirsting for battle, Ares was a sight to behold. Yet, for all his might and ferocity, Ares was not invincible. In fact, His tales are often marked by surprising defeats and humiliations, serving as cautionary tales about the unpredictable nature of conflict and the dangers of unchecked aggression. One of the most famous stories of Ares' defeat comes from Homer's Iliad. During the Trojan War, Ares sided with the Trojans, much to the displeasure of his father, Zeus. In a fierce battle, Ares faced off against the Greek hero Diones, who was aided by the goddess Athena. Diones, emboldened by Athena's support, hurled his spear at Ares. The goddess guided the weapon, driving it deep into Ares' stomach. The god of war, struck by a mortal's weapon, let out a bellow of pain so loud it was said to equal the shouts of 10,000 men. Wounded and humiliated, Ares fled the battlefield, ascending to Mount Olympus to complain to Zeus. But his father showed little sympathy, chastising Ares for his bloodthirsty nature and constant warmongering. This tale serves as a reminder that even the mightiest can fall, and that wisdom and strategy often triumph over brute force. Another famous defeat of Ares came at the hands of the Elodie giants, Attis and Ephialtes. These twin brothers, in their arrogance, decided to challenge the Olympian gods. They managed to capture Ares, imprisoning him in a bronze jar for 13 months. Imagine the god of war, confined in a small space, powerless and alone. It was only through the cunning of Hermes that Ares was finally freed from his bizarre prison. This tale speaks to the idea that even the strongest can be outsmarted, and that physical might is not always enough to ensure victory. As you listen to these tales of Ares' defeats, allow yourself to relax. Let the tension in your body dissipate, much like Ares' strength ebbing away in his moments of vulnerability. Breathe deeply, feeling the weight of your body sinking into your bed. Ares also faced humiliation in matters of love. His affair with Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, was well known among the gods. However, Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire. Hephaestus, aware of the affair, devised a clever trap. He created an invisible, unbreakable net and placed it over his bed. When Ares and Aphrodite next met in secret, the net sprung, trapping them in a compromising position. Hephaestus then invited all the gods to witness his unfaithful wife and her lover, much to Ares' embarrassment. This tale reminds us that even gods are not immune to the complexities of love and the consequences of their actions. As you ponder this, feel the comfort of your own bed, free from such entanglements. Let your mind drift, unburdened by worries or schemes. Despite these defeats, Ares remained a powerful and respected god. His role in the pantheon was crucial, representing not just war, but the courage and strength needed to face life's challenges. In some regions, he was worshipped as a protector, a guardian against outside threats. One such place was Sparta, where Ares was revered as a patron deity. The Spartans, known for their martial prowess, saw in Ares the embodiment of their ideals. They built temples in his honor and made offerings before battle, seeking his favor. Yet even in Sparta, the worship of Ares was complex. A statue of Ares in the city was said to be bound in chains. This peculiar representation was meant to symbolize that the spirit of war should remain bound to the city, never abandoning it in times of need. As you imagine this statue of the mighty Ares bound in chains, let it serve as a metaphor for your own state. Allow the chains of wakefulness to fall away, binding instead any restless thoughts or worries, leaving your mind free to drift towards peaceful slumber. Ares' defeats and humiliations served a greater purpose in Greek mythology. They highlighted the Greek ideal that brute force alone was not enough to triumph. Wisdom, strategy, and justice were equally important, if not more so. This is why Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, was often more revered than Ares. In one myth, Ares and Athena found themselves on opposing sides of a conflict. Athena, with her tactical mind, easily outmaneuvered Ares, proving that thoughtful strategy could overcome sheer aggression. This balance between force and wisdom was a central theme in Greek philosophy and storytelling. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your body against the bed, consider how this balance applies to your own life. In facing your own challenges, remember that strength comes in many forms. Sometimes, the mightiest weapon is a calm mind and a wise heart. Let the steady rhythm of your breath mirror the ebb and flow of conflict and peace in these ancient tales. With each exhale, release any tension you're holding, just as Ares had to learn to let go of his rage and accept defeat with grace. In your journey towards sleep, you're embarking on your own kind of battle, one against restlessness and wakefulness. But unlike Ares, your goal is not victory through force, but surrender to the peaceful realm of dreams. Another intriguing aspect of Ares' mythology is his relationship with the Amazons, the legendary warrior women. Unlike many of the male-dominated societies of ancient Greece, the Amazons were said to worship Ares as one of their principal deities. This connection between Ares and the Amazons speaks to the complex nature of the god. While often portrayed as brutish and violent in Greek myths, his association with these fierce female warriors suggests a deeper, more nuanced aspect to his character. As you ponder this, feel the duality within yourself slowly harmonizing. The active, wakeful part of your mind gradually giving way to the restful, dreaming part. Like the balance between Ares' brutality and the Amazon's disciplined strength, find your own equilibrium between consciousness and sleep. One of the most poignant tales involving Ares is the story of his son, Sickness. Infamous for attacking and killing pilgrims on their way to the Oracle of Delphi, Sickness embodied the worst aspects of his father's influence. His actions were so heinous that Hercules was sent to stop him. In the ensuing battle, Ares intervened to protect his son. However, Athena appeared to aid Hercules, once again outmaneuvering the god of war. Sickness was slain, and Ares was forced to retreat, wounded both physically and emotionally by the loss of his child. This tale reminds us that even gods can experience loss and grief. As you lie there, let go of any sorrows or regrets you may be holding. Allow them to fade away like mist in the morning sun, leaving your mind clear and tranquil. In the grand tapestry of Greek mythology, Ares represents more than just war and violence. He embodies the human struggle with our own aggressive impulses, the eternal battle between reason and passion, strategy and brute force. His defeats teach us valuable lessons about the nature of conflict and the importance of balance. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself as a peaceful observer of these ancient tales. You're not caught in the fray of battle like Ares, but rather floating above it all, watching the ebb and flow of mythical events with detached serenity. Let the weight of millennia of storytelling gently press you deeper into your bed. Feel the accumulated wisdom of these myths wrapping around you like a warm, comforting blanket. Your body is heavy, your mind is calm, and sleep is drawing ever nearer. Remember, just as Ares had to learn to accept defeat, sometimes the path to restful sleep involves surrendering to the natural rhythms of your body and mind. Don't fight against wakefulness, but rather allow sleep to come to you in its own time. As our tale of Ares draws to a close, carry with you the understanding that strength comes in many forms. Sometimes, like the god of war, we must face our defeats with courage. Other times, like Athena, we must apply wisdom and strategy to overcome our challenges. And now, as you hover on the threshold of sleep, know that you have the strength of Ares, the wisdom of Athena, and the peace of Hypnos, the god of sleep, all within you. Let these divine qualities guide you gently into the realm of dreams, where battles cease and tranquility reigns. In the realm of Olympus, where gods and goddesses reigned supreme, there lived a deity unlike any other. Hephaestus, the divine craftsman, was not born of beauty or grace, but of skill and ingenuity. His story is one of perseverance, creativity, and the transformative power of art. Hephaestus was the son of Zeus and Hera, but his entrance into the world was far from divine. Born with a deformity that left him lame, he was cast from Olympus by his own mother, Hera, who was ashamed of his imperfection. As he plummeted from the heavenly heights, the young god fell for 9 days and nights before crashing into the sea. But fate had other plans for Hephaestus. The sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome found the infant god and took him to their underwater grotto. There, beneath the waves, Hephaestus found solace and purpose. The constant rhythm of the tides became his lullaby, and the hidden treasures of the ocean floor became his first tools. As you listen to the tale of Hephaestus, let the gentle sound of rain outside wash away your cares. Imagine the soothing ebb and flow of the ocean that cradled the young god, allowing that same rhythm to calm your mind and body. In the sea nymph's care, Hephaestus grew strong and skilled. He learned to work with his hands, crafting beautiful objects from the raw materials he found in his underwater home. His creations were unlike anything the world had ever seen: delicate corals shaped into intricate jewelry, pearls woven into shimmering fabrics, and shells transformed into musical instruments that played melodies as haunting as a siren's song. As Hephaestus honed his craft, his reputation began to spread. Word of his extraordinary talents reached the ears of the gods on Olympus. Even Zeus, the king of the gods, became curious about this skilled artisan who had emerged from the sea. One day, a magnificent throne arrived on Olympus, a gift for Hera. It was a masterpiece of craftsmanship, adorned with precious gems and intricate metalwork. The beauty of the throne was matched only by its cunning design, for when Hera sat upon it, she found herself unable to rise. The throne was both a gift and a trap, a testament to Hephaestus's complex feelings toward the mother who had rejected him. As you rest and listen, consider the duality of Hephaestus's creation: beauty and function, intertwined with a hint of vengeance. Let this complexity wash over you, reminding you that even in the realm of gods, emotions and relationships are as nuanced as they are in our own lives. The gods of Olympus were in an uproar. None could free Hera from the enchanted throne. It was then that Dionysus, the god of wine, suggested they bring Hephaestus to Olympus to undo his own creation. With clever words and the promise of wine, Dionysus persuaded the craftsman god to return to his celestial home. Hephaestus's return to Olympus was a moment of triumph. The once rejected god now held the key to Hera's freedom. With a mixture of pride and lingering hurt, he released his mother from the throne's embrace. This act marked the beginning of Hephaestus's acceptance among the Olympian gods. From that day forward, Hephaestus took his place on Olympus as the god of fire, metalworking, and craftsmanship. He established his workshop in the heart of a volcano, where the earth's molten core provided him with an endless supply of heat and raw materials. Imagine the warmth of Hephaestus's forge, a comforting heat that envelops you like a blanket. Let this warmth seep into your muscles, relaxing them one by one as you sink deeper into tranquility. In his volcanic workshop, Hephaestus created wonders that would become legendary. He forged Zeus's thunderbolts, weapons that could shake the very foundations of the earth. For Athena, he crafted a magnificent shield, the Aegis, adorned with the terrifying visage of Medusa. And for Apollo, he fashioned a golden chariot that carried the sun across the sky each day. But perhaps his most famous creation was the gift he made for Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Though Aphrodite was his wife, their marriage was one of convenience rather than love. Despite this, Hephaestus crafted for her a magical girdle that made its wearer irresistibly attractive. This act of generosity, even in the face of a loveless marriage, spoke volumes about Hephaestus's character. As you continue to relax, reflect on Hephaestus's ability to create beauty even in difficult circumstances. Like the god of craftsmanship, we too have the power to transform our challenges into something meaningful and beautiful. Hephaestus's creations were not limited to gods alone. He also crafted gifts for mortals who caught his attention. For Achilles, the great hero of the Trojan War, he forged a suit of armor so magnificent that it was said to shine like the sun. This armor would protect Achilles throughout his many battles, a testament to Hephaestus's skill and generosity. Another of Hephaestus's remarkable creations was Talos, a giant bronze automaton that guarded the island of Crete. Talos was a mechanical wonder, able to circle the island 3 times a day and hurl boulders at approaching enemy ships. This creation showcased Hephaestus's mastery, not just of metalworking, but of bringing inanimate objects to life through his divine craftsmanship. Let your mind wander to the island of Crete, protected by the tireless Talos. Imagine the rhythmic sound of his bronze feet as he patrols the shoreline, a steady beat like the ticking of a clock. Allow this rhythm to lull you further into a state of peaceful relaxation. Despite his physical limitations, Hephaestus's workshop was a marvel of efficiency. He created golden handmaidens to assist him, autonomous creations that could think and move on their own. These handmaidens were a testament to Hephaestus's innovative spirit, always finding ways to overcome challenges through his creative genius. Hephaestus's story is one of resilience and transformation. Cast out for his imperfections, he turned his challenges into strengths. His perceived weaknesses became the very things that made him invaluable to gods and mortals alike. In his hands, raw materials were transformed into objects of power and beauty, much like how he himself had been transformed by his experiences. As you drift closer to sleep, consider how Hephaestus found his purpose in creation. Like the divine craftsman, we all have the ability to shape our world, to find meaning in our work, and to create beauty from the raw materials of our experiences. The tale of Hephaestus reminds us that true strength often lies in our ability to adapt, to create, and to find purpose even in the face of adversity. His story teaches us that what others may see as flaws can become our greatest assets when we learn to harness them. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing backdrop to our tale, allow yourself to be filled with a sense of peace and possibility. Like Hephaestus in his forge, you too have the power to shape your destiny, to create beauty in your life, and to transform challenges into opportunities. Let the warmth of Hephaestus's forge envelop you, soothing away any tension or worry. Feel the gentle weight of sleep beginning to settle over you, as comforting as one of the gods' finely crafted blankets. With each breath, sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that, like Hephaestus, you have the strength and creativity within you to face whatever tomorrow may bring. As we conclude our time with Hephaestus, carry with you the image of his skilled hands shaping raw metal into objects of wonder. Let this image remind you of your own potential to create, to overcome, and to find beauty in unexpected places. May your dreams be filled with the spark of divine inspiration, and may you wake renewed, ready to craft your own path in the world. In the depths of Mount Etna, where the earth's fiery heart beats strongest, dwells Hephaestus, the divine craftsman of Olympus. His story is one of perseverance, creativity, and the transformative power of skill. Born to Zeus and Hera, Hephaestus entered the world with a twist of fate. Unlike his divine siblings, he was not blessed with physical beauty. Legend tells that Hera, disappointed by his appearance, cast him from Mount Olympus. For 9 days and nights, the infant god fell, finally plunging into the sea. But the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome took pity on the child. They rescued him and raised him in their underwater grotto. It was here, in the embrace of the ocean's depths, that Hephaestus first discovered his extraordinary gift for craftsmanship. As you listen to this tale, imagine the gentle lapping of waves against the shore. Let the rhythm of the water soothe your mind, carrying away any lingering thoughts or worries. Feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, just as Hephaestus sank into the comforting depths of the sea. In his underwater sanctuary, Hephaestus began to create. His nimble fingers fashioned intricate jewelry from pearls and coral. He forged tools from the metals found in sunken ships. The sea nymphs marveled at his creations, each more beautiful and ingenious than the last. As Hephaestus grew, so did his skill. He built a great forge beneath the waves, harnessing the heat of underwater volcanoes. The clash of his hammer on anvil echoed through the ocean, a rhythmic lullaby of creation. Let this steady beat guide your breathing, in and out, slow and calm. Years passed, and Hephaestus's reputation spread beyond the sea. Word of his extraordinary craftsmanship reached Mount Olympus. The gods, intrigued by tales of his wondrous creations, sought him out. They marveled at his artistry, his ability to bring life to metal and stone. Hephaestus crafted gifts for the gods, each tailored to their divine domains. For Poseidon, he forged a trident that could calm or stir the seas. For Apollo, a golden bow that never missed its mark. And for Zeus, he created thunderbolts of unimaginable power. As you picture these divine creations, let your body relax further. Imagine the weight of your limbs sinking into your bed, as heavy and immovable as Hephaestus's anvil. With each breath, feel yourself becoming more and more at peace. The gods, impressed by Hephaestus's skill, invited him to return to Olympus. Though he had found solace in the sea, Hephaestus accepted. He established his divine forge on Mount Olympus, where the fires of creation burned eternally. In his new workshop, Hephaestus's creations reached new heights of wonder. He forged armor for the gods that could withstand any blow. He crafted chariots that could traverse land, sea, and sky. His automatons, mechanical servants of bronze and gold, moved with lifelike grace. But perhaps his greatest creation was the throne he made for his mother, Hera. It was a masterpiece of gold and precious gems, more beautiful than anything seen before on Olympus. Yet it held a secret. When Hera sat upon it, invisible bonds held her fast. This was Hephaestus's revenge for being cast from Olympus as a child. Only he could release her, and he refused to do so until the gods accepted him as one of their own, not just for his skill, but for who he was. As you contemplate this tale of acceptance and reconciliation, allow any tension in your body to melt away. Like metal in Hephaestus's forge, let your muscles soften and relax. Eventually, Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, intervened. He brought Hephaestus back to Olympus, intoxicated and riding a donkey. The sight was so comical that the gods couldn't help but laugh, their mirth breaking down the barriers of prejudice. Hephaestus released Hera, and from that day forward, he was truly accepted among the Olympians. His forge became a place of wonder and creation, where gods and goddesses would gather to marvel at his latest works. One of Hephaestus's most famous creations was the shield of Achilles, described in Homer's Iliad. This shield was not merely a piece of armor, but a work of art that depicted the entire world as the Greeks knew it. Imagine the shield before you, its surface alive with intricate scenes. Cities at peace and at war, fields being plowed and harvested, weddings and court proceedings, all rendered in precious metals and gems. As your mind traces these images, feel yourself drifting deeper into relaxation. Hephaestus's skill was not limited to objects of war and power. He also created items of great beauty and comfort. For Aphrodite, to whom he was married, he crafted a magical girdle that made her irresistible to both gods and mortals. For Helios, the sun god, Hephaestus forged a golden chariot that carried the sun across the sky each day. Its radiance was so bright that only Helios could look upon it without being blinded. As you picture these wondrous creations, let your mind wander through Hephaestus's workshop. The warm glow of the forge, the rhythmic sound of hammer on anvil, the shimmer of precious metals taking shape under skilled hands. Allow this peaceful scene to envelop you, carrying you further into tranquility. Hephaestus's story teaches us that true strength comes in many forms. Though he lacked the physical perfection of the other gods, his creativity and skill made him indispensable. His perseverance in the face of rejection led him to become one of the most revered Olympians. As you rest, consider the unique gifts you possess. Like Hephaestus, you have the power to create beauty and wonder in your own way. Let this thought comfort you as you drift closer to sleep. In some tales, Hephaestus is said to have created Pandora, the first human woman, at Zeus's command. He shaped her from clay, giving her beauty to rival Aphrodite's, and breathed life into her form. This act of creation linked the divine realm of the gods with the mortal world of humans. Hephaestus's forge was said to be located beneath various volcanoes, most commonly Mount Etna in Sicily. The eruptions of these volcanoes were thought to be the result of Hephaestus working at his forge, the smoke and fire evidence of his ongoing creations. As you imagine the steady glow of Hephaestus's forge, let it become a warm, comforting light in your mind. Feel it soothing away any remaining tension, melting away your cares like metal in the divine furnace. Hephaestus's tale reminds us that imperfections do not define us. It is our actions, our creations, and the way we touch the lives of others that truly matter. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the warmth of this knowledge. Let the rhythmic sounds of Hephaestus's forge blend with the gentle rain outside. The steady beat of hammer on anvil merges with the patter of raindrops, creating a soothing lullaby to carry you into peaceful slumber. As our tale of Hephaestus comes to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body, as heavy as the gods' finest creations. Let your breath become slow and steady, like the bellows of the divine forge. May your dreams be filled with wonders as magnificent as those crafted by Hephaestus. And may you wake renewed, ready to forge your own path in the world, creating beauty and purpose with your unique gifts. In the realm of the Olympian gods, there existed a goddess whose power touched the very essence of life itself. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, harvest, and fertility, held sway over the cycles of growth and abundance that sustained both mortals and immortals alike. Her story is one of nurturing love, profound loss, and the eternal dance of the seasons. Demeter was born of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, sister to Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Hera, and Hestia. As the world settled into the reign of the Olympians, Demeter took her place among them, her golden hair crowned with ears of wheat, her gentle hands forever tending to the bounty of the earth. Her presence brought forth lush fields of grain, verdant orchards heavy with fruit, and meadows bursting with vibrant flowers. The goddess's love for the earth was matched only by her love for her daughter, Persephone. Born of a union between Demeter and Zeus, Persephone was the light of her mother's life, a maiden as beautiful and pure as the first blooms of spring. Together, mother and daughter would wander the fields and forests, their laughter echoing through the valleys as they delighted in the abundance of nature. But even in the realm of the gods, joy is not eternal. One fateful day, as Persephone gathered flowers in a meadow, the earth split open beneath her feet. From the chasm rose Hades, lord of the underworld, who had long admired the maiden from afar. In an instant, he swept Persephone into his chariot and disappeared back into the depths of the earth, leaving only a narcissus flower behind. Demeter's anguish upon discovering her daughter's disappearance knew no bounds. For 9 days and 9 nights, she searched the earth, neither eating nor sleeping, her heart consumed by grief and desperation. The once bountiful goddess neglected her duties, and the world began to wither. Crops failed, leaves fell from the trees, and a chill settled over the land. As you listen to this tale of loss and longing, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Let the weight of your body melt into your bed, feeling supported and cradled, just as the earth supports the roots of every plant. Breathe deeply, imagining the scent of rich soil and fragrant blossoms filling your lungs with each inhalation. In her sorrow, Demeter took the form of an old woman and wandered the earth. She came to the city of Eleusis, where she was welcomed by the royal family and asked to nurse the young Prince Demophoon. Grateful for their kindness, Demeter decided to make the child immortal. Each night, she would secretly place him in the hearth fire to burn away his mortal nature. But one night, the queen discovered this ritual and cried out in terror, not understanding the goddess's intentions. Demeter revealed her true form and chastised the mortals for their lack of understanding. Yet, moved by their genuine care for the child, she decided to bestow a different gift upon humanity. She would teach them the secrets of agriculture, ensuring that they would never again suffer from hunger. As you continue to relax, imagine the warmth of Demeter's hearth fire spreading through your body, soothing any tension or discomfort. Feel it flowing from the crown of your head down to the tips of your toes, bringing with it a sense of peace and renewal. Meanwhile, the world continued to suffer under Demeter's neglect. The other gods pleaded with her to return to her duties, but she refused, declaring that the earth would remain barren until her daughter was returned. Zeus, seeing the plight of both mortals and immortals, finally intervened. He sent Hermes, the messenger god, into the underworld to bring Persephone back. But the situation had become more complex. During her time in the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds. This act bound her to Hades' realm, for it was decreed that anyone who consumed the food of the underworld must remain there. a compromise was struck. Persephone would spend 6 months of the year with Hades and 6 months with Demeter. Let the rhythm of this cyclical tale mirror the gentle rise and fall of your breath. As you inhale, envision the world blooming with Persephone's return. As you exhale, picture the quiet rest of winter, knowing that spring will come again. Allow this natural ebb and flow to lull you deeper into tranquility. Overjoyed at her daughter's partial return, Demeter allowed the earth to flourish once more. When Persephone was with her, the world bloomed in spring and summer. Crops grew tall and strong, and the land was filled with abundance. But when Persephone descended to the underworld, Demeter's sadness would cause the leaves to fall and the earth to grow cold, creating autumn and winter. Thus, the cycle of the seasons was born, a reflection of a mother's love and loss. Demeter's joy and sorrow became intertwined with the very fabric of nature, teaching humanity about the inevitability of change and the promise of renewal. Her story reminds us that even in our darkest moments, hope endures, waiting to bloom again with the turn of the cosmic wheel. In gratitude for the hospitality she received during her wanderings, Demeter established the Eleusinian mysteries, secret rites that promised initiates a blessed afterlife. These mysteries became one of the most important religious cults in ancient Greece, celebrating the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth that Demeter and Persephone's story embodied. As you drift closer to sleep, imagine yourself as an initiate in Demeter's mysteries. Feel the ancient wisdom settling over you like a warm, comforting blanket. Each breath draws you deeper into a state of peaceful acceptance, understanding that all of life's challenges, like the seasons, are temporary. Demeter's influence extended far beyond the cycle of seasons. She was the goddess who taught humanity the art of agriculture, transforming nomadic tribes into settled communities. Under her guidance, people learned to plow the earth, sow seeds, and reap bountiful harvests. She gifted mortals with wheat, the staple grain that would become the foundation of civilization. The goddess was often depicted holding sheaves of wheat, or a cornucopia, overflowing with fruits and vegetables. Her temples were built in fertile plains, and her festivals marked important agricultural milestones. The Thesmophoria, celebrated by women in autumn, honored Demeter as the source of fertility and abundance. Allow your mind to wander through Demeter's golden fields, feeling the gentle caress of ripe wheat against your fingertips. The warmth of the sun on your face is like the goddess's benevolent smile, nurturing and life-giving. With each moment, you feel more grounded, more connected to the eternal rhythms of the earth. In some tales, Demeter's grief over losing Persephone was so great that she neglected her own appearance, taking the form of an old woman named Doso. In this guise, she served as a nurse to Demophon, prince of Eleusis. This act of caring for a mortal child, perhaps, filled a small part of the void left by by her missing daughter, showing that even gods can find solace in nurturing others. As the guardian of the harvest, Demeter was also associated with the law and the cycle of life and death. The Greeks believed that before her gifts of agriculture, humans had lived like animals. By teaching them to cultivate crops, she had lifted them into civilization, giving them laws and rights to live by. In this way, she was seen as a force of order and progress. Feel yourself becoming one with the earth beneath you, stable and secure. Just as the crops draw nourishment from the soil, allow yourself to draw peace and restfulness from this moment. Your breath becomes as steady and life-giving as Demeter's nurturing presence. One of the most poignant aspects of Demeter's myth is its exploration of maternal love. The lengths to which she went to recover her daughter and the depth of her grief resonated deeply with the ancient Greeks. It spoke to the universal experience of love and loss and the hope for reunion. In Demeter's eventual acceptance of the compromise that returned Persephone to her for half the year, we see a metaphor for finding joy, even in imperfect situations. The pomegranate seeds that bound Persephone to the underworld have become a powerful symbol in their own right. They represent the inevitability of change, the bittersweet nature of growth, and the hidden blessings that can be found even in our darkest moments. Like Persephone, we all must navigate the balance between light and shadow, finding our way back to warmth and growth after periods of darkness and dormancy. As sleep begins to envelop you, imagine the gentle weight of Demeter's hand upon your brow. Her touch is cool and soothing, like the first breeze of autumn after a long summer. Feel any remaining tension melting away, your mind and body preparing for the rejuvenation that sleep brings. In her role as the goddess of fertility, Demeter was also associated with the sanctity of marriage. The Thesmophoria festival, celebrated in her honor, was attended only by married women and was thought to promote both human and agricultural fertility. This connection reminds us of the intertwining of human life with the natural world, a bond that Demeter herself embodied. As we near the end of our time with Demeter, reflect on the cycles in your own life. Like the seasons, our experiences ebb and flow. There are times of growth and abundance, and times of rest and renewal. Demeter's story teaches us to embrace each phase, knowing that change is the only constant, and that after every winter, spring will come again. Let the wisdom of Demeter settle over you like a fertile field ready for planting. In your dreams, may you wander through endless golden wheat fields, feel the life-giving warmth of the sun, and know the profound peace that comes from being in harmony with the natural world. Allow yourself to be cradled in the arms of the Earth Mother, drifting gently into a deep and restful sleep. As the gentle rain continues to fall outside, let us delve into one of the most profound and mysterious aspects of Greek mythology, the story of Demeter and the Eleusinian mysteries. Close your eyes and imagine a world where the secrets of life and death are hidden within sacred rituals, known only to a chosen few. Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, fertility, and the harvest, was not only a nurturing mother figure, but also the keeper of some of the most closely guarded secrets in the ancient world. Her story is one of loss, perseverance, and ultimately the revelation of divine wisdom. Long ago, in the golden age of the gods, Demeter lived happily with her beloved daughter, Persephone. The young goddess was the joy of her mother's life, and together they roamed the earth, bringing fertility and abundance to the land. The flowers bloomed at their touch, and the crops flourished under their care. But this idyllic existence was not to last. One fateful day, while Persephone was gathering flowers in a meadow, the earth suddenly split open. From the chasm emerged Hades, the lord of the underworld, who had been struck by Eros' arrow and fallen deeply in love with the maiden. In an instant, he seized Persephone and carried her off to his dark realm beneath the earth. Demeter's anguish upon discovering her daughter's disappearance was immeasurable. She wandered the earth for 9 days and nights, neither eating nor drinking, searching desperately for any sign of Persephone. In her grief, she neglected her duties, and the world began to wither. Crops failed, leaves fell from the trees, and a great famine swept across the land. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to feel the depth of Demeter's sorrow. Let it wash over you like the gentle rain outside, cleansing away your own worries and cares. With each breath, sink deeper into relaxation, knowing that even in the darkest moments, Titan Thales, eventually Zeus, the king of the gods, could no longer ignore the suffering of the mortals. He commanded Hades to return Persephone to her mother. However, during her time in the underworld, Persephone had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds, binding her to Hades' realm for part of each year. A compromise was reached. Persephone would spend 6 months of the year with her mother in the world above, and 6 months with Hades in the underworld. This cycle gave birth to the seasons. When Persephone returns to her mother, Demeter rejoices, and the world blooms in spring and summer. When she descends to the underworld, Demeter mourns, and the world experiences autumn and winter. But Demeter's story does not end there. In her wanderings, she had come to the city of Eleusis, where she was welcomed and comforted by the royal family. In gratitude, she decided to share her divine wisdom with humanity, establishing the Eleusinian mysteries. These mysteries were secret religious rites that promised initiates a special place in the afterlife. They were among the most sacred and important of all religious ceremonies in ancient Greece, and their exact nature remains shrouded in secrecy to this day. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself as an initiate in these ancient mysteries. Feel the cool night air on your skin as you approach the sacred temple at Eleusis. The scent of incense fills your nostrils, and the soft glow of torchlight guides your way. With each step, you feel a sense of anticipation building within you. The Eleusinian mysteries were divided into two parts, the lesser mysteries and the greater mysteries. The lesser mysteries were a sort of prelude, purifying and preparing the initiates for the greater mysteries. They took place in the month of Anthesterion, which roughly corresponds to February. As you enter the temple, you are greeted by the Hierophant, the high priest of the mysteries. His voice is low and soothing as he guides you through the initial rites. You feel a sense of peace washing over you, much like the gentle rain outside your window now. Let that feeling of tranquility deepen with each breath you take. The greater mysteries were celebrated annually in the month of Bodromion, roughly corresponding to September. They lasted for 9 days and involved elaborate rituals, sacrifices, and a procession from Athens to Eleusis. On the 5th day of the festival, a great procession would make its way from Athens to Eleusis. Thousands of initiates would walk the sacred way, a distance of about 14 miles. As they walked, they would shout ritual phrases and carry sacred objects. Imagine yourself among them, your feet treading the well-worn path, the energy of the crowd buoying you along. Upon reaching Eleusis, the initiates would rest and purify themselves before the final, most secret rites. These took place in the Telesterion, a great hall specially designed for the mysteries. What exactly occurred within those walls has never been revealed, for the initiates were sworn to secrecy on pain of death. As you stand before the doors of the Telesterion, feel a sense of awe and wonder filling you. The secrets of life and death, of the very nature of existence, lie just beyond. Take a deep breath, letting that feeling of anticipation wash through you. Then slowly release it, allowing yourself to sink even deeper into relaxation. While the exact nature of the rites remains unknown, ancient sources hint at what the initiates might have experienced. There were said to be things acted out, things shown, and things spoken. Some speak of a great vision, a brilliant light in the darkness. Others mention sacred objects being revealed and secret wisdom being imparted. Whatever the specific details, we know that the experience was profound and life-changing for those who underwent it. Initiates spoke of losing their fear of death and gaining a new understanding of life. They emerged from the mysteries with a sense of peace and purpose that stayed with them for the rest of their lives. As you imagine yourself emerging from the Telesterion, feel that same sense of peace and understanding settling over you. Let it seep into every part of your being, relaxing your muscles, calming your mind, and soothing your spirit. The Eleusinian mysteries continued for nearly 2,000 years, drawing initiates from all over the ancient world. They were so respected that even during times of war, a sacred truce would be called to allow pilgrims safe passage to Eleusis. Many famous figures of antiquity were initiates, including philosophers like Plato, leaders like Pericles, and poets like Pindar. Each of them spoke of the profound impact the mysteries had on their lives and thought. As our tale of Demeter and the Eleusinian mysteries draws to a close, take a moment to reflect on the enduring power of these ancient rites. For thousands of years, they offered comfort and hope to countless individuals, helping them face the great mysteries of existence with courage and serenity. In your own life, as you drift towards sleep, carry with you the wisdom of Demeter. Like the goddess who turned her grief into a gift for humanity, know that even in times of darkness and loss, the cycles of nature, of life and death, of joy and sorrow, are all part of the great mystery of existence. Let the gentle sound of the rain outside remind you of the eternal cycles of nature. As each drop falls, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation, your body becoming heavier and more comfortable with each passing moment. The mysteries of sleep await you, promising renewal and rebirth with the coming dawn. And so, cradled in the ancient wisdom of Demeter and the Eleusinian mysteries, allow yourself to drift gently into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be deep and restful, and may you awaken renewed, carrying with you a spark of the divine mysteries into your waking life. In the realm of Olympus, where gods and mortals intertwine, there lived a deity unlike any other. Dionysus, the god of wine, revelry, and ecstasy, was known as the twice-born god. His story begins not with thunderous proclamations or divine decrees, but with a forbidden love that would shake the very foundations of Mount Olympus. Zeus, the king of the gods, had fallen deeply in love with a mortal woman named Semele, daughter of Cadmus, the founder of Thebes. Their passionate affair was hidden from the watchful eyes of Hera, Zeus's jealous wife. But secrets have a way of revealing themselves, especially in the world of the gods. Semele, radiant with the glow of divine love, caught the attention of Hera. The queen of the gods, consumed by jealousy, devised a cunning plan to destroy her rival. Disguising herself as Semele's old nurse, Hera planted seeds of doubt in the young woman's mind. "How can you be sure?" Hera whispered, her words dripping with false concern, "that your lover is truly the mighty Zeus? Perhaps he is merely a trickster, playing with your heart. If he truly is the king of the gods, ask him to reveal himself in all his divine glory." Semele, her mind clouded by uncertainty, decided to test her lover. When Zeus next visited her, she made him swear on the river Styx to grant her one wish. Zeus, blinded by love, agreed without hesitation. Little did he know that this promise would lead to tragedy. "Show yourself to me," Semele pleaded, "in your true form, as you appear on Mount Olympus." Zeus, bound by his oath, knew the terrible consequences of granting this wish. He begged Semele to reconsider, but she insisted, her heart set on witnessing the full majesty of her divine lover. With a heavy heart, Zeus revealed himself in all his glory. The sight was too much for mortal eyes to bear. Semele, overwhelmed by the radiance and power of Zeus's true form, was consumed by divine fire. In her final moments, as her mortal body turned to ash, she gave birth to a child, Dionysus. Zeus, grief-stricken and filled with love for his son, acted quickly. He plucked the unborn child from Semele's ashes and sewed the infant into his own thigh. There, Dionysus would grow and develop, protected by the divine flesh of his father. For months, Zeus carried his son within his body, nurturing him with ichor, the golden blood of the gods. When the time came, Dionysus emerged from Zeus's thigh, fully formed and radiant with divine energy. Thus, he earned the title of twice-born, once from his mortal mother, and once from his immortal father. As you listen to this tale of love, loss, and rebirth, allow the gentle rhythm of the rain to wash away your thoughts. Let the story of Dionysus remind you that even from tragedy, new life can emerge. Feel your body sink deeper into relaxation, cradled by the soothing embrace of mythology. Dionysus, born of both mortal and divine, possessed a unique understanding of both worlds. This duality would shape his role among the gods and his relationship with mortals. As a child, he was entrusted to the care of nymphs on Mount Nysa, hidden from Hera's vengeful gaze. In the lush, verdant forests of Nysa, Dionysus discovered the vine and its intoxicating fruit. He learned to cultivate grapes and extract their juice, creating the first wine. This discovery would become his greatest gift to humanity, a drink that could bring joy, loosen inhibitions, and bridge the gap between mortal and divine experience. As Dionysus grew into adulthood, he embarked on a journey across the known world, spreading the cultivation of grapes and the art of winemaking. His travels took him from Greece to Egypt, and as far as India, where he was said to have conquered the land not with weapons, but with the intoxicating power of wine and revelry. Wherever Dionysus went, he gathered a retinue of followers. Satyrs, wild men with the legs and horns of goats, danced in his wake. Maenads, ecstatic women devoted to his worship, whirled in frenzied dances through the forests. The sound of flutes and drums accompanied their processions, filling the air with wild, intoxicating music. But Dionysus was more than just a god of wine and revelry. He represented the wild, untamed aspects of nature and human nature. In his festivals, known as Dionysian mysteries, participants would experience a state of ecstasies, literally, standing outside oneself. Through wine, dance, and ritual, they could transcend the boundaries of the self and commune with the divine. As you continue to relax, imagine the gentle sway of grapevines in a warm breeze. Let the rhythm of your breath mirror the slow, steady drip of wine from a cluster of ripe grapes. Allow yourself to sink deeper into tranquility, knowing that like Dionysus, you too can find rebirth and renewal. Dionysus's return to Greece was not without conflict. Many rulers, threatened by his wild nature and the freedom he offered his followers, attempted to ban his worship. But those who opposed the twice-born god often met with tragic fates, driven to madness or torn apart by their own people in Dionysian frenzies. One such tale is that of King Pentheus of Thebes, who refused to acknowledge Dionysus's divinity. The god, in retribution, drove the women of Thebes into a Bacchic frenzy. Pentheus, curious about the secret rites, disguised himself as a woman to spy on the Maenads. But he was discovered, and in their divine madness, the women, including Pentheus's own mother, tore the king to pieces. This brutal tale serves as a reminder of the danger of denying the wild, instinctual parts of our nature. Dionysus taught that there must be a balance between order and chaos, reason and instinct. His worship provided a sanctioned outlet for the primal urges that exist within all humans. Despite the violence in some of his myths, Dionysus was also known as a gentle and compassionate god. He rescued Ariadne, abandoned by Theseus on the island of Naxos, and made her his immortal wife. He also had the power to bring the dead back to life, as he did with his mother Semele, whom he rescued from the underworld and brought to Olympus. The duality of Dionysus, his ability to inspire both ecstatic joy and terrible madness, reflects the dual nature of wine itself. In moderation, wine brings pleasure and loosens the tongue, allowing for free-flowing conversation and creativity. But in excess, it can lead to violence and destruction. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing backdrop to our tale, allow yourself to find balance in your own body. Feel the gentle rise and fall of your chest as you breathe, the steady rhythm a reminder of the ebb and flow of life itself. In art, Dionysus was often depicted as a beautiful youth, crowned with ivy and grapevines, holding a thyrsus, a staff topped with a pinecone, and wound with ivy. Sometimes he was shown riding a leopard or accompanied by his faithful follower, the pot-bellied Silenus. These images captured both his youthful beauty and his wild, untamed nature. The worship of Dionysus continued well into the Roman period, where he was known as Bacchus. His mysteries offered initiates a chance to experience divine ecstasy and the promise of a blessed afterlife. In some ways, the Dionysian cult, with its promise of rebirth and eternal life, paved the way for later mystery religions. As our tale of Dionysus draws to a close, reflect on the lessons of the twice-born god. He teaches us to embrace both the light and dark aspects of our nature, to find joy in the present moment, and to seek transcendence through connecting with others and with the natural world. Let the story of Dionysus guide you into peaceful slumber. Like the god himself, allow yourself to be reborn in sleep, shedding the cares of the day and emerging refreshed. The gentle rain outside is nature's own wine, intoxicating in its steady rhythm, inviting you to let go and drift into dreams. As you teeter on the edge of sleep, remember that you carry within you the power of renewal. Each night is a small death, each morning a rebirth. Dionysus, the twice-born god, reminds us that endings are often just beginnings in disguise. Let this comforting thought carry you into the realm of Morpheus, where your own rebirth awaits. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, was not born into the pantheon of Olympus like many of his divine kin. His story begins with a love affair between Zeus and a mortal woman named Semele, a tale of passion that would lead to both tragedy and triumph. In the early days of their romance, Semele was blissfully unaware of her lover's true identity. Zeus, ever the master of disguise, had taken on a mortal form to woo her. Their love blossomed like a vine in spring, growing stronger with each passing day. But as with all secrets, the truth would eventually come to light. Hera, Zeus's wife and queen of the gods, learned of her husband's infidelity. Consumed by jealousy and rage, she devised a plan to destroy Semele and the unborn child she carried. Disguising herself as an old woman, Hera visited Semele and planted seeds of doubt in her mind. "How do you know your lover is truly who he claims to be?" she whispered. "If he is indeed a god, demand that he reveal himself in all his divine glory." Semele, her mind clouded by uncertainty, did as Hera suggested. When next Zeus came to her, she made her fateful request. "Show me your true form," she pleaded. "Let me see you as you truly are." Zeus, bound by his oath on the river Styx to grant Semele's wish, knew the terrible consequences that would follow. He begged her to reconsider, but Semele insisted. With a heavy heart, Zeus revealed his divine form, his radiance so intense that it consumed Semele's mortal body in an instant. As Semele's life ebbed away, Zeus acted quickly to save their unborn child. He took the fetus and sewed it into his own thigh, where it would continue to grow until ready to be born. And so Dionysus came into the world, twice born, once from his mortal mother, and once from the thigh of his divine father. This unusual birth marked Dionysus as different from the start. Neither fully god nor fully mortal, he occupied a unique place in the pantheon. Perhaps it was this dual nature that allowed him to bridge the gap between the divine and mortal realms, becoming a god beloved by humans in a way few others could claim. As Dionysus grew, his power over vines, wine, and revelry became apparent. He wandered the mortal world, teaching humans the art of winemaking and spreading joy and ecstasy wherever he went. But his journey was not without challenges. Hera, still bitter about Zeus's infidelity, drove Dionysus mad. In his insanity, he roamed the world, his mind fractured and lost. It was during this time that he was taken in by the goddess Rhea, who cured him of his madness and taught him her religious rites. This period of madness and healing would come to define much of Dionysus's character and worship. His followers would often seek to emulate this state of divine madness, believing it brought them closer to the god and to hidden truths of the universe. Upon his return to Greece, Dionysus brought with him not only the gift of wine, but also a new type of religious experience. His worship involved ecstatic rituals, wild dances, and the consumption of wine to lower inhibitions and free the spirit. The cult of Dionysus spread rapidly throughout the Greek world. Women, in particular, were drawn to his worship. In a society that often restricted their freedoms, the Dionysian rituals offered a rare opportunity for release and self-expression. These female followers of Dionysus were known as the Maenads, or the raving ones. They would venture into the wilderness, dancing and drinking, until they reached a state of ecstatic frenzy. In this state, it was said they possessed superhuman strength and could perform miraculous feats. But not all welcomed Dionysus and his wild rituals. Many rulers saw his cult as a threat to social order. One such king was Pentheus of Thebes, who attempted to ban the worship of Dionysus in his city. Dionysus, angered by this rejection, drove the women of Thebes into a frenzy. Pentheus, curious about the rituals he had forbidden, disguised himself as a woman to observe them. But he was discovered by the Maenads, who in their divine madness tore him limb from limb. Among them was Pentheus's own mother, Agave, who only realized what she had done when the frenzy subsided. This tragic tale served as a warning to those who would deny Dionysus his due worship. It highlighted the god's dual nature, capable of bringing great joy and liberation, but also of unleashing terrible destruction when crossed. Despite such dark tales, Dionysus was generally seen as a benevolent deity. He was known as the liberator, Eleutherios, freeing his worshippers from their everyday cares through the gift of wine and ecstatic ritual. He was a god who could lift the spirits and bring communities together in shared celebration. In art, Dionysus was often depicted as a beautiful youth, crowned with ivy and carrying a thyrsus, a staff topped with a pine cone. He was frequently shown accompanied by his followers, satyrs, Maenads, and his old tutor, the wise but often drunken Silenus. The worship of Dionysus also had a significant impact on the development of Greek theater. The great dramatic festivals of Athens were held in his honor, and both tragedy and comedy were said to have evolved from rituals dedicated to him. As you listen to these tales of Dionysus, allow yourself to feel a sense of release and relaxation, just as the god's followers found freedom in his rituals, let the cares of your day dissolve away. Feel the tension in your body begin to unwind, like vines loosening their grip. Imagine yourself in a lush, green vineyard under a warm sun. The sweet scent of ripening grapes fills the air. In the distance, you can hear the faint sound of flutes and drums, the music of a Dionysian celebration. But here, in this moment, all is peaceful and still. As a god of vegetation and the vine, Dionysus was also associated with the changing of the seasons. His worship reflected the cycle of growth, death, and rebirth seen in nature. In some myths, he was said to die each winter and be reborn in the spring, mirroring the cycle of the grapevine. This connection to the natural world and its rhythms can serve as a comforting reminder of the cycles in our own lives. Just as winter always gives way to spring, so too do difficult times eventually pass, making way for new growth and joy. Dionysus was also known as a wanderer, forever journeying across the mortal world. In one famous myth, he was captured by pirates who failed to recognize him as a god. Dionysus transformed the ship's mast into a vine and turned the pirates into dolphins, saving only the helmsman who had shown him kindness. This tale, like many associated with Dionysus, carries a message about the importance of hospitality and kindness to strangers. For you never know when a simple traveler might be a god in disguise. As the god of wine, Dionysus was seen as a giver of joy and a reliever of sorrow. But he was also associated with the dangers of overindulgence. His gift was one that required responsibility and moderation to be truly enjoyed. In this, we can see a reflection of life's many pleasures. Joy, celebration, and revelry are essential parts of the human experience. But like all good things, they must be balanced with responsibility and self-awareness. As you continue to relax and drift towards sleep, think of Dionysus not just as a god of wild parties, but as a deity of release and relaxation. Let go of the stresses and worries that may be clinging to you, just as you might set down a heavy load at the end of a long day. Feel your breathing become slower and deeper, like the steady rhythm of waves on a shore. With each breath, imagine yourself sinking deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. The outside world fades away, leaving only the gentle sound of rain and the soothing cadence of these ancient tales. In some versions of his myth, Dionysus descended into the underworld to rescue his mortal mother, Semele. He brought her back to Mount Olympus, where she was granted immortality and a new name, Thyone. This act of love and devotion showcases another side of Dionysus, not just a god of revelry, but one capable of great compassion and self-sacrifice. As sleep begins to embrace you, carry with you the many lessons from Dionysus's myths. Remember the importance of joy and celebration in life, but also the need for balance. Embrace the cycles of nature, knowing that after every winter comes a spring. And above all, be kind to others, for divinity can be found in the most unexpected places. Let the gentle rain sounds mingle with these ancient tales, creating a soothing lullaby to carry you into the realm of dreams. May your sleep be peaceful and restorative, filled with the blessings of Dionysus' joy, release, and renewal. In the realm of Olympus, where gods and goddesses reigned supreme, there dwelt a deity whose power was not in thunder or war, but in the gentle warmth of home and hearth. This was Hestia, the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and the goddess of the hearth, home, and family. Unlike her more dramatic siblings, Hestia was known for her quiet demeanor and unwavering commitment to peace. She was the center of the house, both in the homes of mortals and in the grand halls of Olympus itself. Her presence was felt in every flickering flame that warmed a home, in every meal shared around a family table, and in the comforting glow of a welcoming fireplace. Hestia's story begins at the dawn of the Olympian age, when Cronus, fearing a prophecy that one of his children would overthrow him, swallowed each of his offspring at birth. Hestia was the first to be consumed. She spent years in the dark confines of her father's stomach, a time that would shape her future role as a goddess of inner sanctums and protected spaces. When Zeus finally freed his siblings from Cronus, Hestia was the last to be released, having been the first swallowed. This experience instilled in her a deep appreciation for stability and permanence, qualities she would come to embody in her role as goddess of the hearth. As you listen to Hestia's tale, imagine the warmth of a crackling fire on a cold night, the comfort of being surrounded by loved ones in a cozy home. Let that warmth envelop you, soothing away the cares of the day and inviting you to sink deeper into relaxation. In the early days of Olympian rule, Hestia was courted by both Poseidon and Apollo, two of the most powerful gods. Yet, Hestia chose a different path. She approached Zeus and asked for a privilege that would set her apart from the other Olympians, the right to remain a virgin goddess, free from the tumultuous love affairs that often characterized divine relationships. Zeus, recognizing the value of Hestia's stabilizing presence, granted her wish. In doing so, he also bestowed upon her a great honor, the central place at both Mount Olympus and in the homes of mortals. Hestia became the guardian of the sacred flame, the fire that burned eternally on Olympus and in every hearth on earth. This decision reflected Hestia's true nature. She was not a goddess of grand gestures or epic battles, but of the quiet, constant presence that makes a house a home. Her power lay in the everyday moments, in the simple act of tending a fire, in the gathering of family and friends around a shared meal. As you continue to relax, envision the gentle, nurturing presence of Hestia, Feel the tension in your body begin to melt away, much like snow dissolving in the warmth of a hearth fire. Allow yourself to be enveloped in the comfort and security that Hestia represents. In ancient Greek homes, the hearth was the center of domestic life. It was where food was prepared, where families gathered, and where important rituals were performed. The fire of the hearth was never allowed to go out, symbolizing the enduring nature of the family and the home. This eternal flame was Hestia's gift to humanity, a constant source of warmth, light, and nourishment. Hestia's influence extended beyond the physical hearth. She was also the goddess of the sacrificial flame, and it was customary to offer the first and last portions of any sacrifice to her. This practice acknowledged her role as both the beginning and the end, the alpha and omega of domestic life. In public life, Hestia's presence was felt in the Prytanean, the public hearth of a city. This was where official ambassadors were received, and where those who had served the state well were honored with free meals. The flame in the Prytanean, like the one on Olympus, was never allowed to go out, symbolizing the enduring nature of the state. As we delve deeper into Hestia's realm, let the rhythm of these words mirror the steady, comforting beat of your own heart. Allow each breath to bring you closer to a state of perfect peace and tranquility. Despite her importance, Hestia rarely appears in myths as an active participant. This absence is, in itself, a reflection of her nature. She was not a goddess of action or conflict, but of constancy and peace. Her power was felt rather than seen, a comforting presence in the background of both divine and mortal life. One of the few myths in which Hestia plays a central role involves an incident with Priapus, a minor fertility god. At a feast of the gods, Priapus attempted to take advantage of Hestia while she slept. However, a donkey's bray woke her just in time, and she was able to call for help. This myth reinforces Hestia's role as a protector of chastity and the sanctity of the home. In another tale, when Dionysus joined the pantheon of Olympian gods, Hestia willingly gave up her seat to maintain peace and harmony among the divine family. This selfless act further illustrates her commitment to domestic tranquility and her ability to find contentment in service rather than power. As you continue to listen, imagine the soft, steady glow of Hestia's hearth fire. Let it warm you from within, dispelling any lingering tension or worry. Feel yourself becoming as steady and grounded as the eternal flame itself. Hestia's worship was unique among the Greek gods. While others had grand temples and elaborate rituals, Hestia was honored in every home, at every meal, in the daily acts of domestic life. Her altar was the hearth itself, and her priestesses were the women who tended the home fires. In Rome, Hestia was known as Vesta, and her worship took on even greater significance. The Vestal virgins, priestesses dedicated to Vesta were among the most important religious figures in Roman society. They tended the sacred flame in the temple of Vesta, which was believed to be crucial to the well-being of Rome itself. The symbolism of Hestia's eternal flame extended to the founding of new colonies. Settlers would carry a flame from their home city's hearth to light the fire in their new settlement, creating a connection between the old home and the new. In this way, Hestia's influence helped to bind together the far-flung Greek world. As we near the end of our time with Hestia, let her qualities of peace and stability settle deep within you. Feel the gentle weight of your body comfortably at rest. Allow each breath to come easily, naturally, like the steady flickering of a well-tended flame. Hestia's legacy continues to resonate in our modern world. The concept of hearth and home remains a powerful symbol of domestic peace and familial love. The idea of a sacred flame kept eternally burning has been adopted by many cultures and institutions as a symbol of enduring memory and constant vigilance. In our fast-paced, often chaotic world, Hestia's qualities of stability, peace, and nurturing warmth are perhaps more needed than ever. She reminds us of the importance of creating a sanctuary within our homes, a place of peace and renewal amidst the storms of life. As we conclude our exploration of Hestia, goddess of the hearth, let her gentle presence linger in your mind. May you carry with you the warmth of her eternal flame, finding comfort and peace in the quiet moments of life, in the simple joys of home and family. Allow yourself to drift now, peaceful and secure, warmed by the memory of Hestia's hearth. Let each breath draw you deeper into restful relaxation, knowing that you are safe, protected, and at peace in the embrace of home. In the dark marshes of ancient Lerna, a fearsome creature lurked, its very existence a challenge to mortal and immortal alike. This was the domain of the Hydra, a monstrous serpent with multiple heads, each one capable of dealing death with a single bite. As we delve into this tale of heroism and strategy, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of calm, where even the fiercest of monsters cannot reach you. The Hydra was no ordinary beast. Born from the union of Typhon and Echidna, two of the most terrifying monsters in Greek mythology, it inherited a nightmarish form that struck fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Imagine, if you will, a serpentine body as thick as an ancient oak, covered in scales that shimmered with an otherworldly gleam. But it was the creature's heads that truly set it apart, a writhing mass of serpentine necks, each crowned with a head that possessed razor-sharp fangs and eyes that glowed with malevolent intelligence. The number of heads the Hydra possessed varies in different tellings of the tale, but most agree that it had at least 9. Some stories speak of as many as 100 heads, each one more vicious than the last. But the true horror of the Hydra lay not just in its multiple heads, but in its incredible ability to regenerate. For every head that was cut off, 2 more would grow in its place, making the creature seemingly impossible to defeat. The Hydra made its lair in the swamps of Lerna, a region in the Argolid of ancient Greece. The marshes were a fitting home for such a creature, dark, misty, and treacherous. The murky waters and dense vegetation provided the perfect cover for the monster, allowing it to strike unseen at any unfortunate soul who wandered too close. The very air around the Hydra's lair was said to be poisonous, filled with noxious fumes that could kill a man before he even laid eyes on the beast. As you listen to this tale, imagine yourself far from that dangerous marsh. You are safe and warm, protected from the Hydra's reach. Let the sound of the rain outside soothe you, washing away any tension or fear. Breathe deeply and allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation as we continue our story. The reign of terror imposed by the Hydra could not go unchallenged forever. It was Eurystheus, the king of Turins, who decided that the creature must be slain. But this was no task for an ordinary warrior. It would require a hero of extraordinary strength and courage. And so, as the second of his famous 12 labors, Eurystheus commanded Heracles to destroy the Hydra. Heracles, known for his incredible strength and bravery, was the son of Zeus and a mortal woman named Alcmene. His divine parentage granted him abilities far beyond those of ordinary men, but even Heracles would find the Hydra a formidable opponent. As he set out on his journey to Lerna, Heracles knew that this task would require more than just brute strength. It would demand cunning and strategy as well. As Heracles approached the Hydra's lair, the air grew thick with a foul miasma. The hero covered his mouth and nose, knowing that to breathe in the poisonous fumes would mean certain death. With each step, the ground beneath his feet grew softer, the marsh threatening to swallow him whole. But Heracles pressed on, his determination unwavering. At last, he caught sight of his quarry. The Hydra rose from the murky waters, its multiple heads weaving and bobbing in a hypnotic dance of death. For a moment, even the mighty Heracles felt a twinge of fear, but he steeled himself, gripping his club tightly as he prepared for battle. As you picture this scene in your mind, remember that you are safe and far from danger. Let the tension in your body melt away, just as the rain outside washes the world clean. Breathe slowly and deeply, allowing yourself to relax more with each breath. The battle began in earnest. Heracles swung his mighty club, striking at the Hydra's heads with all his strength. But to his dismay, he found that for each head he managed to crush, 2 more grew in its place. The Hydra seemed to grow stronger with each blow, its regenerative powers making it an seemingly unbeatable foe. Heracles soon realized that brute force alone would not be enough to defeat this monster. He needed a new strategy. It was then that he called upon his nephew and charioteer Iolaus for assistance. together, they devised a plan that would change the course of the battle. As Heracles continued to strike at the Hydra's heads, Iolaus stood ready with a flaming torch. Each time Heracles severed a head, Iolaus would quickly cauterize the stump with fire, preventing new heads from growing. This brilliant strategy turned the tide of the battle. Slowly, but surely, the number of the Hydra's heads began to diminish. The Hydra, sensing its impending doom, fought with renewed ferocity. It lashed out with its remaining heads, its fangs dripping with venom. But Heracles and Iolaus worked in perfect synchronization, their teamwork proving to be the key to victory. With each head destroyed, the Hydra's strength waned, until at last only one head remained. This final head, however, proved to be immortal. No matter how hard Heracles struck, he could not destroy it. Realizing that he could not kill this last head, Heracles instead severed it and buried it beneath a heavy rock, ensuring that it could never again threaten the world of mortals. As the Hydra fell, its massive body crashing into the swamp, a great silence fell over Lerna. The air cleared, the poisonous miasma dissipating with the creature's death. Heracles and Iolaus stood victorious, their bodies weary, but their spirits soaring with the knowledge of their great accomplishment. This tale of Heracles and the Hydra teaches us valuable lessons about perseverance and adaptability. When faced with a seemingly insurmountable challenge, it is not always brute force that wins the day. Sometimes we must step back, reassess our approach, and find creative solutions to our problems. Just as Heracles called upon Iolaus for help, we should not be afraid to seek assistance when we need it. As you lie here, letting the sound of rain soothe you, think about the challenges in your own life. They may seem as daunting as the many-headed Hydra, but remember that, like Heracles, you have the strength and wisdom within you to overcome them. Sometimes the solution may not be obvious at first, but with patience and creativity, you can find a way forward. The story of Heracles and the Hydra became legendary throughout ancient Greece. It was seen as a testament to the hero's strength, courage, and intelligence. The labor was immortalized in art and literature, serving as an inspiration for generations to come. Even today, the phrase "to fight a Hydra" is used to describe a problem that seems to grow more complicated the more one tries to solve it. In some versions of the myth, Heracles went on to use the Hydra's venomous blood to poison his arrows. These arrows would play a crucial role in many of his future adventures, demonstrating how, even from the most fearsome of adversaries, something useful can be gained. This reminds us that our challenges, once overcome, can become sources of strength and tools for future success. As our tale draws to a close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. The rain continues to fall outside, a gentle rhythm that washes away all cares and worries. You are safe, warm, and protected, far from the dangers of mythical monsters and heroic quests. Let your mind drift, knowing that, like Heracles, you have the strength within you to face whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. Remember, even the mightiest of heroes needed rest. As you prepare for sleep, know that your own battles can wait for another day. For now, let the peace of night envelop you, carrying you gently into the realm of dreams. There, perhaps, you too will embark on grand adventures, facing mythical beasts and emerging victorious. But unlike Heracles, your battles will be fought in the safe confines of your imagination, where the only limit is the boundless creativity of your dreaming mind. As you drift off, picture the swamps of Lerna transformed. Where once a fearsome monster dwelled, now the waters are clear, the air is sweet, and life flourishes in abundance. This transformation serves as a reminder that even the darkest and most frightening of places can be changed for the better through courage, determination, and wisdom. May your own dreams be filled with such transformations, turning challenges into triumphs, fears into sources of strength. And when you wake, may you carry with you the courage of Heracles, the wisdom of Iolaus, and the knowledge that within you lies the power to overcome any obstacle, no matter how fearsome it may seem. Sleep well, dear listener, and may the gods grant you peaceful dreams and a restful night. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as captivating as that of Perseus and Medusa. As you settle in, allowing the gentle patter of rain to soothe your mind, let us journey back to a time of heroes and monsters, of gods and mortals intertwined in a dance of destiny. Perseus, son of Zeus, and the mortal princess Danae, was born under extraordinary circumstances. His mother, imprisoned in a bronze chamber by her father, King Acrisius of Argos, was visited by the king of the gods in a shower of golden rain. From this divine union, Perseus was born, a demigod with a great destiny ahead of him. As you listen, imagine the cool, damp air of the bronze chamber, the soft golden light filtering through the small opening. Feel the weight of destiny settling upon the infant Perseus, unaware of the great deeds he would one day perform. Perseus grew into a strong and courageous young man, living a quiet life with his mother on the island of Seriphos. But fate had other plans for the young hero. The king of Seriphos, Polydectes, desired Danae for himself and sought to rid himself of Perseus. Picture the sun-drenched shores of Seriphos, the salt breeze carrying whispers of impending adventure. As you breathe deeply, sinking with the rhythm of the waves, let the tension in your body ebb away, much like the receding tide. Polydectes, cunning and cruel, devised a plan. He announced his intention to marry and asked all his subjects to bring him gifts. Perseus, eager to prove himself, boasted that he could bring any gift the king desired. Polydectes seized this opportunity and demanded the head of Medusa, the Gorgon. Medusa, once a beautiful maiden, had been transformed by Athena into a monstrous creature with snakes for hair, whose gaze could turn any living thing to stone. She and her two immortal sisters, collectively known as the Gorgons, lived on an island at the edge of the world. As our hero embarks on his seemingly impossible quest, let your mind wander to that distant island. Feel the mist rolling in from the sea, obscuring the treacherous landscape. The air is thick with the scent of brine and something ancient, something otherworldly. Perseus, realizing the magnitude of his task, despaired. But the gods, seeing his plight, decided to aid the young hero. Hermes, the messenger god, and Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, appeared before him. Hermes gifted Perseus with winged sandals, granting him the power of flight. He also bestowed upon him a magical wallet to safely store Medusa's head, and a cap of invisibility from Hades himself. Athena, in her wisdom, gave Perseus a polished bronze shield. As you envision these divine gifts, let their magic wash over you. Feel the lightness of the winged sandals, the security of the cap of invisibility, the reassuring weight of the shield. With each breath, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation, protected and empowered like our hero. Armed with these gifts and his own courage, Perseus set out on his quest. He flew across vast oceans and treacherous lands, guided by Hermes to the island of the Gree, three ancient sisters who shared a single eye and tooth between them. The Gree held the secret to finding the Gorgon's lair. Perseus, using his wit, stole their eye as they passed it between them. He refused to return it until they revealed the location of the nymphs of the north, who possessed the final items he needed: a magical knapsack and the cap of invisibility. As you listen, imagine the windswept cliff where the Gree dwelt. Feel the cool mist on your skin. Hear the distant crash of waves against the rocks. Let the rhythm of the story and the rain outside lull you into a state of peaceful alertness. With this information and his new equipment, Perseus journeyed to the Gorgon's island. As he approached, he could hear the hissing of the snakes that crowned Medusa's head. The very air seemed to vibrate with danger. Perseus, remembering Athena's counsel, used the polished surface of his shield as a mirror. This allowed him to see Medusa's reflection without risking direct eye contact. With bated breath, he approached the sleeping Gorgons. As our hero nears his quarry, take a moment to focus on your own breathing. Feel the rise and fall of your chest, the air flowing in and out. Just as Perseus approached with caution and control, allow your breath to become slow and steady. With a swift and decisive stroke, Perseus beheaded Medusa. From her severed neck sprang Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a giant wielding a golden sword. But Perseus had no time to marvel at this sight. He quickly placed the head in his magical wallet and fled, pursued by Medusa's enraged sisters. Protected by his cap of invisibility and borne aloft by his winged sandals, Perseus escaped. As he flew across the vast expanse of the sea, he marveled at his own achievement and the strange turns of fate that had led him to this moment. Let yourself soar with Perseus over the wine-dark sea. Feel the cool wind against your face, the exhilaration of flight, the profound sense of accomplishment. As you glide through the air, allow any lingering tension to dissipate, floating away on the breeze. Perseus's journey, however, was far from over. On his way back to Seriphos, he encountered the Titan Atlas. Atlas, burdened with holding up the sky, refused Perseus hospitality. In retaliation, Perseus used Medusa's head to turn the Titan to stone, creating the Atlas Mountains. As you picture the massive, stone form of Atlas, let your own body feel heavy and supported. Like the earth itself, you are grounded and secure, held in the embrace of comfort and rest. Later, flying over Ethiopia, Perseus spotted a beautiful woman chained to a rock by the sea. This was Andromeda, Princess of Ethiopia, offered as a sacrifice to appease Poseidon's wrath. Perseus, struck by her beauty and the injustice of her fate, vowed to rescue her. As the sea monster Cetus rose from the depths to claim Andromeda, Perseus swooped down. Using Medusa's head once more, he turned the beast to stone, saving the princess. Andromeda's gratitude soon turned to love, and Perseus claimed her as his bride. In this moment of triumph and newfound love, allow yourself to feel a sense of warmth and contentment. Just as Perseus found unexpected joy in his journey, may you find moments of peace and happiness in your own life's adventures. Finally, Perseus returned to Seriphos. He found that in his long absence, Polydex had not given up his pursuit of Danae. The king had become cruel and oppressive, believing Perseus to be dead. Perseus, enraged by this treatment of his mother, strode into the king's court and revealed Medusa's head, turning Polydex and his conspirators to stone. With peace restored to Seriphos, Perseus fulfilled his promise to return the divine gifts. He gave Medusa's head to Athena, who placed it on her shield, the Aegis. The winged sandals were returned to Hermes, and the cap of invisibility to Hades. As our tale draws to a close, reflect on the journey we've taken with Perseus. From a boastful youth to a true hero, his story reminds us that with courage, wit, and a little divine help, we can overcome even the most daunting challenges. Let the echo of Perseus's deeds linger in your mind as you drift towards sleep. Like the hero returning his gifts to the gods, allow yourself to let go of the day's concerns. Each breath brings you closer to the realm of dreams, where perhaps you too will soar on winged sandals or face mythical beasts. Remember, just as Perseus found strength he didn't know he possessed, you too have untapped reserves of courage and resilience. As you rest, may you be filled with the quiet confidence of a hero, ready to face whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. And so, with the gentle rain as our lullaby, we bid farewell to Perseus and the world of Greek mythology. May your dreams be filled with wonder, and may you wake refreshed, ready to write your own epic tale in the pages of your life. Sleep well, dear listener, and may the gods smile upon your slumber. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales capture the imagination quite like the story of Theseus and the Minotaur. This legend of heroism, sacrifice, and the triumph of wit over brute strength has echoed through the ages, whispering to us of the power of human ingenuity and courage. Our story begins on the island of Crete, where King Minos ruled with an iron fist. Minos had a dark secret, one that he kept hidden in the depths of an intricate labyrinth beneath his palace. Within this maze dwelt a creature of nightmares, the Minotaur. Picture, if you will, a being with the body of a man and the head of a bull. This was the Minotaur, a monster born of divine punishment and human hubris. Its very existence was a testament to the complex relationship between gods and mortals in the world of Greek myth. The Minotaur was the offspring of Minos' wife, Pasiphae, and a magnificent bull sent by the sea god Poseidon. This bull was meant to be sacrificed to honor Poseidon, but Minos, in his greed, kept the animal for himself. Enraged by this slight, Poseidon cursed Pasiphae with an unnatural desire for the bull, resulting in the birth of the monstrous Minotaur. Ashamed and fearful of the creature, King Minos commissioned the legendary craftsman Daedalus to construct an elaborate labyrinth to contain the Minotaur. The maze was so complex, so bewildering, that once inside, escape was all but impossible. Even the Minotaur itself was trapped within its winding corridors. But the story of the Minotaur is intertwined with a cruel tradition. Every 9 years, Athens was required to send 7 young men and 7 young women to Crete as tribute. These unfortunate souls were cast into the labyrinth, left to wander its twisting passages until they inevitably encountered the Minotaur and met their doom. As you listen to this tale, allow the tension in your body to slowly release. Imagine the weight of fear and anticipation melting away, just as the heroes of old faced their challenges with courage and resolve. It was into this dire situation that our hero, Theseus, stepped. The son of King Aegeus of Athens, Theseus was a young man of great strength and even greater determination. When the time came for the tribute to be paid once more, Theseus volunteered to be one of the 7 young men sent to Crete. His father, King Aegeus, was distraught at the thought of losing his only son. But Theseus was resolute. He promised his father that if he succeeded in slaying the Minotaur and returning home safely, he would sail back to Athens with white sails. If he failed, the ship would bear black sails, a signal of his demise. As you contemplate Theseus's bravery, feel your own courage growing within you. the steady rhythm of your breath mirror the determined beat of Theseus's heart as he sailed towards his destiny. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus's strength and noble bearing caught the eye of Princess Ariadne, daughter of King Minos. Moved by his plight and drawn to his courage, Ariadne decided to help Theseus in his seemingly impossible task. In secret, she provided him with two gifts that would prove invaluable: a sword to fight the Minotaur and a ball of thread. A simple yet ingenious tool that would guide him through the labyrinth's twisted passages. As night fell and the time came for Theseus to enter the labyrinth, he tied one end of the thread to the entrance and unraveled it as he ventured deeper into the maze. The darkness pressed in around him, but Theseus moved forward, his resolve unwavering. Let the image of Theseus, moving steadily through the dark with his thread of hope, inspire you. As you lie here, safe and comfortable, imagine your own thread of peace guiding you towards tranquil sleep. The labyrinth was a marvel of engineering, its paths twisting and turning in bewildering patterns. At every corner, shadows seemed to move, playing tricks on Theseus's senses. But he pressed on, guided by Ariadne's thread and his own unwavering courage. Finally, in the heart of the maze, Theseus encountered the Minotaur. The creature was even more terrifying in person, a massive, hulking form with the strength of a bull and the cunning of a man. Its breath came in great, steaming snorts, and its eyes gleamed with a primal hunger. The battle that ensued was fierce and desperate. Theseus, though strong, was dwarfed by the Minotaur's massive form. He dodged and weaved, using his agility to avoid the creature's crushing blows. The sword gifted by Ariadne flashed in the dim light as Theseus sought an opening in the Minotaur's defense. As you envision this epic struggle, allow your own muscles to relax. Feel the tension leaving your body with each breath, just as Theseus channeled his energy into focused, purposeful movement. In a moment of opportunity, Theseus managed to plunge his sword deep into the Minotaur's chest. With a great, bellowing roar that echoed through the labyrinth, the creature fell. The threat that had loomed over Athens for so long was finally vanquished. But Theseus's trial was not yet over. He still had to find his way out of the labyrinth. Here, Ariadne's second gift proved its worth. Following the thread he had unraveled on his way in, Theseus retraced his steps through the twisting corridors, emerging at last into the light of day. Theseus's victory was complete. He had faced the darkness of the labyrinth and the terror of the Minotaur, and emerged triumphant. With the other Athenian youths, he set sail for home, his heart light with the joy of success and the promise of a brighter future for his people. As you continue to relax, imagine yourself emerging from any challenges or worries, just as Theseus emerged from the labyrinth. Feel the warmth of success and peace washing over you. But our tale takes a bittersweet turn. In the elation of his victory, Theseus forgot his promise to his father. The ship approached Athens still bearing its black sails. King Aegeus, watching from a high cliff and believing his son to be dead, was overcome with grief and threw himself into the sea that would forever bear his name, the Aegean. This tragic ending reminds us of the complexity of human nature, the importance of remembering our promises, and the sometimes unforeseen consequences of our actions. Even in victory, we must remain mindful and compassionate. The story of Theseus and the Minotaur has endured through the ages, speaking to us of courage, ingenuity, and the power of kindness. Theseus's bravery in facing the Minotaur inspires us to confront our own fears. Ariadne's clever solution with the thread teaches us that sometimes the simplest tools can overcome the most complex problems. As you drift closer to sleep, consider the threads in your own life that guide you through difficult times. Perhaps they are relationships, personal strengths, or cherished memories. Like Ariadne's thread, they can lead you out of any maze you might find yourself in. The labyrinth itself serves as a powerful metaphor for life's journey. We all face twists and turns, moments of darkness and confusion. But like Theseus, we have the strength within us to navigate these challenges, to face our own minotaurs, whatever form they may take. Let the rhythm of your breath become the thread that guides you through the labyrinth of consciousness, leading you steadily towards the peaceful center of sleep. With each inhale, imagine yourself taking a step deeper into relaxation. With each exhale, feel the tensions of the day dissolving away. As we conclude our tale, remember that like Theseus, you possess untold reserves of strength and courage. Whatever challenges you may face in your waking life, you have the power to overcome them. And now, in this moment, you have the power to let go of all concerns and surrender to restful, rejuvenating sleep. Allow the echoes of this ancient story to fade gently into the background of your mind. Let the sound of rain outside your window blend with the last whispers of the tale, creating a soothing lullaby that carries you off to dreams. Rest now, safe in the knowledge that you, like the heroes of old, are capable of great things. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales capture the spirit of adventure and heroism quite like the story of Jason and the Golden Fleece. This epic journey takes us across treacherous seas, through perilous lands, and face to face with mythical creatures, all in pursuit of a legendary treasure. Our story begins in the kingdom of Iolcos, where Jason, a young prince, had been robbed of his rightful throne by his uncle Peleus. Raised in secret by the wise centaur Chiron, Jason grew into a strong and noble young man, unaware of his true heritage. When he finally returned to Iolcos to claim his birthright, Peleus, fearing the prophecy that foretold his downfall at the hands of a one-sandaled man, devised a cunning plan. Peleus promised to surrender the throne if Jason could retrieve the golden fleece, a magical artifact of immense power and prestige. This fleece, taken from a golden ram sent by the gods, was said to bring prosperity and healing to any land that possessed it. However, it was guarded in a distant land by a fearsome dragon that never slept, making the quest seem impossible. Undaunted by the challenge, Jason set out to build a ship worthy of such a grand adventure. He called upon the finest shipwright in all of Greece, Argus, to construct a vessel that would carry him and his crew across the treacherous seas. The result was the Argo, a magnificent ship whose very planks were said to have been blessed by the goddess Athena herself. With his ship ready, Jason began to assemble a crew of heroes, each legendary in their own right. Among them were Hercules, the strongest man in the world, Orpheus, whose music could charm even the stones, Atalanta, the fleet-footed huntress, and the twin sons of the north wind, Zeus and Calais. These heroes, along with many others, became known as the Argonauts, named after their wondrous ship. As you listen to this tale of bravery and adventure, allow yourself to be carried away on the gentle waves of imagination. Feel the soft rocking of the Argo beneath you, the cool sea breeze on your face, and let the rhythmic sound of the oars dipping into the water lull you into a state of deep relaxation. The Argonauts set sail, their hearts full of hope and their minds set on the challenges ahead. Their journey was fraught with peril from the very beginning. They faced storms sent by angry gods, navigated through treacherous rocks that threatened to crush their ship, and encountered strange and sometimes hostile peoples along their way. One of their first great trials came at the island of Lemnos, where they found a land inhabited only by women. These women, having killed all the men on the island in a fit of vengeful madness, welcomed the Argonauts with open arms. While many of the crew were tempted to stay, Jason reminded them of their quest, and they reluctantly set sail once more. As our heroes continue their journey, let the gentle lapping of waves against the shore of your mind wash away any lingering thoughts or worries. Allow the steady rhythm of their voyage to sync with your own breathing, becoming slower and more relaxed with each passing moment. The Argonauts' next great challenge came in the form of the Symplegades, or clashing rocks. These massive stone formations would smash together, crushing any ship that attempted to pass between them. Heeding the advice of the seer Phineus, Jason released a dove to fly through the rocks. The bird made it through with only the loss of its tail feathers, and the Argo followed swiftly behind, narrowly escaping as the rocks crashed together behind them. After many more adventures, including battles with giants and encounters with legendary figures like King Phineus and the Harpies, the Argonauts finally reached Colchis, the land where the golden fleece was kept. However, their trials were far from over. King Aeetes of Colchis, unwilling to part with the fleece, set Jason a series of seemingly impossible tasks. As we delve deeper into Jason's challenges, allow yourself to sink further into a state of peaceful relaxation. Imagine the warmth of the Colchian sun on your skin, the soft earth beneath your feet, and let all tension melt away from your body. The first task was to plow a field using fire-breathing bulls with bronze hooves. The second required Jason to sow the field with dragon's teeth, from which would spring fully armed warriors he must then defeat. It seemed an impossible feat, but Jason had a secret ally in Medea, the king's daughter, and a powerful sorceress who had fallen in love with the hero. With Medea's magical ointments to protect him from the bull's fiery breath, and her clever advice to throw a stone among the warriors sprung from the dragon's teeth, causing them to fight each other, Jason completed the tasks. Yet King Aeates still refused to hand over the fleece. Medea, knowing her father's treachery, led Jason to the sacred grove where the fleece was kept. There, guarded by the sleepless dragon, hung the golden fleece, shimmering with an otherworldly light. Once again, Medea's magic proved invaluable, as she used her potions to lull the dragon into a deep slumber. As you picture the golden fleece in your mind, let its soft, warm glow envelop you. Feel its comforting presence washing over you, bringing with it a sense of peace and tranquility. Allow this feeling to spread throughout your entire body, from the top of your head to the tips of your toes. With the fleece finally in their possession, Jason, Medea, and the Argonauts fled Colchis, pursued by the furious King Aeates and his fleet. Their return journey was no less perilous than their outward voyage, filled with new challenges and fearsome monsters to overcome. Among their trials was an encounter with the bronze giant Talos, who guarded the island of Crete. This massive automaton, created by Hephaestus himself, patrolled the island's shores, hurling great boulders at any approaching ships. Once again, it was Medea's cunning that saved the day, as she used her magic to remove the single nail that kept the ichor, or divine blood, flowing through Talos' body. As our heroes face these final challenges, feel your own challenges and worries becoming distant and unimportant. Let the steady rhythm of the Argo's oars and the gentle sound of waves lapping against its hull carry you further into a state of deep, restful calm. At last, after many more adventures and narrow escapes, Jason and the Argonauts returned to Iolcos, the golden fleece in their possession. They had accomplished what many thought impossible, braving countless dangers and overcoming seemingly insurmountable odds. Yet, as is often the case in Greek mythology, their triumph was bittersweet. Peleus refused to honor his promise to surrender the throne, and the subsequent events led to tragedy for many involved. The tale of Jason and the Golden Fleece reminds us that even the greatest of quests can have unforeseen consequences, and that the true measure of a hero lies not just in their victories, but in how they face the challenges that follow. As our story draws to a close, allow the lessons of Jason's quest to settle gently in your mind. Like the Argonauts on their long journey home, you too are drifting peacefully towards your destination, a deep, restful sleep. Let go of any remaining thoughts or tensions and allow yourself to be carried away on the gentle waves of slumber. Remember, just as Jason faced his challenges with courage and perseverance, you too have the strength within you to face whatever life may bring. But for now, let all thoughts of challenges fade away. Feel yourself becoming heavier, more relaxed with each breath. The world outside fades into the background, leaving only the peaceful realm of dreams ahead. As you drift off to sleep, may your dreams be filled with golden fleeces and heroic quests, with the knowledge that when you wake, you'll be refreshed and ready to face your own adventures. Good night and sweet dreams. In the vast tapestry of Greek mythology, few tales are as renowned as the encounter between the clever Odysseus and the fearsome Cyclops Polyphemus. This story, a testament to human ingenuity and the power of wit over brute strength, unfolds on a remote island shrouded in mystery and danger. Our tale begins with Odysseus, the legendary king of Ithaca, and his crew. They had been sailing for years, trying to find their way home after the Trojan War. Exhausted and running low on supplies, they spotted an island in the distance. Little did they know, this seemingly peaceful haven would be the setting for one of their most perilous adventures. As you listen, allow yourself to be transported to this ancient world. Feel the gentle rocking of Odysseus's ship. Hear the soft lapping of waves against its hull. Let the rhythm of the story lull you into a state of deep relaxation, carrying you closer to the shores of peaceful sleep. Odysseus and his men landed on the island, their hearts filled with hope for fresh water and provisions. The landscape was rugged yet beautiful, with rolling hills and lush vegetation. In the distance, they spotted a large cave. Smoke rose from its entrance, a sign that it might be inhabited. Curious and hungry, Odysseus decided to investigate. He chose 12 of his best men to accompany him, leaving the rest to guard the ship. As they approached the cave, they noticed large tracks in the soil and unusually sized objects scattered about. These should have been warnings, but Odysseus's curiosity got the better of him. Imagine, if you will, the anticipation building in Odysseus's chest as he stepped into the shadowy cave. The air was thick with the scent of sheep and goats, mixed with a more pungent, unfamiliar odor. Large cheese wheels and milk pails lined the walls, all far too big for normal human use. As you picture this scene, let the tension in your own body begin to melt away. With each breath, sink deeper into comfort, allowing the story to wash over you like gentle waves on a shore. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the cave. The ground trembled with heavy footsteps. Odysseus and his men retreated to the shadows as an enormous figure entered, the Cyclops Polyphemus, son of Poseidon. He was a monstrous sight, with a single large eye in the center of his forehead, towering over the humans like a mountain over hills. Polyphemus went about his evening routine, unaware of his visitors. He milked his goats and sheep, storing the milk in large jars. The sound of the milk streaming into the jars was like a soothing waterfall, a white noise that might lull one to sleep, if not for the precarious situation. As you listen, let that rhythmic sound of pouring milk calm your mind. Allow your thoughts to flow as smoothly and effortlessly as that stream of milk, carrying away any lingering tensions or worries. Eventually, the Cyclops noticed the intruders. His voice boomed through the cave, demanding to know who they were and why they had come. Odysseus, ever the diplomat, tried to appeal to the giant's sense of hospitality, a sacred concept in Greek culture. But Polyphemus was no ordinary host. With a cruel laugh, he snatched up 2 of Odysseus's men and devoured them on the spot. The others watched in horror, frozen in fear. Polyphemus then rolled a massive boulder in front of the cave entrance, trapping them all inside. As terrifying as this moment was for Odysseus and his men, remember that you are safe and comfortable where you are. Let the knowledge of your own security envelop you like a warm, protective blanket. Over the next few days, Polyphemus continued to eat Odysseus's men, 2 at a time. Odysseus knew he had to formulate a plan quickly if any of them were to survive. It was in these moments of desperation that Odysseus's legendary cunning came to the fore. He noticed a large wooden staff in the cave, which Polyphemus used as a walking stick. While the Cyclops was out tending his flocks, Odysseus and his remaining men sharpened the end of this staff and hardened it in the fire. As you imagine Odysseus preparing his trap, feel your own mind becoming sharper, yet more relaxed. Like Odysseus focusing his thoughts, allow yourself to focus on the sound of my voice, letting all other distractions fade away. That evening, Odysseus offered Polyphemus strong wine he had brought from the ship. The Cyclops drank deeply, enjoying the potent beverage. As Polyphemus became more intoxicated, he asked Odysseus his name. Cleverly, Odysseus replied, "My name is Nobody." Polyphemus, in his drunken state, found this amusing. He promised Odysseus that he would eat Nobody last as a guest gift. Soon after, the giant fell into a deep, wine-induced sleep. This is your cue to sink even deeper into relaxation. As Polyphemus drifts off in the story, allow yourself to feel a wave of drowsiness washing over you. Your eyelids may feel heavy, your body comfortably warm and heavy. Seizing their chance, Odysseus and his men took the sharpened staff and plunged it into Polyphemus's single eye. The Cyclops woke with a roar of pain, his agonized cries echoing through the cave and summoning other Cyclopes from nearby. When the other Cyclopes called out, asking who was hurting him, Polyphemus cried, "Nobody is hurting me." Confused by this response, the other Cyclopes left, thinking perhaps Polyphemus was suffering from some divine malady. As chaotic as this scene may seem, let it remind you of the peace of your own surroundings. The contrast between the turmoil in the story and your own tranquility can deepen your sense of calm and safety. The next morning, Polyphemus, now blind, rolled away the boulder to let his sheep out to pasture. He felt the tops of the animals as they passed, ensuring the humans didn't escape. But Odysseus had another trick up his sleeve. He and his remaining men tied themselves to the undersides of the largest rams. As the animals passed out of the cave, Polyphemus felt their backs, but didn't think to check underneath. In this way, Odysseus and his surviving crew escaped. Picture the relief Odysseus must have felt as he emerged from the cave into the fresh air and sunlight. Let that sense of relief flow through your own body, releasing any last bits of tension you might be holding. Once safely back on their ship, Odysseus couldn't resist revealing his true identity to Polyphemus. This act of hubris would have consequences, as the enraged Cyclops called upon his father Poseidon to curse Odysseus, setting the stage for the many trials he would face on his long journey home. As our tale comes to a close, reflect on the cleverness of Odysseus, the power of quick thinking in the face of overwhelming odds. Yet also consider the price of pride, and how a moment of boastfulness can lead to unforeseen challenges. Let these thoughts drift gently through your mind as you continue to relax. The story of Odysseus and the Cyclops is but one of many in the rich tapestry of Greek mythology, each offering its own lessons and insights into the human condition. As you lie here comfortable and at peace, know that like Odysseus, you too have the strength and wit to face whatever challenges may come your way. But for now, Tea Titan Tailies, allow yourself to drift now, floating on a calm sea of tranquility. The adventures of Odysseus fade into the background, replaced by the soothing rhythm of your own breath. Sleep beckons, a safe harbor after a long journey. Yield to it, and let yourself be carried away on gentle waves of slumber. In the vast expanse of the wine-dark sea, where legends are born and heroes are tested, we find ourselves drawn into the tale of Odysseus and his encounter with the sirens. This story, dear listeners, is one of temptation, wisdom, and the power of foresight. Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca, was on his long journey home after the Trojan War. His ship had weathered many storms and faced countless dangers, but none quite as alluring or as deadly as the sirens. These enchanting creatures were known throughout the ancient world for for their irresistible songs, which lured sailors to their doom. As you rest and allow your mind to drift on the gentle waves of this tale, imagine the salty breeze caressing your face, the rhythmic lapping of waves against the hull of a wooden ship. Let the tension in your body melt away with each breath, as smooth and steady as the oars cutting through the water. Odysseus had been warned about the sirens by the sorceress Circe. She had told him of their bewitching voices that could entrance even the most strong-willed of men, leading them to crash their ships upon the rocky shores of the Sirens' Island. But Odysseus, ever curious and eager for new experiences, devised a plan to hear their song and yet survive. As your breathing slows and deepens, picture Odysseus standing at the prow of his ship, his eyes scanning the horizon. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting a golden glow across the water. The air is thick with anticipation, and a faint, haunting melody begins to drift across the waves. Odysseus had instructed his crew to plug their ears with beeswax, rendering them deaf to the siren's call. But for himself, he chose a different fate. He ordered his men to tie him securely to the mast of the ship, binding him so tightly that he could not move, no matter how much he might struggle or plead. As you sink deeper into relaxation, feel the weight of your body melting into the comfort beneath you, just as Odysseus felt the ropes binding him to the mast. Let go of any tension, any worries, and allow yourself to be carried along by the current of this ancient tale. As the ship drew nearer to the Sirens' Island, their song grew louder and more enchanting. The melody was unlike anything Odysseus had ever heard before. It spoke of glory and knowledge, promising to reveal the secrets of the world to those who would listen. The sirens' voices wove a tapestry of sound so beautiful that it seemed to pierce Odysseus's very soul. Breathe deeply now, in and out, as steady as the waves. With each exhale, let go of any remaining tension in your body. Allow yourself to be present in this moment, safe and secure, just as Odysseus was bound to his mast. Odysseus, despite his bonds, felt an overwhelming desire to break free and swim to the sirens. He strained against the ropes, his muscles taut with effort. He called out to his men, begging them to release him, but they had been well prepared. They could not hear his pleas, and they rowed on, their eyes fixed ahead, ignorant of the temptation that assailed their leader. As you listen, let your mind drift like a leaf on a gentle stream. There's no need to hold onto thoughts or worries. Like Odysseus's loyal crew, you can simply let them pass by, unheeded. The ship sailed on, drawing closer to the island with each passing moment. The siren's song reached a fever pitch, promising Odysseus all the knowledge of the world, the glory of ages, and the fulfillment of his deepest desires. Yet, bound to the mast, he could do nothing but listen and endure. Feel the steadiness of your breath, the rise and fall of your chest. Like constant rhythm of the oars. Let it anchor you in this moment of peace and tranquility. As the ship passed the island, the siren's song began to fade. Slowly, the spell that had gripped Odysseus started to weaken. The further they sailed, the more his mind cleared, until at last he could think rationally once more. He signaled to his men that the danger had passed, and they removed the wax from their ears. Just as Odysseus emerged from the siren's spell, allow yourself to drift deeper into a state of calm. Let the tension of the story melt away, leaving you floating in a sea of tranquility. Odysseus had achieved what no man before him had done. He had heard the siren's song and lived to tell the tale. His cunning plan had allowed him to experience the forbidden without succumbing to its deadly lure. As the ship sailed on towards new adventures, Odysseus reflected on the power of temptation and the strength found in preparation and foresight. As you rest here, safe and comfortable, consider the wisdom in Odysseus's actions. Sometimes, the most courageous thing we can do is to recognize our own weaknesses and plan accordingly. By binding himself, Odysseus showed that true strength often lies in knowing when to accept help and when to limit ourselves. The tale of Odysseus and the sirens teaches us that there are temptations in life that, no matter how alluring, must be resisted. It reminds us that with proper preparation and the support of those we trust, we can face even the most enticing of dangers and emerge stronger for the experience. As your body relaxes further, imagine the gentle rocking of Odysseus's ship as it sails away from the siren's island. Each wave that passes beneath the hull is like a breath, carrying you deeper into a state of peaceful relaxation. Odysseus's journey was far from over. Many trials still lay ahead of him before he would finally return home to Ithaca. But he had passed this test, and in doing so, had gained wisdom that would serve him well in the challenges to come. As we near the end of our time with Odysseus, let the rhythm of the waves and the steady breath of the wind in the sails lull you towards sleep. There's no need to hold onto wakefulness. Like Odysseus letting go of his desire to hear more of the siren's song, you can let go of the day and allow yourself to drift. Remember, just as Odysseus trusted his crew to keep him safe, you can trust in the safety and comfort of your resting place. There's no danger here, no need for vigilance. You can relax completely, knowing that you are secure and protected. The ship sails on through the night, carrying Odysseus and his men towards new horizons. The stars above guide their way, a celestial map leading them ever homeward. As you lie here, imagine those same stars watching over you, constant and reassuring. In time, the tale of Odysseus and the sirens would become legend, passed down through generations as a story of wisdom, temptation, and the strength found in knowing one's own limits. It would inspire countless others to face their own challenges with courage and foresight. As our story draws to a close, know that like Odysseus, you have the strength within you to face whatever challenges may come. For now, though, Tethys is a time for rest, for letting go, for drifting peacefully into the realm of dreams. May the wisdom of Odysseus guide you in your waking hours, and may the gentle lapping of waves against his ship carry you now into a deep and restful sleep. Good night, dear listener, and sweet dreams. In the realm of Greek mythology, few tales are as poignant and heart-wrenching as that of Orpheus and Eurydice. This story of love, loss, and the power of music has captivated hearts for millennia. As you listen, allow the gentle patter of rain to lull you into a state of deep relaxation, where the boundaries between our world and that of myth begin to blur. Orpheus was a legendary musician, poet, and prophet in ancient Greek religion. The son of the muse Calliope and either the god Apollo or the mortal king Oeagrus, Orpheus possessed a gift for music that was unparalleled. His melodies were so beautiful that they could charm all living things, coax the trees and rocks into dance, and even sway the hearts of the gods themselves. Imagine, if you will, the sound of Orpheus's lyre, its notes as clear and pure as crystal, mingling with the soft patter of rain outside your window. Let this harmony wash over you, easing away the tensions of the day and guiding you towards a peaceful slumber. Orpheus fell deeply in love with a woman named Eurydice, her beauty as captivating as his music. Their love was profound and true, a bond that seemed unbreakable. On their wedding day, the future looked bright for the young couple, full of promise and joy. But fate, as it often does in Greek mythology, had other plans. As you sink deeper into comfort, picture a sun-dappled meadow where Eurydice dances, her movements as graceful as the swaying grass. The air is filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and the world seems perfect in its tranquility. But tragedy struck swiftly and without mercy. As Eurydice walked through the meadow, she was bitten by a venomous snake hidden in the grass. The poison acted quickly, and despite Orpheus's desperate attempts to save her, Eurydice died, her spirit descending to the underworld. Orpheus was inconsolable. His music, once a source of joy, now echoed with the depths of his sorrow. The melodies that flowed from his lyre were so mournful that the gods themselves wept to hear them. In your mind's eye, see Orpheus sitting beneath a willow tree, his fingers moving listlessly over the strings of his instrument, each note a teardrop falling into the river of his grief. But Orpheus was not one to accept defeat, even in the face of death itself. Driven by his love and armed with the power of his music, he made a decision that few mortals would dare: to journey into the underworld and reclaim his beloved Eurydice. As you lie there, feeling the weight of your body sinking into the comfort of your bed, imagine Orpheus's descent into the realm of Hades. The air grows colder, the light dimmer as he ventures deeper into the earth. Yet, even in this place of shadows, his music shines like a beacon of hope. Orpheus's journey through the underworld was perilous. He faced the fearsome three-headed dog Cerberus, guardian of the gates of Hades. But where others would have faltered, Orpheus played his lyre. The music soothed the savage beast, lulling it into a peaceful slumber, allowing him to pass. Let the thought of this soothing melody envelop you, calming your mind just as it calmed Cerberus. Feel your own breathing slow, matching the rhythm of Orpheus's gentle song. Deeper into the underworld Orpheus ventured, his music touching the hearts of the shades, the spirits of the dead. They gathered around him, drawn by the beauty of his melodies, finding in his songs a reminder of the life they had left behind. At last, Orpheus stood before Hades and Persephone, the king and queen of the underworld. Here, in the very court of death, he played a song so moving, so full of love and longing, that even the rulers of this dark realm were moved to tears. Hades, known for his unyielding nature, found himself swayed by Orpheus's music and his unwavering devotion. In a rare act of mercy, he agreed to allow Eurydice to return to the world of the living. But there was a condition, a test of faith that would challenge Orpheus to his very core. As you continue to relax, letting the tension flow out of your body with each breath, consider the weight of the choice placed before Orpheus. Hades decreed that Eurydice would follow behind Orpheus as he made his way back to the surface. But if Orpheus turned to look at her before they both reached the world of the living, she would be lost to him forever. And so began Orpheus's ascent, his heart filled with a mixture of joy and trepidation. He could hear the soft footsteps of Eurydice behind him, but he dared not look back to confirm her presence. The journey was long and fraught with doubt. Was she truly there? Had Hades kept his word? As you lie there, feeling the comfort of your bed beneath you, imagine the torment Orpheus must have felt. The desire to turn, to catch just a glimpse of his beloved, must have been almost overwhelming. Yet he pressed on, his faith in the gods and in his love for Eurydice driving him forward. They were almost there, the light of the living world visible ahead. Orpheus could feel the warmth of the sun on his face, hear the songs of birds welcoming him back. Just a few more steps, and they would be free, reunited in the world above. But in that final moment, as the threshold between worlds lay before him, Orpheus's resolve faltered. Perhaps it was doubt, or simply the overpowering need to see his beloved's face. Whatever the reason, he turned to look behind him. For a brief, joyous instant, Orpheus saw Eurydice, her beauty as radiant as ever. Their eyes met, and in that moment, all the love they shared passed between them. But then, with a look of sorrow and forgiveness, Eurydice began to fade. Orpheus reached out, desperate to hold her, but his hands grasped only air. She was gone, this time forever, pulled back into the depths of the underworld. As you drift closer to sleep, let the poignancy of this moment wash over you. Feel the depth of Orpheus's love and the weight of his loss. But also recognize the beauty in their brief reunion, the power of a love that could transcend even death. Orpheus returned to the world of the living, but he was a changed man. His music, once capable of charming all of nature, now spoke only of his grief and longing. He wandered the earth, inconsolable, his songs a lament for his lost love. Some versions of the myth say that Orpheus never loved again, remaining faithful to Eurydice even beyond death. Others tell of how he spurned the advances of other women. So devoted was he to the memory of his wife. In some tellings, this rejection angered the followers of Dionysus, who tore Orpheus apart in a bacchanalian frenzy. Yet even in death, the story of Orpheus and Eurydice lives on. It speaks to us of the power of love, the pain of loss, and the lengths to which we will go for those we hold dear. It reminds us that sometimes it is our very human nature, our doubts, our fears, our need for certainty, that can be our undoing. As you teeter on the edge of sleep, consider the lessons of Orpheus and Eurydice. Their tale teaches us about trust, about faith, and about the importance of looking forward rather than dwelling on the past. It shows us that love can give us strength to face even the darkest of challenges, but also that love must sometimes be coupled with patience and trust. Let the story settle in your mind like the soft blanket of rain outside. Allow it to carry you gently into the realm of dreams, where perhaps you too might hear the echoes of Orpheus's lyre, its melodies as timeless and beautiful as the love he shared with Eurydice. As your consciousness begins to drift, remember that like Orpheus, we all face moments of doubt and temptation. But also like Orpheus, we have within us the strength to persevere, to trust in the unseen, and to let our love guide us through the darkest of paths. May your dreams be filled with the beauty of Orpheus's music, the depth of his love for Eurydice, and the timeless wisdom of their tale. Sleep now, and know that even in the realm of slumber, the stories of old watch over you, their lessons echoing through the ages, as eternal as the love between Orpheus and his beloved Eurydice. In the annals of Greek mythology, few tales are as poignant and cautionary as that of Daedalus and Icarus. This story of a father and son, of ambition and hubris, has echoed through the ages, teaching us valuable lessons about the delicate balance between aspiration and prudence. Our tale begins on the island of Crete, where Daedalus, a renowned craftsman and inventor, found himself in the employ of King Minos. Daedalus was known throughout the ancient world for his unparalleled skill and ingenuity. His hands could create wonders that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. King Minos, impressed by Daedalus's talents, commissioned him to build a labyrinth so complex that no one who entered could ever find their way out. This labyrinth was to house the Minotaur, a fearsome creature with the body of a man and the head of a bull. Daedalus, ever the perfectionist, poured his heart and soul into the creation of this architectural marvel. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to imagine the intricate passages of the labyrinth, its twisting corridors and deceptive dead ends. Let the complexity of this structure mirror the gradual unwinding of your thoughts as you drift towards sleep. Daedalus completed the labyrinth, and it was indeed a wonder to behold. So confounding was its design that even Daedalus himself barely managed to find his way out after its completion. King Minos was pleased with the result, but his satisfaction soon turned to suspicion and fear. The king, paranoid that Daedalus might share the secrets of the labyrinth with others, decided to imprison the master craftsman and his young son, Icarus, in a high tower overlooking the sea. There, father and son were left to languish, with no hope of escape by land or sea. As you picture this tower, feel the cool sea breeze on your skin. Hear the distant crash of waves against the shore. Let these sensations wash over you, carrying away the tensions of your day. Daedalus, however, was not a man to accept defeat easily. His brilliant mind began to work on a solution to their predicament. Day after day, he watched the seabirds soaring past their prison, free to go where they pleased. And in those graceful creatures, Daedalus found his inspiration. Over many months, the inventor secretly gathered feathers that floated up to their window. He meticulously sorted them by size and carefully bound them together with thread and wax. Slowly but surely, his vision took shape. Wings that would allow them to fly to freedom. As Daedalus worked, he explained his plan to Icarus. The boy listened with wide-eyed wonder as his father described how they would soar like birds, escaping their prison and fleeing Crete forever. Icarus, young and full of excitement, could hardly contain his anticipation. Imagine, if you will, the delicate work of crafting these wings. Picture the gentle touch required to bind each feather in place, the careful application of wax to hold them together. Let the rhythmic nature of this work lull you further into relaxation. When the wings were finally complete, Daedalus turned to his son with both pride and concern in his eyes. He explained the dangers of their impending flight and gave Icarus strict instructions. "My son," he said, "we must fly at a middle course. If we go too low, the sea's mist will dampen the feathers. If we soar too high, the sun's heat will melt the wax. Stay close to me and follow my lead." Icarus nodded solemnly, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. As dawn broke, father and son strapped on their wings. Daedalus checked and double-checked every fastening, knowing that their lives depended on his craftsmanship. With a deep breath, Daedalus led the way, leaping from the tower window. For a heart-stopping moment, they fell. Then, catching the wind beneath their artificial wings, they began to rise. Icarus let out a whoop of joy as they soared away from their prison, free at last. As you envision this flight, feel the lightness in your own body. Let the sensation of weightlessness spread through you, releasing any lingering tension in your muscles. At first, Icarus heeded his father's warnings, staying close and following his path. But as they flew on, the exhilaration of flight began to overwhelm the boy's caution. The cool sea air rushed past him. The sun warmed his back, and the whole world seemed to stretch out below, inviting him to explore. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, Icarus began to climb higher. Daedalus, focused on their escape route, didn't notice immediately. Icarus reveled in the freedom, climbing higher and higher, forgetting his father's warnings in his excitement. The sun grew stronger as Icarus ascended. Its warmth, at first pleasant, began to intensify. Still, Icarus climbed, drunk on the thrill of flight and the stunning views that surrounded him. As you listen, let yourself float gently in your mind, suspended between earth and sky, cradled by the air itself. Feel the warmth of the sun, but let it be a comforting, sleep-inducing warmth. It was then that disaster struck. The wax holding Icarus's wings together, heated by the sun's intense rays, began to melt. At first, just a few feathers came loose, floating away on the breeze. But soon, more and more feathers were falling away, and Icarus's wonderful wings began to disintegrate. Panic gripped the boy as he realized his plight. He called out to his father, but Daedalus was too far away to help. Icarus flapped his arms desperately, trying to stay aloft, but it was no use. With a cry of terror, he plummeted from the sky, plunging into the sea below. Daedalus, hearing his son's cries, turned back, but it was too late. He watched in horror as Icarus fell, powerless to save him. The sea that had promised them freedom had become his son's final resting place. Grief-stricken, Daedalus circled the area, calling out for Icarus until his voice was hoarse. Finally, he spotted feathers floating on the waves, the last remnants of his son's wings. With a heavy heart, Daedalus flew on alone, eventually reaching safety on the island of Sicily. As this tragic tale comes to a close, let the emotions it stirs settle gently within you. Like the waves that eventually calmed after Icarus's fall, allow any thoughts or feelings to smooth out, leaving you in a state of tranquil reflection. The story of Daedalus and Icarus has endured through the ages, a powerful reminder of the dangers of hubris and the importance of heeding wise counsel. It speaks to the delicate balance between ambition and caution, between reaching for our dreams and recognizing our limitations. In your own life, as you drift towards sleep, consider the wings you craft for your own dreams. Like Daedalus, we must sometimes take risks to achieve freedom and reach our goals. But like the cautionary tale of Icarus, we must also remember to temper our ambitions with wisdom and respect for the boundaries that keep us safe. Let this ancient story work its way into your dreams, perhaps inspiring flights of fancy that are both ambitious and mindful. As you soar through your own dreamscapes, may you find the perfect balance between earth and sky, between caution and daring. And now, as our tale of Daedalus and Icarus comes to close, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the gentle support of your bed beneath you, like the air that initially buoyed Icarus in his flight. Let each breath be like a soft breeze, carrying you further into the realm of sleep. Remember, in both mythology and life, after every fall Daedalus, despite his loss, found the strength to continue his journey. So too can we find resilience in the face of setbacks, always moving forward, always seeking new horizons. As you drift off to sleep, may your dreams be filled with the wonder of flight, the warmth of the sun, and the cooling touch of gentle seas. And may you wake refreshed, ready to face your own labyrinth of possibilities with both courage and wisdom. In the lush forests of ancient Greece, where the leaves whispered secrets of the gods, and the streams sang melodies of forgotten tales, there lived a nymph named Echo. Her voice was as sweet as honey, her laughter as melodious as a nightingale's song. Echo was known throughout the land for her gift of gab, her ability to weave words into tapestries of sound that could entrance even the most stoic of listeners. But Echo's gift was also her curse. You see, she had a habit of talking incessantly, often using her silver tongue to distract and deceive. One day, she made the grave mistake of using her chatter to keep Hera, the queen of the gods, occupied while Zeus, Hera's husband, dallied with other nymphs. When Hera discovered Echo's deception, her wrath was terrible to behold. With a wave of her hand and a curse upon her lips, Hera stripped Echo of her ability to speak freely. From that day forward, Echo could only repeat the last few words spoken to her, never again able to initiate a conversation or express her own thoughts. Imagine, dear listener, the frustration and sorrow that filled Echo's heart. Her greatest gift had been turned into her greatest torment. As you lie there, letting the gentle patter of rain soothe your mind, picture Echo wandering through the forests, her once vibrant voice now nothing more than an echo of others. Feel the weight of her silence, the longing in her heart to speak, to connect, to be heard. Let this feeling of empathy wash over you, releasing any tension you might be holding on to. Now let us turn our attention to Narcissus, a young man whose beauty was unmatched in all of Greece. With hair like spun gold and eyes as blue as the Aegean Sea, Narcissus turned heads wherever he went. But his beauty was matched only by his vanity and his coldness towards those who loved him. Many had fallen for Narcissus, but he spurned them all, believing no one was worthy of his affection. One day, As Narcissus walked through the forest, Echo caught sight of him. Instantly, she fell deeply in love. She longed to approach him, to declare her feelings, but her curse prevented her from speaking first. So she followed him, waiting for a chance to communicate. As you continue to relax, imagine Echo's anticipation, her heart racing with each step Narcissus took. Feel the cool forest air on your skin. Hear the soft crunch of leaves beneath your feet. Let the peacefulness of the scene envelop you, drawing you deeper into a state of tranquility. Finally, Narcissus, sensing he was not alone, called out, "Is anyone there?" Echo, seizing her chance, repeated, "There." Surprised, Narcissus looked around, saying, "Come here." Echo joyfully repeated, "Come here." This exchange continued, with Echo repeating Narcissus's words, until finally she revealed herself, arms outstretched to embrace him. But Narcissus, cruel in his beauty, recoiled from Echo's advance. "I would rather die than let you touch me," he declared. Heartbroken, Echo fled deep into the forest, her pain echoing through the trees as she repeated, "Touch me, touch me." As you listen, let Echo's sorrow wash over you, then release it. Allow any feelings of rejection or hurt you may be holding onto to dissolve, carried away by the gentle sound of the rain. Echo's story doesn't end there, though. In her grief, she retreated to a cave, her body slowly wasting away until only her voice remained, destined to repeat the words of others for eternity. But Narcissus's tale was far from over, for the gods do not look kindly upon those who treat love so callously. Nemesis, the goddess of retribution, heard of Narcissus's cruelty and decided to teach him a lesson. She lured him to a clear, still pool of water. As Narcissus leaned over to take a drink, he caught sight of his reflection for the first time. Instantly, he was captivated by his own beauty. Picture this scene in your mind. Narcissus, kneeling by the pool, his eyes locked onto his own image. The forest around him fades away. The chirping of birds and rustling of leaves become distant and muffled. All that exists for Narcissus is the face staring back at him from the water's surface. As you visualize this, let yourself sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the weight of your body pressing down, every muscle loosening, every breath bringing you closer to a state of perfect calm. Narcissus remained by the pool, unable to look away from his reflection. He reached out to touch the beautiful face in the water, but each time his fingers disturbed the surface, the image would ripple and disappear, only to reform moments later. Narcissus was enchanted, trapped by his own vanity. Days passed, then weeks. Narcissus refused to eat or sleep, so enraptured was he by his own reflection. Slowly, his body began to wither, his legendary beauty fading. Yet still he stared into the pool, unable to leave the image he so adored. As Narcissus's life force ebbed away, his body transformed. In place of the beautiful young man, a flower grew, its white petals surrounding a yellow center that dipped towards the ground, forever gazing at its own reflection in the water. This flower, which we now call the narcissus, serves as a reminder of the dangers of excessive self-love and the inability to care for others. As you continue to relax, consider the balance in your own life between self-care and care for others. Let any imbalance gently correct itself, flowing naturally like water finding its level. The tale of Echo and Narcissus teaches us many things. It reminds us of the power of words, both to hurt and to heal. It warns us against the perils of vanity and the importance of empathy. But perhaps most importantly, it shows us that love, when not reciprocated, can be a destructive force. As you lie there, feeling the weight of sleep beginning to settle over you, consider the echoes in your own life. Are there words or actions that you repeat consciously or unconsciously? Are there reflections of yourself that you cling to, perhaps at the expense of genuine connections with others? Let the gentle sound of the rain wash away any negative patterns, any hurtful echoes, or distorted reflections. Allow yourself to simply be, free from the need to speak or to see yourself. In this moment, you are perfect just as you are. The story of Echo and Narcissus continues to resonate through the ages, much like Echo's voice itself. In moments of silence, if you listen carefully, you might hear the whisper of Echo, still repeating the words of others. And in still pools of water, you might catch a glimpse of Narcissus, forever gazing at his own reflection. As sleep begins to embrace you, imagine yourself as neither Echo nor Narcissus, but as the forest itself. You are the trees that witnessed their story, the stream that reflected Narcissus's face, the cave that gave Echo shelter. You are a silent, accepting presence, wise and unchanging, yet ever growing. Feel your roots reaching deep into the earth, drawing up peace and tranquility. Feel your branches stretching towards the sky, releasing any lingering tension or worry. You are solid, grounded, at peace. The rain continues to fall gently, each drop a tiny echo of the story you've heard. Let it lull you deeper into relaxation, closer to the edge of sleep. Simply let go, drifting off into a peaceful slumber, where the wisdom of myths and the soothing sounds of nature will watch over your dreams. In the ancient land of Cyprus, there lived a skilled sculptor named Pygmalion. His hands could coax life from cold stone, creating statues of such beauty that they seemed to breathe. Yet, Pygmalion was a solitary man, disillusioned with the women of his time, whom he found lacking in virtue and grace. As the days passed, Pygmalion poured his heart and soul into a new creation. With each careful chisel stroke, he shaped a woman of ivory, more perfect than any mortal could be. Her features were delicate yet strong, her form graceful and lifelike. As he worked, Pygmalion found himself falling deeply in love with his creation. When the statue was complete, Pygmalion stood back in awe. She was everything he had ever dreamed of in a woman, beautiful, pure, and virtuous. He named her Galatea, meaning she who is milk white. In the quiet of his workshop, Pygmalion would speak to Galatea, imagining her responses, wishing with all his heart that she could be real. As you listen to this tale, let the gentle patter of rain outside soothe your mind. Imagine the cool, smooth surface of ivory beneath your fingertips, the quiet whisper of a chisel against stone. Allow the rhythm of the story to lull you into a state of peaceful relaxation. The festival of Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, was approaching. Pygmalion, his heart heavy with longing, made his way to the temple. There he stood before the altar, the sweet scent of incense filling the air. With trembling lips, he whispered a prayer to the goddess. "Great Aphrodite," he pleaded, "if you truly have the power to grant any wish, I ask that you give me a wife in the likeness of my ivory girl." Pygmalion dared not ask for Galatea herself to be brought to life, for fear of offending the gods with such an audacious request. Aphrodite, moved by the depth of Pygmalion's love and the sincerity of his prayer, decided to grant his unspoken wish. As a sign that his prayer had been heard, the flames on the altar leaped up 3 times, reaching towards the heavens. As you drift deeper into relaxation, envision the warm, flickering light of the temple flames. Feel the hope and anticipation building in your chest, just as it did in Pygmalion's. Let each breath draw you further into this ancient world of gods and miracles. Pygmalion returned home, his heart lighter than it had been in years. As he entered his workshop, his eyes fell upon Galatea. He approached her, as he had done countless times before, and gently caressed her cheek. But this time, something was different. The ivory felt warm beneath his touch, soft like living flesh. Hardly daring to believe, Pygmalion pressed his lips to Galatea's. To his amazement, her lips yielded beneath his. Slowly, her eyes fluttered open, gazing upon him with wonder and love. Aphrodite had granted his deepest desire, bringing Galatea to life. Overwhelmed with joy, Pygmalion embraced Galatea, feeling her heart beat against his chest. She returned his embrace, her first words a whisper of love and gratitude. The goddess Aphrodite blessed their union, and the two were married in her temple. As you listen, allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort. Imagine the joy of a dream realized, the warmth of a loving embrace. Let the happiness of this moment wash over you, easing away any tension or worries. Pygmalion and Galatea's love story spread throughout Cyprus, a testament to the power of devotion and the miracles that love can inspire. They lived a long and happy life together, their home filled with laughter and the beauty of Pygmalion's art. This tale reminds us that love has the power to transform, to bring life to that which which seems lifeless, to find beauty in unexpected places. It speaks to the artist in all of us, the part that sees potential and strives to bring it forth into the world. As you continue to relax, consider the Galateas in your own life, the dreams, projects, or relationships that you pour your heart into. Like Pygmalion, you have the power to shape your world, to create beauty and meaning. The story of Pygmalion and Galatea also raises questions about the nature of love and perfection. Pygmalion fell in love with an idealized creation of his own making. As Galatea came to life, she would have had her own thoughts, feelings, and flaws. True love, the story suggests, is about accepting and cherishing another person in their entirety, not just an idealized version. In your own relationships, remember that it is often the imperfections, the unique quirks and characteristics that make a person truly lovable. As you drift towards sleep, let go of any unrealistic expectations you might be holding on to, embracing instead the beautiful complexity of the people in your life. Aphrodite's role in this story reminds us of the mysterious and often unexpected ways that love can enter our lives. Sometimes, like Pygmalion, we might find love in the most unlikely of places, or in ways we never anticipated. Stay open to the possibilities that life presents, for you never know when or where love might bloom. As the rain continues to fall outside, creating a soothing backdrop to our tale, imagine the soft patter as Aphrodite's gentle reminder of the miracles that surround us every day. Each drop is a tiny transformation, much like Galatea's change from ivory to flesh. Let your breathing slow, matching the rhythm of the rain. With each inhale, draw in the peace and wonder of this ancient tale. With each exhale, release any remaining tension, allowing your body to sink deeper into restful comfort. The story of Pygmalion and Galatea has inspired countless retellings and adaptations throughout history. It speaks to the universal human desire to bring our dreams to life, to connect deeply with another, and to witness the extraordinary in the ordinary. In literature, art, and even modern media, we often see echoes of this tale, stories of creations coming to life, of love transcending boundaries, of the blurred lines between artist and art. As you rest, let your mind wander through these familiar themes, recognizing the timeless nature of this ancient myth. Pygmalion's dedication to his craft reminds us of the value of passion and perseverance. Whether in art, work, or relationships, putting our whole hearts into what we do can lead to remarkable results. As you prepare for sleep, take a moment to appreciate your own dedication and the fruits it has borne in your life. The transformation of Galatea from statue to living woman can be seen as a metaphor for personal growth and change. We all have the capacity to evolve, to become more fully ourselves. Like Galatea stepping into life, each day offers us the opportunity to step more fully As your mind begins to drift, imagine yourself as both the sculptor and the sculpture. With each restful breath, you are shaping yourself, smoothing rough edges, uncovering the beauty that lies within. Trust in this process, knowing that, like Galatea, you are a masterpiece in the making. In the quiet of the night, as the rain continues its gentle song, remember that love and art have the power to bring warmth to the coldest stone, life to the stillest form. Your own love, your own creativity, holds this same transformative power. As we come to the end of our tale, envision Pygmalion and Galatea in their shared happiness. The soft light of dawn filtering through windows, the quiet sounds of a home filled with love, the gentle touch of hands that both create and cherish. Let this image of contentment be the last thing in your mind as you drift off to sleep. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of Pygmalion's workshop, the magic of Aphrodite's blessing, and the joy of Galatea's first breath. Sleep now, knowing that in the realm of sleep, as in the realm of myth, anything is possible. Good night and sweet dreams. In the realm of Greek mythology, few tales are as enchanting and profound as the story of Psyche and Eros. This tale of love, trust, and perseverance has captivated hearts for millennia, teaching us valuable lessons about the nature of true love and the power of the human spirit. Our story begins with Psyche, a mortal woman of such extraordinary beauty that people began to worship her instead of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Psyche's beauty was said to be so radiant that it outshone even the most brilliant stars in the night sky. Aphrodite, consumed by jealousy and anger at this mortal usurping her rightful worship, devised a plan for revenge. She summoned her son, Eros, the god of love, and instructed him to use his golden arrows to make Psyche fall in love with the most hideous creature on earth. Eros, obedient to his mother's wishes, set out to complete his task. However, fate had other plans. As he prepared to shoot Psyche with his arrow, he accidentally pricked himself with it instead. In that instant, Eros fell deeply and irrevocably in love with the very woman he was meant to curse. Determined to protect Psyche from his mother's wrath and to have her for himself, Eros devised a plan. He arranged for Psyche to be taken to a magnificent palace where she would live in luxury, tended to by invisible servants. However, there was one condition. Psyche was never to look upon her husband's face. Night after night, Eros would visit Psyche in the darkness, showering her with love and affection. Psyche, though initially frightened, soon found herself falling deeply in love with her mysterious husband. His gentle voice and tender touch filled her heart with joy and contentment. As you listen to this tale, allow yourself to sink deeper into relaxation. Imagine the soft, velvety darkness that surrounded Psyche each night, bringing with it the promise of love and comfort. Let that same darkness envelop you now, soothing your mind and body. However, Psyche's happiness was not to last. Her sisters, consumed by jealousy of her good fortune, planted seeds of doubt in her mind. They suggested that her unseen husband might be a hideous monster, waiting for the right moment to devour her. Torn between her love and her curiosity, Psyche finally succumbed to temptation. One night, as Eros slept beside her, she lit a lamp to gaze upon his face. To her amazement, she saw not a monster, but the most beautiful man she had ever beheld, the god of love himself. But in her surprise, Psyche's hand trembled, and a drop of hot oil fell from the lamp onto Eros's shoulder. Startled and betrayed, Eros awoke and fled, leaving Psyche alone in the now empty palace. As you continue to relax, think of the courage Psyche possessed in that moment. Even in the face of loss, she found the strength to persevere. Let that strength flow through you now, releasing any tension or worry you may be holding. Devastated by her mistake and determined to regain her love, Psyche set out on a journey to find Eros. She traveled far and wide, facing numerous challenges and obstacles along the way. Her quest eventually led her to the temple of Aphrodite herself. Aphrodite, still bitter towards Psyche, set before her a series of seemingly impossible tasks. First, she was to sort a huge pile of mixed seeds into separate piles by nightfall. As Psyche despaired at the insurmountable task, a colony of ants took pity on her and completed the work. For her second task, Psyche was sent to collect golden wool from a flock of violent sheep. A river god advised her to wait until the sheep slept, and then gather the wool caught on the bushes nearby. Psyche succeeded once again. The third task required Psyche to fill a crystal flask with water from the river Styx, which flowed through treacherous, steep gorges guarded by dragons. An eagle, sent by Zeus himself, completed this task for her. As you listen to Psyche's trials, feel the weight of your own challenges lifting away. Like the ants, the river god, and the eagle, imagine unseen forces working in your favor, smoothing your path and easing your burdens. For the final and most dangerous task, Aphrodite demanded that Psyche descend to the underworld and bring back a portion of Persephone's beauty in a black box. Psyche, believing this to be her doom, climbed a tower, intending to end her life. But the tower itself spoke to her, providing instructions on how to complete the task safely. Following the tower's advice, Psyche successfully navigated the underworld and returned with the box. However, overcome by curiosity and a desire to enhance her own beauty to win back Eros, Psyche opened the box. Instead of beauty, she found a deep, unnatural sleep that overtook her. As Psyche fell into this profound slumber, allow yourself to drift deeper into relaxation. Feel the gentle pull of sleep, knowing that, like Psyche, you are safe and protected, even in your most vulnerable state. Eros, who had been searching for Psyche all this time, found her lifeless form. In an act of true love, he wiped the sleep from her eyes, returning her to life. Moved by their devotion to each other, Zeus himself intervened on their behalf, granting Psyche immortality so that she and Eros could be together for eternity. Their joyous union produced a daughter named Hedone, whose name means pleasure, a fitting end to their tale of enduring love and perseverance. As our story comes to close, reflect on the journey of Psyche and Eros. Their tale reminds us that true love can overcome any obstacle, that trust is essential in any relationship, and that with perseverance, we can achieve even the most impossible of goals. Let the peace of this mythical love story wash over you. As you drift towards sleep, carry with you the strength of Psyche, the devotion of Eros, and the timeless beauty of their love. May your dreams be filled with the same magic and wonder that permeates the world of Greek mythology. And so, dear listener, as you teeter on the edge of slumber, remember that, like Psyche, you too possess the strength to overcome any challenge. Like Eros, you have the capacity for deep, transformative love. And like their story, your own tale is one of endless possibility and beauty. Allow the gentle rhythm of your breath to carry you deeper into relaxation. The world of myths and legends fades away, leaving you in a cocoon of peace and tranquility. Sleep now, knowing that you are loved, you are strong, and you are capable of facing whatever adventures tomorrow may bring. In the realm of mortals and gods, where skill and pride intertwine, there lived a young woman named Arachne. Her talent for weaving was unmatched, her tapestries so exquisite that people whispered she must have been taught by the goddess Athena herself. Arachne's fame spread far and wide, drawing admirers from across Greece to marvel at her creations. The intricate patterns she wove seemed to come alive, telling stories more vivid than any bard could sing. As her reputation grew, so did her pride. One day, as Arachne worked at her loom, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, she boasted, "Even Athena herself could not weave as beautifully as I. Let the goddess come down and compete with me if she dares." The crowd gasped, shocked by such hubris. To challenge a god was to invite disaster. But Arachne merely smiled, confident in her abilities. Little did she know that her words had reached the ears of Athena herself. As you listen to this tale, feel the tension in your body begin to release. Let the rhythm of the story wash over you, like the gentle back and forth of a loom's shuttle. Allow your breathing to slow, matching the steady pace of Arachne's weaving. Athena, hearing the mortal's challenge, decided to teach Arachne a lesson in humility. She disguised herself as an old woman and approached Arachne's workshop. "My child," she said, her voice quavering with age. "Your work is indeed beautiful. But surely you don't believe yourself superior to the goddess Athena." Arachne laughed, her eyes never leaving her work. "Superior, perhaps not, but certainly equal. Let Athena come and prove otherwise if she can." At these words, the old woman's form shimmered and changed. The wrinkles smoothed away, the gray hair turned to shining gold, and there stood Athena in all her divine glory. The crowd fell to their knees in awe and fear, but Arachne stood her ground. "You have challenged me, mortal," Athena said, her voice ringing with power. "And I accept. Let us see whose skill is truly greater." As you picture this scene, feel the weight of expectation lift from your shoulders. Like Arachne and Athena preparing for their contest, prepare yourself for the deep, restful sleep that awaits you. Let go of any tension, any worries about the outcome. Side by side, the goddess and the mortal began to weave. Athena's fingers moved with divine grace, creating a tapestry of the gods in all their majesty. She depicted the Olympians seated on their thrones, wise and powerful, benevolent rulers of the cosmos. Arachne, for her part, chose to weave the failings of the gods. Her nimble fingers crafted scenes of Zeus's many infidelities, Hera's jealous rages, Aphrodite's vanity. Each image was rendered with astounding skill and bitter satire. As the contest continued, feel your own body becoming as pliant as thread, as relaxed as a loose weave. Let the rhythm of the story guide you deeper into tranquility, each word another step towards peaceful slumber. Hours passed, and finally, both Athena and Arachne stepped back from their looms. The gathered crowd held their breath, waiting to see which work would be judged superior. Athena gazed upon Arachne's tapestry, her expression unreadable. The mortal's skill was undeniable. Every thread was perfectly placed, every color chosen with exquisite care. But the subject matter, it was an affront to the gods, a bold challenge to their authority. Arachne stood proudly beside her work, chin raised in defiance. She knew her skill matched the goddesses, perhaps even surpassed it. But as she looked at Athena's tapestry, a flicker of doubt crossed her face. The goddess's work was breathtaking, not just in its technical perfection, but in the aura of divinity that seemed to emanate from every thread. It was beautiful in a way that transcended mortal understanding. As we pause in this moment of judgment, allow your own thoughts to slow. Like Arachne and Athena awaiting the verdict, let yourself hover in that space between wakefulness and sleep. Tea-Titan Thales, Athena turned to Arachne, her gray eyes flashing. "Your skill is great, mortal," she said, her voice low and dangerous. "But your pride is greater still. You have mocked the gods with your art, and for that, you must be punished." Before Arachne could react, Athena touched her forehead. The mortal woman began to shrink, her body contorting and changing. Her fingers elongated into spindly legs, her skin hardened into a chitinous shell. In moments where Arachne had stood, there was now only a small spider. From this day forward, Athena proclaimed, you and your descendants will weave for all eternity. Your skill will remain, but you will no longer receive the praise of mortals. This is the price of your hubris. As you envision Arachne's transformation, let it serve as a reminder to release any lingering tension in your own body. Feel yourself becoming lighter, unburdened by the weight of pride or expectation. Like a spider's silk floating on the breeze, allow yourself to drift. The crowd dispersed, awed and terrified by the goddess's power. Athena returned to Olympus, leaving behind a small spider, busily beginning to spin its first web. And so, dear listener, we come to the end of our tale. But the story of Arachne lives on. In every spider's web you see glistening with dew in the early morning light. It serves as a reminder of the delicate balance between talent and humility, between pride and wisdom. As you lie here, preparing for sleep, think of Arachne's web. Imagine it catching your worries and cares, holding them at bay as you sink deeper into relaxation. Feel the soft threads of slumber wrapping around you, gentle and secure. Let the rhythm of your breath become as steady as a weaver's shuttle. In and out, back and forth. With each exhalation, you drift further into tranquility. With each inhalation, you draw in the peace of deep, restful sleep. Remember, like Arachne's art, your dreams are a tapestry of your own creation. As you stand on the threshold of sleep, know that you have the power to weave beautiful, soothing images in your mind. Let go of the need for perfection, for competition. Simply allow your unconscious mind to create freely and peacefully. And as you finally surrender to sleep, know that like Athena watching over her realm, you are safe and protected. The night enfolds you in its gentle embrace, a soft, dark tapestry of stars and silence. Rest now, and let the wisdom of the ages guide your dreams. As our journey through the realms of Greek mythology comes to an end, remember that these ancient tales still hold wisdom for us today. The gods and heroes we've encountered remind us of the strength within ourselves, the power of perseverance, and the importance of wisdom in facing life's challenges. As you drift off to sleep, let these stories inspire you. May your dreams be filled with the wonder of myth and the peace of a starlit Aegean night. Thank you for joining us on Titan Tales. Sleep well, and may the gods watch over your slumber.